rough. So I think that could be very interesting. Jump. I wonder if he even touched the ground before he got that first headshot with the UMP. Now RPK got to blow out the vents. They would have heard that in the middle, so they could try and grenade it out, but looks like they're just going to be comfortable going for a bit of a boost. Shox letting them know that he's in the middle. Are they going to try and challenge it? Crims, first kill of the game for him. Yeah, he should obviously win that fight almost every time, but now look at the trouble that they're in. They actually rotated out of the B-bomb site, and I think now they're realizing this isn't working out. They're probably hoping it was A with only 10 seconds left, but now might as well just go and say what you have. Disco Doppler in the middle as well, on top of that boost. Just a great position. Imagine if they had tried to go for the retake here and he'd been there. They had every tool to win this round, Fnatic. Just 2 quick kills and then great positional play, and it's going to be 3-2. I think what we have here is the makings of a very tight game. It seems like nobody's going to be allowed to really run away with it. I say that earlier, could be wrong, but it feels like both these teams are in it to win it.
They cannot stop us now.
But especially if you think about it from a roster change perspective, you know, if you make it into the top 8, you've got your new roster and you can make something work there. There's a lot less work that has to be done later on in the year to try to qualify again. Because I mean, we saw this time what the qualification stage was like, and it was insane. You know, that some of these teams started this journey in the middle of December, and some of them maybe even further than that. And it's been really rough to even get to this point in time. So you don't want to have to go through that one more time. 3-2 is the scoreline here. We're moving into the 6th round. Scream casual tapping through the smoke. Almost takes out Disco Doppler. That's a bit of a way to get started, I guess.
Flashbang. Throw in the flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. Smoke.
Look at this mind game. If you go in main here, you're going to see Shox first and probably lose a player, then he's going to fall back, and your mind won't be on the boost at all. Your mind will be about where did Shox go? You know, where is he falling back? Is he at the truck? Is he at the forklift instead? You know, you're going to be thinking about that scenario, and then bodies up here. I like that setup, actually.
Deploying flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Yeah.
Smoke.
Yeah, no, you were exactly right. This is the play that we're seeing now. Probably G2 are thinking, oh, we've got the setup to counter this. We know what's coming. You know, we've got everything going on. In fact, it's a B push instead. So all the grenades that would signal A push are down in the A bomb side, but it's going to be B instead. Smith's way in the back. They have a Molotov on Crims. Maybe they could take it, but he's going to get 1 kill. Molotov goes high instead, and RPK is down. Smith with another kill, and then a team kill from Dennis. Oh no, that is not what they needed. 24 seconds left. The bomb will go down, but Dennis and Crims are going to have to go huge in this 2v3.
Theory out. Deploying flashbang. I'm defusing the bomb. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, I mean, it looked to me like Dennis had to shoot Olofmeister in the back to get to Smith. She was like, get out of my way and let me do this. But obviously very unfortunate. Solid play from Smith. That's actually very important that he gets both those kills there. And then even the team. Scream is still at 0, but I'm not sure that's of really great significance right now. I feel like we might just be seeing a lack of action in his positions right at the moment. So I'm not going to pass any judgment just yet. I feel like it's too early to tell.
Yeah, he hasn't had the most action-packed half so far, has he?
No, definitely not. Smiths and RPK are in the B bomb side again. As you were pointing out a couple of rounds ago, they've given up mid control. G2, they're sort of lingering around there, but they're not heavy on the mid control. We've seen in the past teams that put 3 people in middle, really try and hold it, then 1 and 9 on the bomb side, and then you're quick on rotations.
I mean, that's the key part of this map, essentially, because it opens it up here. You see Disco Doppelin can go through vents towards the B site. That's just the opening that's right here to his left. That opens up a pincer movement onto B site. And then you have short Speedway right there that he's now facing. That opens up the pincer movement onto A site. And so all of the options are here right now. If you have mid-control, if you're Fnatic, and Scream goes for the peak, and unfortunate timing there for Disco. Gets caught looking the wrong way. Easy kill for Scream, who actually goes for a spray burst, not the taps. Bit surprised, bit disappointed, Scream. We're talking about your 1-taps, and you aren't delivering.
It's true, he has a brand to maintain. He has to think about that too. Body, and you said this earlier, he knows this highway is the only way he can get shut down. He was in position, he had the aim and everything, he just couldn't connect. And now, that has put Shox in a very strange spot. He's now being flanked by Olofmeister as well. Scream there to pick up the kill on Dennis. That's another headshot. Shox is going to get 1 kill in. Otherwise, this would have been a pretty good position for G2, or sorry, for Fnatic, but now it's a 2-on-2. Smiths has the defuse kit, and RPK has that 1 Molotov. That could be huge.
Yeah, it's where that Molotov goes. That's going to be key. Again, make good use of that incendiary, and it's probably going to be behind quad boxes. It's a likely spot. Yep, Crims watches it sail past. Completely useless because he's holding on the site. And he's got Olofmeister holding point towards CT as well. There's the shot from Smith. Perfectly done. Takes the fight with Crims, but that's the info necessary for RPK. RPK just a little bit too late, though. A little bit too slow. Not able to close the gap, and Crims will clutch it. 1v2 for Fnatic. And a key victory there for Fnatic. Puts them up onto 3 rounds. And make sure that G2, they're in a tight spot. The economy is in shambles now for the Frenchman.
Yeah, very, very well played there for Fnatic. A very important round. And again, they're just trading rounds back and forth all the time. I just want to point out, because Smith actually got a really good kill there at the forklift, and one of the reasons he could do it is because that Molotov was in the, in the back burning. So he didn't have to worry too much about someone running out from there to shoot him when he's on the red container. He's really open to get that kind of a peek in. So even if the Molotov doesn't actually force anyone out or do any damage to anybody, just the fact that they don't have to worry about it is still pretty big. And we're going to see another, essentially a free round here coming in for the Fnatic team. They're walking right into B.
And this is the round that they decide, hey, let's go aggro mid. Olofmeister flipping out because obviously he knows that somebody's close. He's going to get the spray on RPK, could get the follow-up as well. He's actually going to make it out of here with knife. No, body. Hunts him down. Scream, goes for the flick, not going to hit it. Looking for that 1-tap at the dig. And Twist, he's got the angle on body. So, well, you get 1 kill on Olofmeister. Olofmeister got $600 by getting 2 kills. It's not the end of the world for Olof.
It really did look like Olof was in full panic mode then, but he prodded back in the end and got himself a couple of kills, so it's not too bad. Shox and Scream with a couple of deagles each. Why not just try and see if you can make the most out of them? And Disco Doppelin will take down 1 with a UMP. That always feels good in a round like this. Just get a bit more money out of the round. Scream. Oh, he gets that body headshot on Dennis. And then Twist is going to be showing up. So we'll tie up the scoreline here at 4-4. And I don't know, I mean, even the players, obviously this is right now a battle between Shox and Olofmeister, which is not necessarily surprising, but everybody else is starting to get in here. You know, Crims was out of it for the beginning, he's up to 5 kills, Scream wasn't getting anything, up to 3, so everyone is starting to get some traction in this game very early on though.
I'm liking the player names on the side of the monitors as well for these kinds of shots.
Yeah.
Very cool. Definitely cool to see, because I mean, Disco Doppelin, you know, he hasn't been around for ages with Fnatic. I think he joined up in November. And, well, right, you might not be, I mean, this is basically like the first international team that he's really playing on that's having any kind of an impact, right? So you might not be familiar with his face, but there you go. Now you know what he looks like.
They should obviously do giveaway of the monitors for whoever wins, you know? That could be interesting.
Get that Olofmeister monitor? Okay.
Exactly. Twist ends up going down. He was boosted up there. Good reaction. And now we actually do see the 3-man stack in middle. We were bringing this up earlier, and it's happening now. G2 swapping out the defense quite a lot and saying, all right, well, we want that early mid defense in case they were going to try and push through. And now that they're not, we'll swap it out one more time. But it shows you, as you were also alluding to, maybe G2 do have more of a plan in this game. You know, they're not just keeping a static defense. They're really trying to change it around pretty much every round. It's hard for Fnatic to guess what's going to happen.
Exactly, because if you're relying on headshots, if they fall into a pattern, that helps you so much. If you're going random, though, and you don't have the structure, it's going to come back to bite you. Dennis literally stomping RPK into the ground and brings it back to a 4-on-4 here, and we're tied 4-4. Fnatic on the T side. Going into the 9th round, and there's the opening. Doplin's going to catch Scream, getting greedy, trying to go for a peek and connector. He's down, and now 2 players holding here in CT. Hit the shot, not quite. Body's there to shut him down, but Crims, again! Crims, I have to say, has been hitting some crazy shots so far. Key kills.
Absolutely, and I think someone wishes now that they had stayed with a 3-man stack in middle, because as soon as they gave up on that, Fnatic started to make the approach in there. And this is so unfortunate. Look at what's happening to RBK. Because he's already he's looking straight into the sky, so as soon as the player coming above sort of crosses the midpoint, he can't obviously keep, by bending his head back. He has to sort of, pivot around, and it's actually very hard to take that kind of a shot. It would have been easier if he had been facing the wall instead of having his back to the wall, so just a bit unfortunate there. 10th round is coming up, and G2 at another pistol round here. That's 3 rounds in a row for Fnatic if you've lost count here. Swedes are starting to get back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell because G2 are ecoing. Again, like, Shox doesn't even see him before he's dead. Crims right now is so on point. Some of that individual play, perhaps, Some of that individual prep coming through. If Crims finds his old shape, I mean, he used to be the wrecking ball, like one of the most brutal players to face up against in the early days of the Fnatic, the glory days, right, of the Fnatic roster.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously the desk were making a bit light of this, and Dennis' comment saying, they have 2 players to rely on and we have all 5. Well, I mean, the fact is that even if in recent months some of these players haven't sort of hit their best form, it's absolutely true. If Dennis, Olof, and Crims play really well, Disco Dumpling, obviously a new young talent, but actually very impressive. And I don't know how many people are on this boat with me, but I think Twist has potential to be one of the best players in the world. So he just hasn't shown it on this team or really any other team. But you see glimpses of it. I'm still convinced that it can happen one day. But we'll see if it's going to be this major. Maybe it is.
Hope springs eternal, Anders.
Yes, it does. Don't worry, Markolov is going to be playing later as well. It'll be glorious.
Last game of the day too, actually. In case you're a Flipside fan, you're a Markolov fan. We had the in-depth.
I will
on Zeus.
Yeah, and you brought a tear to my eye. I will never give up on the dream of Markolov making a full return. Never.
You and Lurpus both.
Yeah, the only 2 people in the world, but still.
Fan club of 2.
It must happen one day. Just wait. They got a bit of a setup outside of B. Smith is I don't like this position. If you're going to play alone in B, if you're this far into the bomb site, imagine how little warning you have before things go bad.
Yeah, you see some differences, especially because this is an incendiary spot, exactly. Now he has to fall into a really horrendous position. And he's going to miss the shot opening up. Does he get the follow-up? No. Twist wipes him out. And it's going to be Scream and Shox. Quick rotations, though. It doesn't even matter that Smith didn't hit his shots initially. If these guys are able to actually get the retake going so quickly, G2 with a man advantage and the bomb hasn't even been planted.
Yeah, I think Fnatic should have made much more out of that early fight. I mean, if you win against Smiths like that, you shouldn't then be in a 3 versus 2 here. But they are. Disco Doppling going to go for the open plant towards Checkered, which is exactly where Crims is holding, so a little bit of thought going into the plant. I like that. 1 grenade left on Body, and again, it's going to force Disco Doppling out. He can't stay here. Fire right at his feet, and now he's flashed, walking into the box, and Body actually going to single-handedly win that round. Looking easy for G2 with the retake here.
Scream for shame. Wait, hold on, is Smith called? Okay, yeah, Body did manage to find the AWP in the end. That's what he was looking for there, it looks like, but unless I'm mistaken, maybe Smith is saying, actually, don't give me the op, give me a rifle instead. Because he decides to drop it. So, interesting decisions being made here. Maybe the double op isn't exactly the go-to play that they are aiming for. Especially because Smith had the AWP, his position made even less sense. If he has the AWP and he's holding the first corner looking out into Toxic, he will have such advanced information that someone is coming, he'll know it. Yeah.
And he's pretty safe, even if they come and peek him, maybe he misses the shot, but then he falls back to the next corner. When he's in that bomb site, you see all the grenades raining in, he has maybe 1 or 2 chances, and that's it. Then he's out of the round, and I'm not a big fan of it, but they brought it back anyway, so can't complain too much.
Curious. There it is. The shoulder peek. Olaf not going to find the shot. Scream. You can count your lucky stars this time. You just barely dodged that. That would have been a great opening here for Fnatic. Instead, Shoxy's now got the angle. He's trying to support RPK as much as possible. Exactly. So RPK's holding close. The vent Molotov goes down, though.
Oh, that could have been death. If they thought that Molotov was down and then they go and peek Olofmeister and he's still there, look at him looking over the smoke. Oh, and he's going to get shot down. RPK playing it cleverly. That's a nice early frag in favor of G2 here. They need it as well. If they lose this round, again, their economy is going to be reset and things will be very bad. Dennis at the forklift looking to push up. We've got plenty of time, but it seems like Fnatic are set to go towards this A-bomb side. Twist is right behind him with the bomb. Krim's going to take down shots now. Dennis looking for an open on Scream. Gets the spray on one, follows up and takes down RPK. Still in the back is Body waiting. They weren't expecting this many people to be here. And Body going to take down Krims. That leaves Smith now 1 versus 2. Can he win this? This is a lot of pressure on him.
It's a tough situation as well because they know that he's coming from B site. They know that Smith's last guy going to be rotating over from the other bomb site, and so they can actually prepare for this. The smoke going down to block him out. That gives him a little bit of an angle to work with. Does bait a response at a twist. Hits the shot on Disco, and Smith's now into a 1v1. He's got an incendiary. He's got a kit. He's got options here, and especially if he manages to stick that incendiary back behind quad boxes, does he figure it out? Does he want to swap? You could have some clever play, but the time is ticking. Smith is going to get forced out into the open, and now Twist can just play games with them. There's so little time remaining here left on this bomb. Smith not going to be able to find the kill fast enough. Twist will hit the headshot, and Fnatic, the clutch 1v1 win in the end. But how painful is that if you're Smiths?
I'm shocked that he got that kill on Disco Doblin. That looked like such an awkward angle, like he wasn't really going to be able to turn all the way, but he actually did. Dennis doing a lot of the work early on here, especially with that second kill. It's so weird because the barrel is in the way, but it works out anyway. So 7-5, and a very, very good start for Fnatic here. They won 4 rounds in a row, then they lost the 1 round, and now they're back to winning again. It puts a huge dent in G2's economy, and that's what we're seeing again. They've had so many, eco rounds here, it really feels like. I'm not sure why that is, just because they can't really put together any kind of reasonable buy. It's going to be tough for them to win too many rounds. I think they need probably around 6 or 7 rounds in this first half. That might be tough, but not a bad way to get started.
It's not over. It's not over, but it can definitely go south. You're right. I mean, if they can get up to 7 rounds, I think they're fine.
Yeah.
If they're G2, they're fine. But that's still a long ways to go here. Although there's what is going on?
That's RPK with the USPS, and he's against head armor, and he's still wrecking them. I just don't even know how. Twist gonna get overwhelmed a bit here. Let's drop down to half HP, and then the HE Deagle combo to take out Twist. So G2 stealing around out of absolutely nowhere. That's criminal. Look at this from RPK. This is very, very impressive.
This is some sick aim from him, and this is headshot basically. It's like a position that, yeah, most people are just going to be pre-firing this spot practically. But the fact that he actually picks up 2 kills, Olofmeister and Disco, that's a huge round coming in for RPK.
Yeah, he's up to 11 kills, right behind Shoxu's at 12. Interesting stuff. Also, sort of a fun historical fact about these 2 players in particular, if you weren't keeping around the source days, that these were the 2 best source players in the world at different times. But I think everyone actually always said Shox, slightly behind, whereas in Global Offensive, obviously Shox has been the superstar for a very long time. But maybe RPK could find his way back there. It's always been a question mark ever since they picked him up again, isn't it?
It's just it's been a very mixed sort of bag with RPK. I mean, I think the main praise that we could give him in CS:GO is that he's always just been very consistent, right? Not so much for the flashy plays like we saw there, but he was always able to deliver those 1 kill per round sorts of situations where if you're an in-game leader, you could kind of build around RPK because you could count on him at least getting you like the 1 kill that you need for your strategy to work.
Yeah, definitely an important asset to be relied upon. Scream walking out into the middle a bit earlier, and he would have caught Olofmeister, who's now behind the box in middle, waiting for the right time. I think he heard Scream running back, so that's some information to work with. Look at Olofmeister. He actually spots a guy in the main, but he's on essentially a spy mission here. He's infiltrated the lineup. He's walking back. He expects to find Scream, but he's run all the way over the forklift. Now Olof just going to continue to look into the B bomb side. Dennis and Twist waiting on the other side. This could be cutting it close, down to 30 seconds. If they don't win this fight immediately, they might run out of time. It's right on the edge here for Fnatic, and RPK and Smith holding a crossfire angle here. 20 seconds left. They need to get that bomb in. It's cutting it really close now. Twist has the bomb right across. They walk in front. That's the bomb dropped. And now 14 seconds. RPK, they have to go and check for him. And Olofmeister, hero round for him, picking up RPK, and that's going to allow the bomb plant.
No grenades. They have no grenades for the retake this time around, G2. This is actually atrocious. The fact that RPK gets nothing out of that situation. Smith did his job. He got that 1 kill. But they had all the information. It's amazing that Smith even picks up the 1 kill, given the fact that where else are they going to be if they're defending B site, apart from checkers or B halls? Apart from checkers, because you have 2 guys in B halls. I don't know how this round actually plays out this way.
Oh. Scream is walking up right behind Scream, and that pretty much seals the deal. Now, Shox is saying, wait a minute, I can try and clutch this anyway. This is slight madness coming out of Shox, I have to say. The bomb is actually not planted openly for them, so they sort of have to go and fight him, but he doesn't have a defuse case right on top of him. Dennis gonna straight peek him down, and that'll be a triple kill for Dennis. Everyone goes up with a bomb as we go into the 15th round. 8-6 is the scoreline here. I think G2 are fine with getting even 6 rounds. I think they could be just fine with that.
I mean, it's not like it was a stomp from Fnatic, right? For example, if it was a stomp kind of half, we'd be saying, okay, 10-5 Fnatic, 11-4 Fnatic. Then you seriously lost the half. 9-6 is still a workable number if you're G2. So it's not over. But again, that's going to come down to how coordinated your T side is if you're G2. Fnatic, if they're relying solely on aim, CT side can get pretty comfortable if you're just holding angles. So this is still a very even match between both of these teams. We're in the 15th round, last round of this first half. 8-6 lead for Fnatic, and they're looking to make it to 9. And Scream with the counter boost.
Yeah, but this is madness. They heard they running in main. Disco Doppler was boosted up there. He heard them running underneath him, and they made the call. You can tell on the new map. They knew Fnatic. Wait a minute. They're pushing aggressive. Let's just all go B. What a great call coming out of the Swedish side. That was very intelligent. Now, Scream, he gets a kill. He almost should have continued because now he's very low on health, but still, it's a 3-on-4 here, and the bomb is down.
Dennis holding close checkered, though. And it's going to be up to Shoxy now to check this angle. He does. There's the first shot. Nicely done there by Shoxy. That's going to open it up. Crims and Twist, last 2 alive here for Fnatic. Holding onto the site. Crims again delivering more and more headshots. Twist going for the tap, but Crims is still alive. All he has to do is play for time. There is no kid. Mid-air shot. Obliterate Shoxy. Is at the finish. Crims is a beautiful beast. What is that? 14 kills at the end for him. This is almost like a glimmer of the OG Crims. The old monster Crims.
It's him and Olofmeister. It's the duo. They used to be so deadly. Very impressive. That's 9-6. Moving into the second half, obviously, I mean, it's an uphill battle for G2, but I actually think the problem is, if it is true, if we accept the idea that Fnatic are lacking in preparation coming into this, that they're not sort of quite a team and they're just looking for more of the individual play, that usually shows more on the CT side. And it does so because while, yeah, sure, if you can win all of your first duels on the CT side, then great. But as soon as you lose a player, you have to make you have to sort of answer back with something. You have to make a rotation. You have to make a, an adventurous play. You have to go and find information. You have to respond in some way once you've lost the first fight, and it's very hard to do that if you don't have the preparation. Here we see a bit of a matchup between Olof and Shox, and I mean, the ADRs they're all right, but they're not through the roof. Obviously, these 2 players did a lot to get to this point.
Yeah, but I mean, Shoxy had that phenomenal first, the first couple of rounds, basically. The pistol clutch where he got 4 kills. He got 3 kills in the follow-up. So, I mean, he got most of his kills right there within the first 2 rounds of the entire half. And then he kind of just was able to chime in here and there after that. Olofmeister felt just a little bit more consistent across the board. But I think the big difference here is the fact that Olof, man, he's got Crims there to back him up. Twist is in double digits as well with 11. I mean, it's Body and Smiths. And RPK, it's actually a fair spread. There's, like, as far as the kills are concerned right now, Shoxy, his teammates aren't too far behind. I think it's like the key player Scream who kind of needs to step up now. Yeah, going into T side.
I actually think that's a good reason to believe that G2 could do a lot on the second half here, is because nobody is really that far behind. They're all working quite well now. They just need to win this pistol round, and then they should be on the way. Crims with a pretty forward position, but the player that I'm most worried about on this team for Fnatic is Dennis. He's such a beast with the pistols. We've seen it time and time again. So if anyone's going to be on the camera, it's going to be him. He's trying to click away, but no, he gets taken out. And what great timing. Look at that. G2, every single Fnatic player had to worry about at least 1 angle and maybe more, well, at least 2 or maybe more than that. They were just rushing in from every spot you possibly could there. Timing couldn't be better.
That's actually a really rare strategy. How often do we see them go rushing squeak door with 4 players like that?
Yeah.
Actually, that's not something you see every day at all. Much more likely to see them come through A main, which is why Crims and Dennis set up there with the crossfire. Usually teams, if they're hitting that A site, they're just going to go charging through. But running through the choke point, Fnatic get completely caught off guard.
Timing was so good, but Now, G2 did win the pistol on the first half thanks to that ridiculous clutch from Shox, but they got it stolen away in the second round, and that obviously cannot happen again. They need to continue to win. When they were on the CT side, G2, the most they won is 2 rounds in a row. Then they just won single rounds. So they had one time where they won 2 rounds in a row. They need to build together like a really big string of rounds here where they just have a nice economy going forward and everything is working out. And already they're taking a bit of damage, but good grenades coming in. RPK burns to Scream's Molotov. What a way to go.
Wow, Shoxy catches the rotation. I mean, what's fascinating about this match in particular is that we're talking about 2 teams that just experienced a fall from grace. I mean, we're talking about 2 of some of the most dominant players, rosters, to have played this game, and at least G2. In G2's case, right, it was when Shoxy and Scream were insane during the summer, where they were just mauling everybody, and then they got robbed at Cologne in the major. The last major, they were in the group of death, and they lost to Fnatic as well. Yeah. So, I mean, it was a painful experience for G2. We never really saw them take off after that. It felt like that major was their time to shine, where they could have won that major, and they wound up in the worst possible group and just barely didn't make it out. And ever since, really, it's been the fall off, the decline from G2. And the same for Fnatic, right? Ever since Olofmeister and his injury, it feels like the team has just been struggling to post results. Nothing like what we used to see. I mean, we're talking about a brand, at least Fnatic, that was the most dominant brand in CSGO history, period.
Yeah, the string of tournaments they won when things were going well was obviously unmatched, especially given the level of competition at that point in time was just ridiculous. But we're at 9-8. This is a completely open game. Anyone could win this right now. The money not there for Fnatic, if that's to be expected. We'll see how it goes a bit later on. And G2, they know it, so they haven't really bought nearly anything. They're just keeping on to the submachine guns here to try and make the bonus money if they can. $600 per kill. Twist tries for an early deagle shot, falls back to the secondary corner, but he's got the information that people are out there, and that's a good start.
Yeah, this is going to be that B hit. They're making use of some nades here so far to clear out checkers, but Twist is still alive at headshot with the Deeg. This is pretty much a perfect spot. Just ask Nico. Oh, that's wide. 1, 2, going for this raid. There's another. He gets 2 kills. This is unbelievable.
They need to get close and take him down. Dennis from on high gets a kill, and Twist is still alive back here. 41 health. He's finally going to get shot down. Scream landing 2 headshots with the Galil, and that leaves Disco Doppeln 1 versus 2, and he gets the body tank in on Scream, but it will be a triple kill here for the Belgian player, and that will be a 9-9 scoreline tied up. You thought for a second, didn't you, Samler? Yeah? I thought for a second that this was going to be the steal again.
The Nico ace all over again. This is from this exact position. Nico, one of the best Deagle players in the world, basically. Yes. Got that legendary ace. Now, well, Twist wasn't quite able to make it happen, but still, they did make it quite a bit more expensive for G2 than G2 would have liked. Good kills in that eco round, and Fnatic now, they get the buy. Full rifles, nobody going for the AWP. Olofmeister, no op for him. That's interesting. Dennis also capable of opping, doesn't want to go for it. Twist. I mean, they have such depth to these rosters, right? Where it's just like, everybody can do everything. But it seems like it's just going to be rifles across the board, apart from Shoxy, who's got the UMP. But which might as well be a rifle, and which gives you more money, and which doesn't cost as much as a rifle. I mean, why not?
Imagine if Scream had missed the pipe then and just fallen into the fire. They will take a bit of damage. Just the pace is on here and just running right into it. But they've got full mid control at the moment. I'm not sure what's going to happen to Olof if they actually go into checkered right now. They have a Molotov left on Smiths. This could be... Oh, he's going to pop it into the B-bomb side instead. That's a shame, because now Olof's position could be quite good. He's waiting patiently back here, flashes out. Olaf going to transfer right on, drops the bomb as well. Goes for a third. Spray wants to get the AK to continue, but they're going to shut him down.
Oh, that timing, but he did drop the bomb, and Disco dropped him through the smoke. Lines it up on RPK. Smith's trying to get across, and he's just barely going to manage it. Both players now, no grenades, bomb planted. Shox is upgraded from UMP to the M4. But there's a single flash grenade here for Disco Doppeln that's pretty much worth its weight in gold at this point. Smith's going to take the risk, goes for the peek, gets annihilated, and it's all on Shoxy now, 1v3, but we've seen him do this already. Not this time, however. Disco will find the kill. Just goes dancing onto the site and gets that defuse.
Very good sign for Fnatic early on. You know, they lost the pistol, they lost the next 2 rounds. When you suddenly sort of end up losing 3 rounds in a row, it can be a bit uncomfortable, but suddenly they bring it right back. They get the rifles, as you pointed out, no AWP or anything, they just make it work.
What a flawless timing there for the flash. That's some great communication and teamwork coming in from Fnatic. Because basically, Olaf is just screaming, players and checkers, get that flash in here, and it just works out perfectly. So double digits now for Fnatic.
All right, watching the major with his cat, who's obviously not watching. You can tell by the fact that its head is sort of facing the wrong way.
Do, you know?
It is. I've heard rumors. I've heard rumors.
Do pugs do that? You know, pugs actually can't get on top of the desk, so I guess you don't really have to worry about that too much.
No, but they will generally sort of try and push you around until you pick them up. So you know, they get their way most of the time anyway. They know what's up. Bit of a spray coming through, that smoke going up, and more mid-control here for G2. This is something that I don't like seeing out of Fnatic. If you have to give up mid-control, at least let them fight for it, at least let them spend a bit of time, and look at it, in a minute and 20, and G2 have mid-control already, and Fnatic are not even really aware of it yet. That could get very bad later on. If this keeps being a trend or sort of a feature of the Fnatic defense, I'm not a big fan of it. Oh, and Olaf trying a big risk there.
Twist? No. Playing it safe. Not the best position. I guess if he has Disco there to support him, Twist, it isn't too horrible. If Disco's first contact.
I hate that position at the first box. I really hate it. I don't mind where Twist is standing now, but for that first box into the bomb side, right on the left, it's the worst for me. I can't stand him if
you know who
play that.
shouldn't get caught by it, though? RPK, because that was his favorite position. He used to play that like every time. He'd play first box. And so, well, we'll see. Scream's into checkered now, and so Twist looking for a repeat. Gonna get the flick? Yes, he does. What is this? Drop Scream. Great burst control there from Twist. He's looking for more, but he's not going to find it. Body is there to trade the kill. And a man advantage for G2 going on to the B side with the bomb.
Look at Dennis. He's still in A. He's not even doing anything just yet. Is he confused about whether or not it actually is a B push? I mean, now the bomb goes down, and it seems like they just given up and said, all right, we're not going to try and fight this. They don't have any grenades, so maybe it's reasonable. But it's a bit of a shame because that brings G2 right back in the game. And they only had to get a couple of kills for it. Olaf was taken out outside of B trying to push. And then once Twist went down, that was it. It's going to tie up the scoreline at 10-10. This has been a crazy game. Just right from the beginning. It started with a clutch from Shox and a quad kill for him in the pistol round. And then it just never let off. They just kept going from there on out.
This is the reset. This is a hard reset, in fact, for Fnatic. This is where it gets kind of grim because you need to save these 3 rifles, and I think that's why. Otherwise, they're not doing anything in the next round, and G2 are able to pick up steam and start rolling. Now, because of these 3 players, Dennis has enough to drop an M4 for somebody, and so that's very important. Some additional firepower there. He's going to be able to go for a smoke as well. Yep, perfect. And so they do actually get a reasonable buy. They're tied at 10-10 now, but it's a much better buy for Fnatic than if they had tried to go for it. Maybe survived with 1 rifle or none, and then you're just ecoing hard versus G2. G2, however, their money is actually starting to come together pretty nicely here. If they can make a solid round, it's going to get pretty tricky for Fnatic to maintain a hold on the situation.
Yes, it'd be tough for the Swedish team if they lose this upcoming one. Their bank is essentially gone, so we'll see how well they do.
Parkour.
Yeah, I like it, and this is a fun position for Crims to be in. If people walk really close, it can be hard to see them, but if they're walking back up against the wall like RPK is here, you can definitely see the top of someone's head.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got the AK as well, so it's a perfect position for him, in fact, for Crims. This could catch them off guard. He's got Dennis holding close to Forklift as well.
Oh. Almost looked like that was going to connect now. The Molotovs are raining in, pushing them back. The smokes are down as well, and they're pushing through. Crims challenging up on the container. That's such a dangerous play, but he does get the kill. Disco Goblin's down, though, and RPK following up on Dennis. Now things are looking worse for Fnatic. They got to win this round. They have to win this round. Olafmeister doing his best, dropping the bomb as well, and now falling back to the next corner. RPK with only 20 health. He goes for the fight and wins it, and he gets the long-range headshot, taking down Twist for the triple kill. The tag is back, and he's at 18 kills right behind Shox here. That's going to bring G2 into the lead 11-10.
What was that? He was down to nothing. He had no HP left. It's tagged here with the UMP. How much does he have? He's down to 7 and 1 tap. It's like, hey, Scream, check it out, bro.
You see the slight twitch there from Crims. Not exactly excited about what's happening. They're out of money. And they were just 1 round down. It's not the end of the world. But again, I think if Fnatic aren't feeling too comfortable playing here, and the CT side can just be tricky. Especially when, as we've been talking about, they don't have any mid control in any of these rounds.
No, that is what's making this really nasty. You have no information on mid. You need to go for some aggressive plays, basically, like the one that Olafmeister's trying to set up here towards B Halls. But even this one is more like passive aggressive, right? He's kind of, yeah, he's pushed out there, but he isn't really fishing for info. He's more just looking to get the drop on somebody and get a free kill. So I think we need to see more here from Fnatic. And RPK so thorough, uses the incendiary to clear out that angle. So Olafmeister doesn't get anything out of his trap.
Yeah, very well done. Now they're just waiting, and why not? They might as well see Fnatic are going to try and get back into it somehow. They've got a stack going on at the B-bomb site. And how long before they figure out that something is up? If Body walks in and gets taken out, then everyone else just rotates to A, and it's a perfectly reasonable sacrifice. Body finds one, and he's going to go and check the next corner. He's just cleaning up with the MAC-10. They don't even need to do anything right now.
Yeah, this is so good for him. $600 a pop. That's why you get these SMGs. You want that UMP, that MAC-10, MP9 if you're on CT side, and you're Shoxy. Big fan of the MP9. I mean, you're just looking to make as much money as possible. Crims, he's going to get $300 for that kill, but that is it. And RPK, with the rifle, will pick up $300 of his own for his own kill there. So, 12-10, and G2, they're slowly extending their lead here. They're managing to chain quite a few rounds together. After winning the pistol, they got 3. Then the 1 round back here from Fnatic, putting them up onto 10, but it's been 3 rounds in a row now for G2. Can Fnatic put a halt to this? Olafmeister, there it is, the change. Glass cannon AWP.
Big risk, a big investment. It could work out very well, but I'm definitely worried about this one. Cash is one of those maps where it's very hard to avoid getting grenade damage on you, especially if you're going to go into checkered without the armor. This could end very badly for Olafmeister. He is going to have to go big. He's also alone. There's no backup here. They got mid control, yes, but what about him? G2, they're right outside. If they get the right grenade on him, he's going to miss the shot early on, tries to fall back through the smoke, and he's going to be successful so far. I'm still shocked that he's playing this close to the sort of regular grenade area. Twitch is going to cancel as they come through, but oh, Scream hits a headshot. It looked like the timing was there. Now they've lost the bomb site. The bomb is down, and they can't fight this. They have to save.
No, Dennis had to stay alive at all costs because Crims was rotating B to support Olaf. And so now, it's just, yeah, this is it. Disco Dolphin's going to spot it out in mid. He's already been lit. Crims will take one fight through the smoke. Body, don't hang around too much. You're going to get punished. The flash is there, though, and Body is fearless. Will deny Crims the ability to save that rifle. Instead, it's going to be Olaf and Disco, and Smith's already going to be looking for him. Unlucky for him, he actually runs into the guy with Kevlar. So with the UMP, not the best. If he'd have run into Olafmeister, though, pretty much would have been a guaranteed kill there for Smiths.
And now they're just hunting for the rifles. They know that this is very close here. G2, they've got all the tools to win this map, and they just need to get as many rifles away. Olaf, no one's going to be close enough to get him here. I do want just a nod of approval to Scream for what he did in the middle here. I think he only got 1 kill this round, but when he was up on boost, he was looking like he was about to fight Disco Doblin, who was in the middle, right. And he just fell back from that fight immediately. That's actually something that I think Scream, sort of an older version of Scream, wouldn't have done. You know, even when he was at his prime, he had sort of a tendency to take fights that he didn't need to, even though he would win them, you know, a lot. It isn't worth it. So as soon as he falls back from that fight, it's just almost impossible for Fnatic to do anything. So I like seeing Scream playing intelligently, because we know he's got the aim for it. That's never been his problem, right? It's making those decisions that say, well, you know, I'm probably 80% chance I'll win this fight, but it's pretty much 100% if I don't take it and we just keep playing, you know, 5 versus 3. That's even better. Yeah,
it's man in question right there on your screen. And that was a tactical timeout used by Fnatic, the first one that they have. 4 30-second timeouts they get to use throughout the map, and so Fnatic have decided there's the one, and they used to be legendary for this as well, but mainly it's, I think, so that Jumpy can actually have a say in what's going on. He's their coach, he's been with them for quite some time now, back in August he joined the roster, and so, I mean, he wanted to have a bit of a talk, but it doesn't matter if Shox is going to bulldoze Olafmeister. Dennis gets the drop, but then Scream is there to trade. Good spacing here from G2 with this rush onto the A site, and Crims not going to make the difference. And he, I think, was the linchpin where maybe it could have turned around. Instead, it's just Scream getting headshot after headshot.
Oh, nice shot from Twist here. Still a 1v2. There is body armor on Twist, which is actually pretty important in this 1v2. I say go for it. You've got the deagle. Now is the time to come up with something big. If you can win this round, then Fnatic actually, I think even mentally, can get back in the game, but it's going to be tough. They're both hiding behind here. He's going to have to spend so much time looking for them now. He's getting ever closer, and he doesn't have a kit, so he really just has to run and gun with his deagle. They're right around the corner. There's the one headshot, but he can't expect the second player to be there. And that was the trap. RPK will take him down. 14-10 as the French are now well in the lead. And RPK's overtaking Shoxy on the top of the board. He's got 24 kills. It's the return of the sources.
But what I'm glad to see is Scream. Like, that is sick. That he had a bit of a slow start. There wasn't too much action for him, unfortunately, or he was going into retake scenarios in that in the first half. Now that it's on T side, he's got that AK default. Great. Everything working out perfectly for him. And the money is fantastic for G2 here as well. 14 to 10. G2 looking very good to take this whole thing. But Fnatic now, after that round, they're going for the buy, and it's a double AWP setup here for Fnatic. Disco Doppelin and Olofmeister. Have to see if they're going to make it work. Now they've actually changed it up. Look at this, 4 players in mid here for Fnatic. They said enough is enough, G2. We're going to put up a fight here.
Oh, they actually trade places. Oh, no. Nice shot from Twist, continuing the spray. Even a Scream is mid-air, but they lose the 1-0 there. Disco Doppelin going down. So after all of that confusion, it's still a 3-on-3. Shock, Smiths, and RPK, can they bring it back? If they do now, certainly they will win the map. Fnatic, they are not out of it yet, and they're not going to give up. And Twist, look at that. He's actually moving up all the way almost into T-spawn right now. He's inadvertently, he doesn't know this, but he's actually letting them into the B-bomb site. What a chaotic round this is going to turn into.
Such a shame for Twist that he wasn't able to get more out of Vents, considering G2 made an elementary mistake. They did not Molotov Vents. Twist could have completely ruined them. Instead, now, he's playing the long con. Smith is going to see this coming. He's in the perfect spot. And Twist, of course, is not going to make a single noise. He's going to get the drop on Smith here unless he decides to check back. No, doesn't check his back. Smith with the free kill.
I think at one point both those players were peeked out with their backs to each other. I think actually Twist was checking Toxic. What a shame, because if you got that kill, it would have been a 2-2. But now Crim's just looking for maybe a chance here. Going to walk right into Smith, picking up a second kill for him, and that'll be RPK with another 2-2, 15-10, and it is match point here for G2. RPK 27 kills. Who saw that coming? We said Shocks and Scream. Those are the 2 players we had to rely on, and then out of nowhere comes RPK.
Well, he's got 1 round. Well, I mean, he's obviously got more chances than that due to Fnatic, you know, still having money to go for the buy. They can still fight back into this, but G2 are on match point now. Is he going to get 3 kills in this round to join the 30 bomb club? He's going to be the first one to get up to a 30 bomb in this major.
And I mean, just speaking of RPK and where he's coming from, you know, he had to take a big chance and give up a real-life job to, you know, to come and play this. And obviously, I think that was a very hard decision for him. And at times, it seemed like maybe he would be, you know, left behind in all of this, and he wouldn't be able to sort of come back and play the game at a high level. You see him now. That's kill number 28, taking down Olofmeister. This is now 4 kills away from being a win for G2 in this round. If they can happen, then, I mean, what a power play in the second half. They just haven't let go. They're just trucking Fnatic right now.
Yeah, RPK. This guy's a monster now. So we're keeping count. We're keeping count. I've still got faith that he can make it, that he can get the 30. Twist and Disco Doppelin over on the B site. Body has got control of Vents as well. And Twist is going to find the shot on RPK, so there we go. It ends it. But now, can G2, with tied up at 4-4, with the nade advantage, can they just collapse and decide which site we're going to go onto? And it does look like, well, what was successful last round, let's keep trying to rinse and repeat that. Everybody going through Vents, it looks like, towards that B site. I don't like that the bomb is getting kind of hung out there to dry. Scream could get caught, but Disco not going to go for the peek and L-bend. Instead, it's going to be the straight push onto the B site here, and Twist holding all the way at the back.
Wow. What a peek from Body. That's just so dirty. I don't even know how Twist could have played against that. I don't know what the answer is to that play. You just have to accept it and say that, well, I guess I'm just out of the round then. 4 versus 3. Now, Crims, Dennis, and Disco Doppelin left here, and they're fighting to try and stay in this first match. Otherwise, it's going to be the French team just walking away with it here. And you can't say they don't deserve it right now. They've been playing out of their minds. Body going to get the kill. Disco Doppelin and Crims are left, and that's going to be the end of the game. 16-10 in favor of G2 Esports. They only let go of 1 single round in the second half, with RPK ending at 28 kills, Shocks at 22. Wow. Thorin just put out this video and he thought to underestimate him, and look at him here.
That's impressive to say. I mean, well, Shoxy, you can always count on Shoxy. It's almost like,
yeah, that's not
one of the most consistent players across, you know, what, 4 years of CSGO now, 5 years. Like, it's just unreal the level that he hits. But when it comes to the rest of them, they just got to keep up. They got to keep up, and this time it was RPK. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll throw it to the analysts to break down this second map and lead us into the third one of the day.
having a bit of a bout with the camera. It's a long way to go down, mate. But he doesn't know what to do. It doesn't happen often.
I think it's both of those players, Disco and Twist, who a little bit like Twist has been a long time touted as like this next upcoming superstar in Sweden. He's a player that every time NIP roster
So it's all about the trophy, and we all know who won the last major, SK Gaming. A little bit different this time around. They're going to be using a stand-in as they take on Hellraisers today. So we're going to break down the teams. I'll start with you, Duncan, talking about SK Gaming.
Yeah, well, I mean, the key thing is, with the stand-in situation, well, obviously it's Fox here on the left. You might have seen him in the past, obviously, in teams like FaZe. I mean, actually, he has been to the semi-finals of a major when he was on G2. He's a player where he had his difficulties at the end in FaZe. He has only played one tournament with SK. You have to give him kind of the benefit of the doubt in that sense, but he didn't go well in that sense. Like, the result was okay for the team. His kind of role within the team looked very kind of hit and miss, though. They hadn't quite decided, are we making this guy a primary AWPer? Is he just going to be a supportive player and just kind of be a guy in the team and not make too much noise? So I think they're still figuring that out, but I actually have still a fair amount of confidence that SK is going to go deep in this tournament. Like, I think they're going to make the playoffs. I think they're going to get that Legends spot, and then from there, who knows? Because I feel like the rest of the team, the strengths of the team are very much still there in the framework. I think you've still got Cold Zero, you've still got Fallen, you've got a great player like Fur. I think they've got enough pieces where even if Fox doesn't end up being a good fit, they can make the rest work, especially against these kinds of teams that are kind of, you know, are more questionable, more touch and go.
Well, yeah, tell us about that questionable team of Hellraisers, Jason.
I actually, much like Gambit, I think this team is a little bit sneaky and maybe a little bit surprising in how strong they can be in some of these matches. For me, some of the big star for me is Bondik, who I know has had great performances when he was on Flipside, when he was playing in previous teams. He was kind of that central player who drove them forward, and he still has phenomenal impact in this team, especially in the major qualifier. If you look at some of those matches, Zero as well. I mean, they're just kind of a lot of solid players who have got this good system with a lot of confidence in each other, and they all, I mean, stepped up to come through that major qualifier. And I think that's the big strength of this team, is that no one's really expecting them to do a whole lot, but they are going to be very dangerous in BO1s.
So, almost ready for the map veto. Duncan, this is your wheelhouse, so tell us about it. Where's this going to go to? Because you've said there's some similar map pools.
Yeah, as I outlined, I expect it to be, you know, sort of between like a Train, Cobble, Overpass. I'm thinking probably Train and Cobble, actually. So SK gets Nuke out of there. They don't really want to play that at the moment. Hellraisers, I'm figuring at some point, maybe they're going to make SK do it. The Mirage ban, I think, will actually come in soon enough. So we're going to have Cash taken out, which is obviously another classic ban from the SK guys. SK doesn't mind playing Dust 2 in theory, and I think also with the stand-in, maybe they would want to play it. So actually, Hellraisers themselves ban Train. So maybe they just think we don't want any part of SK's Train. It looks like Overpass is still in the mix, but Mirage as well, and it's going to be Mirage. So this is an interesting one, because actually, even when SK had the full lineup, when they had FNX in the team, Mirage had really fallen off a cliff for them. You know, it gotten to be where it was starting to be a liability, and in fact, as a result, you even saw them saying, you know what, we're going to sometimes play stuff like Dust 2 over Mirage.
Yeah, your reaction, Jason?
I mean, they lost a lot of confidence in Mirage, and this does kind of set the stage. I know you mentioned earlier that this is one of your big upset matches for the day. This kind of sets that stage. If SK hasn't improved this map over the month that they've had off since December, this is a little bit of a trap for them, because this map did get very, very weak for them at the end of the year.
So Puckett is back for the major, and earlier today he spoke with SK Gaming's legendary in-game leader, Fallen.
Fallen, so good to see you once again. You guys are entering the tournament as back-to-back major champions. Is there any pressure coming in with that title?
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I think there's no pressure. I think every team that's attending a major wants to win it, and it's the same for us. And I think being able to win 3 majors in a row would be something very unique. I don't think anyone has made it so far. I think Fnatic has 3 majors with different lineups, but it wasn't in a row. So we have the chance to put our name in the history here, and that's what I'm going to try to do.
Well, this is a big day, number one, and looking back at the previous majors, you had FNX on the lineup. Today, you're playing with the stand-in Fox. What does Fox bring to this team, and what's kind of been the strategy since adding him in for this tournament?
Yeah, so we had a couple of times, some days to play one tournament with Fox, and of course that was a little messy because we didn't have time to go enough strategies to adapt Fox as we need. But for this tournament, I think we had more time, so we had more preparation. We could realize what are the strengths from Fox, and I also could put him to fit on our play style. So I think this major, he will be able to play better, and I think we as a team will perform better than we did last time with Fox as well. So it's very different to play with Fox instead of FNX, but it's something that we're going through, and we're very excited and we can do it.
Well, I know a lot of the fans want to know who's running the op today.
Who's running the op? That's a secret. I can't tell everyone. I mean, it depends really. Sometimes you're going to see Fox open. Sometimes you guys are going to see me. It all depends on what we want to the map and which specific roles we want to take during a round. But most of the time it's going to be me.
All right, my friend. Well, best of luck. Looking forward to your match.
Thank you.
All right, so Fallen fairly confident, and the teams are ready to go. So, Duncan, you did allude to you felt this might be an upset. Are you going to commit to that in your prediction?
Yeah, but mainly because I actually think this is just a map where I don't have a lot of confidence in SK on this specific one. I thought before they were going to meet on a map where they're both really good, and that would kind of be the blockbuster upset. But I feel like Hellraisers, yeah, I think they're primed to be able to do this. I'll plump for them on this. I'll take the underdog.
All right, Moses.
Yeah, I'm going to put my confidence, we're going to have split desk again. I'm going to put my confidence in the number 1 and number 2 player in the world, Colden Fallen, to be able to take this one home for SK.
All right, then. Well, we will find out who is right on the desk again. But for now, we hand you back over to...
He's going for Hellraisers. Is he? Do you think he's playing into the meme at this point? You know, the whole prediction meme that's going on.
That he'll take a dead Fox over a live Fox. Is that what you mean?
Something like that. I mean, I'm baffled by this one. What do you think? I mean, I agree that Hellraisers are better than they seem on paper, and they're not to be underestimated.
Yes.
But at SK, even with Fox, it's SK.
I have to go with SK. I have to follow up with Moses here. I mean, Dead Fox is capable of crazy things. I think he's like the life force of this team for Hellraisers.
Yeah.
In his ability to get big, high-impact rounds, lots of kills, and I mean, it's key, obviously, for Hellraisers. They count on him a lot. But you're going up against the likes of Cold, the likes of Fallen, Fur. I mean, Taco even, it's just... There's so much firepower, there's so much depth to this SK roster, and I'm confident that they've had enough time now to figure out how to best use Fox and how to get him to fit into the team. I don't think that Fox is going to be such a big liability. I think that, in fact, SK are going to be feeling better and stronger than, you know, I think most people would assume going into this match. So I have to side with SK.
We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the third game of the E-League Major. We are just getting started. It's only day one, so if you're just joining us, then please invite all your friends and get them watching, because this is going to be interesting. Hellraisers on the CT side and SK on the terrorist side, and they are charging the bomb side. Fur running in with the Glock first, but Angel, 2 big headshots coming through, taking down Fur and Fox. And are they going to be able to continue? Stico does go down, but Dead Fox showing up to drop Fallen. This is looking great for Hellraisers early on. They're at a 4-on-2. There's no bomb plant happening yet, and the SK lineup, they're stuck. They're just having battles out in the open in the middle of the bomb site. Angel finding a 3rd pistol headshot in the round. What an incredible way to get started here. That's the captain of the Hellraisers team, and he's wrecking SK at the moment.
Well, it's not over yet, so I'm not going to start quite talking about why I think Hellraisers right now have done such a fantastic job, but so far it's all on Taco on a 1v3. Bondic is down to 11 HP, and Dead Fox is at half, so this is still possible here for Taco. If he can hit some headshots, he can take down Dead Fox. It's all about Zero, and that's why Zero is the one who's kind of holding the open angle towards CT. He's got the most HP, so you can afford to go for the peaks here versus Taco. But Taco with the drive-by and the 2nd headshot, and now he spots out the 3rd man as well. He knows exactly where Zero's coming from. This is unbelievable. Can he actually catch Zero standing up? Yes, he can. Looking for the shot, but he's not going to get it. Zero with the 1v1 clutch and the pistol to start things off here for Hellraisers. Barely saves it for his team.
Still, how did Taco even get into a 1v1? Look at the 2nd shot, Angel. He can't even see what he's shooting at. Oh my god, but this is This is some god tier play coming out of Taco, honestly. That should have never happened. When Hellraiser's in a 3v1 like that and they know the bomb is down on the side, they only have to wait. They just have to wait until they hear the bomb sound and then they go. They don't have to fight even before that.
Played it so perfectly, Taco. I mean, Dead Fox, they did. Hellraisers played it very well. All they have to do at that point, there's so much pressure on SK Gaming to play and get that bomb site under control while the smokes are still up. But once those smokes cleared, nobody was peeking on Hellraisers.
Yeah.
Nobody was giving SK anything to work with. It was brutal. So for Taco to drive it that close into a 1v1, that's crazy for me. SK Gaming, though, no bomb plant. They go for the force fire in the second round. Dead Fox holding close window. Bit risky. He's within a one-shot headshot range here. Fur was able to get exactly the drop on him, and there's the opening kill.
And Bondit going down to what is happening, Hellraisers. This is one of those rounds that you really cannot lose, and already you're in a position taking a lot of damage on Stico and Angel too. They've got to be very careful here. Bomb is being brought into the site of smoke there to make sure Fallen can get down, but actually they get 2 kills in return and almost denying the bomb plant. Very close Stico there to making it happen. Angel will take down Fur, and suddenly Hellraisers are back in the round. Taco and Fallen. Can he do it again, Taco? He's got a Molotov, and they have no smokes. Oh no, this could be a very painful way to lose a round. Taco, he knows it.
Exactly, and there's already the rotation coming out here from Paul. He's going for the long con. Taco just looking to get that incendiary down. Yep, gonna deny Angel the defuse for now, and that buys even more time for Fallen to rotate in. They have no kit, and Angel, the Molotov spreads onto him, the flames, they consume him alive, and it's all on zero now, 1v2. How did this happen?
Taco with a triple kill. You hear the SK team erupt when that happens. Unbelievable. The Molotov, you're right, the last 3 ticks or something, it spreads, stops the bomb from being defused. I mean, it was only getting started, but still, that could have put a lot more pressure on them. And then a triple kill for Taco. He nearly did it in the pistol, he did it in the second round. Shocking result early on here.
They're always so hype, SK. In rounds like that as well, but it was so close in the pistol. Now SK, they managed to win the force fire in the second round. Hellraisers with their backs to the wall already at the beginning of this half. They won the pistol. They should be coasting. They should be picking up 3 rounds, and they shouldn't have to worry about anything. Now, however, they have to get the drop on him. Cold lurks his way in, reacts in time, catches Angel sleeping.
Yeah, it looked like Angel had a couple of seconds there to maybe get a kill, but Bondik, I don't think he's going to make too much of this position, just too much happening right now. Taco will be going down finally. Dead Fox, but he's going to get jumped. He actually got the headshot on Fallen too. So you said he was sort of the pillar of this team, and you saw a bit out of him there, some flashy moves coming out. But Zero can't do much to win this round, really.
Out of everybody on Hellraisers, I expect to see that kind of performance from Dead Fox. Really.
Yeah.
Like, he, for me, is a linchpin. Angel, he did manage to pick up a couple kills in that pistol round, right? And he has definitely seen a big rise in his individual level because they have changed it up. Yes, he's the in-game leader, but the man who's so important for Hellraisers is Junta, the coach standing behind him. It really is a team effort between him and Angel to come up with the strategies, and they have a very similar way of looking at the game as well. And so this has allowed Angel to really focus on his individual play because he has that support. Easy shot there. That's why we call it the murder hole. Easiest kill of Zero's life.
Yeah, it definitely is. You feel very exposed when you realize there's someone on the other side and you're sort of stuck in the middle of it. Zero, he wins the fight. He's going to go for another one. Fur had 36 health. If he had got shot in the face, then the round would have been lost. So that's how quick it can go from a 1v3 almost to a lost round. You've got to be careful here. And these teams need to remember that. This is a major tournament. Don't take the risk. Don't try and go for it. It's not worth it. But it is going to be 2-1 here in favor of SK Gaming. A very impressive comeback into the round. And honestly, Taco, I mean, if he's going to be playing at this level, he's got 8 kills. That's more than the rest of his team combined.
Taco gets very little credit on this team, right? There's a lot of focus on Fallen, Cold Zero, for obvious reasons. But Taco is one of the highest impact players that SK can have. In some of these majors that they've won, he's been the one clutching rounds, incredibly important rounds that get you the title. Taco was the one who stepped up. He's always been one of the hardest working players on SK Gaming. He is a monster, so I'm not surprised to see him leading.
Yeah, but if you remember when he joined the team, he was maybe the most criticized player on the roster.
Absolutely.
Everyone said it was a mistake. You know, they should have brought Steel and the rest of them back, and now it's looking a bit different. Fur almost getting caught there, swapping from grenade to SMG, but works out in the end. I like the double grenade early on from Hellraisers in this round. That got him the first kill, so they're putting some damage in. Stico is the one with the pistol in the middle. Can he catch the bomb here? That'd be interesting. He's got the position for it.
That'd be nuts. And he's going to catch Fallen looking the wrong way, but unfortunately for him, P2000 and no Kevlar means Fallen whips around and takes his head off, so it's down to Dead Fox, 6 HP, but this is kind of according to plan here for SK Gaming. This is an anti-eco round. They are going to go over towards that B site. Now that they actually encountered the opposition on A, they feel like whatever, we can get that plant on B, and it's going to be up to Dead Fox now to hope that he can catch somebody off guard. Fallen definitely seems to be thinking that it's going to be from Kitchen, the push from the CT player, the remaining CT player, but it's actually up in B Apartments. Dead Fox has got a real chance here. There it is, the instant headshot, and he gets the kill on Fallen. Nicely done.
Yeah, that's the most you can ask for in that position. That's not bad, you know, looking for the round. Look at this.
I love it.
Cold Sierra actually sent flying almost.
We don't see enough of that, honestly. Multi-nades like that, where you just get 2-3 HEs. 2 HEs, if they land right on the button, that guy's dead. You shred him.
Swift introduction to the Hellraiser space program, you know? Instant destination.
Oh, we haven't had that in ages. You remember the Jump Olympics?
Yeah.
Come on. Was
Smoke. Throwing flashbang.
He's against Fulton on the other side, in fact, which is interesting.
It's a little bit scary. Sticko, oh, the run boost attempt from Fallen didn't quite work, but still. Got the angle on mid. Good timing there for the incendiaries as well to go down. And so now, well, they need to make up their minds, SK. We're getting to that minute mark. This is where it's about to get to the time where they need to make the play and decide. They've almost got connector controls. It looks like it's going to be a flash in for Fur. No, no flash even. They've got the smoke blocking connector off already, so there's the flash.
Dead Fox is right on the other side. If he misses a shot here, well, he's not even going to get a chance. Fur creeping in through the smoke. That's a nice play coming out of the Brazilian player now. 4 versus 5, still 50 seconds left. Plenty of time here for the terrorist team to make up their minds. Sticko and Bondig are making a great choice. If they catch Fox with the bomb, rotating into T-spawn, oh no, Fox is right on the other side. This could be horrible. Sticko is going to go down. That's such a big kill for Fox. Otherwise, who knows? And now they're looking good.
Where are the shots, though? I mean, Bonnic's still holding here. This is it. The key kill drops Fox. 27 seconds left. Now down to 25. Taco expecting somebody to be on the side. And Bonnic, he is the hero. He gets taken out by Cold in the end. But they're still just barely. If he could have stayed alive, they're just barely going to have time for the plant. And they have to keep control of courtyard at this point. Fallen at all costs, but it doesn't matter. Zero and Angel peek anyway and give up the round.
Yeah, and for realizing that he had to take that fight in CT spawn, I mean, if Bondig makes it back from the second fight, he's going to get the kill here. If he can make it back around the corner, and I almost wish he would have stayed at Tetris. He could have bought another 5 seconds. Who knows, but...
That's one of those rounds that's infuriating. If you're a team watching the demo afterwards, if you're Hellraisers, you're just like, oh, we were so close. Obviously, they didn't know. But we were so close to keeping that together if we could have just stayed alive.
It's going to be moving into the 6th round here, but things are looking very bright for Hellraisers. Oh, sorry, for SK. But we have to sort of stipulate that these rounds are really close. It seems like Hellraisers might as well have been in a 4-1 right now, instead of it being the other way around. So I wouldn't start celebrating just yet.
No, I mean, once they, this is the pitfall, the major pitfall here for Hellraisers, is that they just never really get their feet economically back under them. That's where we start to see teams really take off on the T side. Mirage, CT, it's so important to have grenades and kits. If you don't have the money to get the smoke grenades, to get the incendiaries, your life is so much more difficult. This is really one of those maps where it's so key. And so that's the risk that Hellraisers run right now. They need to go for the eco, because in this next round when they go to 5, they have to have as much money as possible. We could see SK, if they win the next rifle round, we could see SK just running away with this half, getting up to 9 rounds.
Yeah, they're getting very hard to control. Zero waiting in CT spawn, just hoping that someone's going to walk by. Currently, Taco is 11-0-3. That's a ridiculous score. I mean, now in the 6th round, that's just way too much. Practically bordering on having a double kill per round at this point. If that continues, obviously, there's not much of a competition anymore.
Well, one good thing to see is that Hellraisers have, like, they went for some deagles. I was hoping that nobody really went for deagles or 5.7s and kind of gimped themselves going into the next round, but 5,800 pretty much across the board. Couple guys spiking up to 6,000. That's plenty of money here for Hellraisers. So this is the big round, Anders, that we have to watch here closely for Hellraisers. SK are in the lead 5-1, and Hellraisers know it. They're taking the time out. 30 seconds where they can actually get Junta involved and have a bit of a discussion on how they want to change things up. You can see the coach, Junta, standing behind there, having taking full advantage of the 30 seconds to get his info in.
Now we should point out, I mean, if what we're saying is true, that Dead Fox is one of the cornerstones of this team, the one round where he could afford the AWP got taken out by Fur and Connector, right? So if you're just taking sort of a quick summary of the first 6 rounds, Dead Fox has had an AWP in 1 and he got no chance to use it at all. Like he never was in a position where he could have shot someone and he missed a shot and that was it. That was made the difference. So I feel like, you know, having a player like him on board, they need to create an opportunity for him. They need to make something work. But you could do that in the middle. If Dead Fox goes in the window and there's someone down on the main floor mid and just, you know, sort of is taking the primary fight with SK, that can happen, but they need to create some space for him here to make this work.
It's this smoke right here that's basically the nightmare for Oppers now on Mirage, which is why you rarely see Oppers even take the op into mid, into window. It's that short smoke. It goes down so fast, you have to just use grenades at the back. You can't get picks with the op. And look at this, SK Gaming taking advantage of this lack of information that Hellraisers have. Zero gonna win the duel versus Taco, but Fur is there to trade. Zero gets taken out by Fox, and just like that, 3 players still alive for SK Gaming, and they get the bomb plant on B.
And even worse still, Cold Zero is looking at top mid. This is such a powerful position for Cold Zero to be in. If they try the retake, he's certainly going to be able to catch them. They're trying for a bit of a boost, I think, maybe to look over the smoke. But you see here, very easy for Cold to walk in behind them. Fallen almost goes down. He gets the kill on Stiko anyway, and now it's all on Dead Fox. 1 versus 3. Doesn't even get the kill on Fallen, then that would have been at least the beginning. I think this is pretty much game over, and Fallen gonna pick up another shot, even with 14 health. That's 6 and 1. And Hellraisers, it just, I mean, they trade evenly in the beginning. I mean, it's a 3-on-3, but they can't get back in the game.
Yeah, Zero did work. He got 2 kills there. I mean, he won the duel straight up versus Taco, the entry man for SK Gaming, but then
Wow,
no support from Stiko.
he got the headshot on Fallen. If he'd had the AK,
Yeah.
that would have been it. But the M4 doesn't one-shot headshot at that range. That's horrible.
The main issue though is just look at that. 8,000 almost across the board there for SK Gaming. It's only Taco who's taking the hit economically. But everybody else, they're filthy rich, Anders. Like, so much money now in SK Gaming. It's going to be so hard for Hellraisers to force them to an eco situation where they can start getting some easier rounds on the board, right? Hellraisers instead going for the half buy in this round. Couple guys going for the Kevlar, Angel going for a scout. Interesting decision. There it is. Nicely done, Fox.
Yeah, he got the tag in return, Angel, but doesn't really matter. They had a double grenade set up here at the A-bomb site, but one has already been used, and the other one is never going to be thrown by Zero. So Stiko and Dead Fox, now just Dead Fox left. Trying his best. He's going to get the headshot at least, so bit of a smile for him. Steals an AK. I don't think he's going to get to keep it through this round. Cold Zero is coming for him. 7-1. SK looking very much alive at the moment.
Cold is one of those players when it comes to anti-eco rounds where he's just so brutal. Almost used a word that would have got me in trouble. Just a monster. Brutal.
Yeah.
He keeps his cool. He's got perfect spray control, perfect poise.
There was a reason why he was considered by many people as being sort of the player of the year last year, right? There's a very good reason for that, and you sort of see it. I've heard from teams who have been practicing against SK leading into this major that they feel like it's definitely a different team with Fox, but they're still scared of Cold Zero. They're saying, you know, no, he's still very good. He's very hard to play against.
That's what gives this team real. I mean, I expect SK Gaming to make it top 8 at least. So I mean, they should be able to get through this group phase pretty much unhindered with that kind of skill, right? With Cold, with Fallen, with Fur and Taco. I mean, even Fox with the rifle, he looks fairly comfortable. Fallen gonna get caught though. Stiko taking advantage of the smoke, but they're exactly Fox, the pacing. He's right there behind him with the space.
They were actually under him in the smoke. That's one of the silliest things I've seen yet on this map. Fur is going to be taking down Angel. This is working way too well for SK Gaming. I feel like Hellraisers, they sort of need another timeout almost because it was close in the beginning, but now they seem to not even be in the game. There's nobody bringing them in. He sees the back, but he can't get the shot in. Dead Fox. I think it clips the the back of the model there, and can't quite get the shot in, and he's going to get tagged. He doesn't have any head armor, so just going to fall back.
Who was planting there? Because that person doesn't do squats, right? Dead Fox was trying really hard to get that shot, and he just couldn't quite connect, you know?
Almost shooting him in the buns.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that.
The much famed bun shot. Zero.
Yeah, there's no way to count on this stage.
Yeah. Well, they are getting hunted. There's no reason why SK wouldn't do this. They have the money, they have the momentum, they have everything going for them. Dead Fox going to use the AWP as Zero. He picks up a kill. He's getting almost shot down, but I think he's going to live through the round. 10 seconds, or 2 seconds left. He actually gets a shot on Cold Zero. That felt like the end of the round lasted forever then. But we are going to get another Hellraisers timeout.
Yeah, second timeout use here for Hellraisers. My one concern is for Hellraisers coming into this. I mean, there was a concerning interview made actually with Stiko where he just said, like, we're playing 10 to 12 hours a day, and I'm even going further than that, just trying to keep up individually, but I'm not enjoying the game. Like, I'm not finding the joy in it because, we're just grinding so hard that it feels, well, obviously like work. And that's not what you're looking for when you're boot camping, basically going into one of the biggest tournaments of your career, right? If you can't find the joy in it, then that's going to be telling when you transfer into the game.
Yeah, it's been a discussion for a long time. I think the Cologne major that NIP ended up winning, I think it was that one where sort of the then version of Hellraisers also had just a ridiculous practice scheme where they played more than anybody and they didn't do very well either.
You get burnt out.
Yeah, I think maybe if you want to do that, I think maybe you need more help to do it. Like, this is where I'm interested to see if the sports world can lend a hand essentially to the esports world and get some people involved, get a sports psychologist, get a sort of a coach on the team that has more experience trying to get people to work that many hours and make it work, because it must be grueling, especially if things aren't working. It's one thing if you're practicing a lot, but you can tell that the practice is sort of paying off, but if it isn't, I'm not sure if it's worth it long run. 8-1 is the scoreline regardless, and we're moving into the 10th round here. Fox, is he being set up for a flashbang? I'm not sure. Taking almost the third one, but Dead Fox will be able to pick it up, taking out Fur now. It's a 2-3 scoreline.
Man advantage for Hellraisers. And so, this is, well, Hellraisers' best chance to fight back. 8-1, SK in the lead. And while the bomb is still here, they can possibly pick it up. Yeah, they can't pick it up because nobody's holding hard on window. Instead, Hellraisers are waiting for SK Gaming to make the move. But with 35 seconds left, they aren't going to have to wait too long. Taco up in Palace. This is his usual spot, as we've seen throughout these 10 rounds. Likes to create space up here on the balcony and try and find that headshot, but look at how passive they are, Hellraisers. They're fully committed to the retake at this point. They're like, we're going to let you get onto a site. We don't care about that. We have the man advantage. We have the kits. Couple of flashes as well to make life easier. We're trusting in the retake at this point. 10 seconds. You got to go. What is going on? Cole, you got to run.
Yeah, I don't mind the passive approach if there's 20 seconds left, but now they should be very aggressive. 4 seconds. No, they're not going to make it.
What is this round?
That's absurd. It's absurd from both points of view. When they're in the middle and there's like 40, 30 seconds left, I don't really mind the Hellraisers are playing defensively, but when you go down past 15 seconds, you should move a bit closer to the bomb site, because then you can put pressure on the bomb planter.
Look at how well that worked out, though. That push, that's really the money kind of push right there. The top mid smoke wasn't there, or it cleared up. Angel is going in, but he manages to bait falling out into the open, and you have that support from window. This is kind of what you were referring to earlier, Anderson, where you want to try and set up those 1-2 combination punches if you're going for CT mid control like that, if you're going to go for the aggro. But sure enough, SK Gaming, again, that smoke goes down, and now Hellraisers, they're kind of denied. They know one guy's up there because of the nades that are coming through, but apart from that, it's not a whole lot of info to work with.
Very concerning right now for Hellraisers. They finally won a second round, but their money is not looking good. And honestly, if they lose this one, they're not going to have a chance in this first half, are they?
They're going to get blown out. Yeah. I mean, look. This is the difficulty, right? If you're CT, it's so hard to reestablish your economy because we're starting the round. We're a minute 17 in, and just so light on the nades. Still, 2 incendiaries. That's what they're holding on to here. Angel's got a smoke as well. And Taco, he's changed it up. He's lurked his way out through Tetris without making a sound. Does it work? Does he catch Bondic? Bondic right there at Shadow. Goes for the peek. And Cold Zero is going to find the opening kill on Angel on short.
Bondic, he almost has to take the fight with Taco. If he stays in Shadow, then there's a very good chance that they're going to come in from Connector and just have him pinned in the corner. Stiko taking matters into his own hands, going to be walking in the middle. The timing just doesn't work out for him. He could have maybe caught the kill then, but now he's been spotted with the FAMASA, and he's down to half health again. The mid control here for SK is pretty much unchallenged for Hellraisers, and the grenade, maybe it helped him up the ladder, but it also took another half health essentially off him from what he just had. Now, 4 versus 5, and oh, Fallen! How does he get that shot on Stiko?
Fox is there, and it is going to be the opening kill from Kerr. Catches the trade. Bondic from CT will take down Fox. 20 seconds left. Again, SK Gaming running down this clock so dangerously low. They really aren't giving themselves much time to work with. 14 seconds. They need to pick up the bomb. Taco, you don't have time again. You have to run for it. Fur is going to find Bondic. So that's CT open. And just going to have the time this time around. Like a second left when this bomb gets planted. Zero rotating in from T-spawn, though, in a 1v3 retake. No grenades, but he has a kit.
Are they just showboating some, or are they just trying to make this exciting for the viewers? You know,
Nerve-wracking.
Let's just wait until there's only 1 second left to put the bomb down. Zero. Yeah, I'm not buying this for a number of different reasons. First of all, the lack of grenades, but also the fact that as soon as he fires this gun, they're going to know where he is, and he will be in a very hard position to come out of alive. Taco will be going down, and Cold Zero catching him, even at that slight gap, is enough for him to get the kill. That will make it 9-2. Favoring SK Gaming, and another reset economically coming in for Hellraisers.
How brutal, 8 rounds in a row. You're like, we did it, we reset them, yeah!
Yeah, and I mean, again, if you keep this idea in mind that Dead Fox is supposed to get the EWP and be the power player for Hellraisers, he just can't do that. Like, on none of these rounds, he's had it he's had it like 2 times maybe, I'm not even sure. Maybe just the once.
Silliness.
It's incredible.
Oh, there's a shot, though, Dead Fox. Going for the shoulder peek. This is a hard eco coming in here from Hellraisers, though, so we should expect SK Gaming to pick it up pretty neat. Angel holding close with Zero backing him on short, so they're looking to try and set a trap. Then they might catch Cold Zero. Cold Zero is alone. He does have a man on Delpan, though, watching towards short. Let's see, is Angel gonna get the jump? There we go. There's the spot, falling ready for it. Easy kill.
Yeah, he saw that coming, which is good news. It's still not every day that we see that boost coming in, so I could understand if someone got caught off guard, but SK, they're having everything their way. Grenade? Oh, it's gonna be stolen. That's a shame. Would have been a nice grenade.
Flawless round. And we're really just seeing, like this, yeah, we're really just seeing the difference right now in Poi. Well, it's really just that SK Gaming show no respect. They're just, we saw a couple of rounds there where they ran the clock down, definitely playing a little bit safe, a little bit worried. But for the most part, the majority of this half, it's just SK Gaming just running around and having their way with Hellraisers. Hellraisers are not able to really get any kind of fight here. 2 kills for Stiko right now. Bondic sitting at 3 kills. And we're 13 rounds into the first half.
Yeah, and Bondic, I mean, Moses is pointing this out. He's one of those players that needs to show off for Hellraisers for this to work out, and he hasn't right now. I don't know if he's putting a lot of sort of focus into helping out Angel with the calling or anything like that, but it is looking very rough at the moment. Stiko will be going down. Taco trying to follow it up. The flashbangs are in, and Bondic, he can't see a thing. He's still going to get the kill, and now Dead Fox is there on the crossfire, but he's going to get Molotov down, trying to put down that smoke to cancel it out, but they've lost Zero, and it's a 3-on-3. Still finding their way onto the bomb side. Here is SK with Cold Zero in middle, and the bomb is actually out there. They have to go.
Yeah, they have no choice. There's that lack of respect I was talking about, though. Taco's like, I'm gonna get this guy. He's not gonna do it. And it ends up costing him. Pro on high. Dead Fox has no idea what hit him. And Bondic will get the peak. We'll get the trade. And we're very even right now. Both of these teams 2-on-2. Lots of damage taken by Cold and by Bondic both. And Fallen still alive with a Tech 9, looking for the long-range shot. Not going to find it. And now things get tricky. 50 seconds left, and the bomb dropped in the open. No grenades here to make life easier for Fallen, although he does pick up a flash. He's going to bait a response from Angel, but Angel with the headshot, instant.
Yeah, nice play from Angel. Really good at playing those corners, actually. Gets a double kill for himself. It's a 3rd round for Hellraisers. It's very hard to get, you start believing in that this can really happen. If this was early on, you know, yeah, it would be looking interesting, but 10-3 is such a massive deficit when you're playing on the CT side of Mirage here, and everyone knows it. Certainly Hellraisers are aware. They don't seem particularly fired up, and SK, they're just sort of grinding out these rounds. Slowly but steadily. Now they're going to go to the mid-control here, and I like this play. Angel and Stiko going to be taking down Fox. That's a good start. Fur, he sees the feet, and he's going to be able to get the kill on Stiko. And now in window, Dead Fox very low on health. He's not going to survive this one either. Fur will take a headshot, and now it's a 2-on-3. It was a great idea, and it was even a good start, but they just couldn't hold on.
Cold is just so unused to actually having to pick up the bomb that he, like, it's unreal. To actually carry the bomb and get the bomb plant, he just keeps leaving it out there, just drawing it out. I'm like, Cold, please go pick up the bomb. Your teammates have got control of A site now. Just go and get it. Like, wait, hold on, Semler. I gotta go and find a kill real quick.
Oh, good shot from Bondic. But you're right. Maybe, you know, he normally has people do that kind of work for him.
Well, there's the smoke. Yeah, Fox in general, I suppose, right? That's pretty much going to be his role on the team for SK Gaming. But smoke goes down, that blocks it off. Bondic has already thought ahead, though. He's rotated over towards CT. Rotation coming through from Zero as well from that B site. Colt doesn't care. He's lurked his way right through. He might be able to completely hamstring this retake coming in here from Hellraisers. With 40 seconds left, there's enough time for shenanigans.
Yeah, and it's kind of a clever... Actually, that walk through the smoke is clever because Taco's putting bullets in from Palace. So if someone's doing that, you're not thinking that someone else is also walking through the smoke. I mean, this is a good mind game coming out of SK. They're going to get the bomb down. 2 versus 2, and now Zero and Bondic, they're even running onto the bomb site. And now they're realizing we got duped. This is tricky. Taco has a Molotov as well. Even if they get the kill on Cold Zero, they're going to have to try and deal with that. Flashbang is in. Cold Zero going to be shooting Bondic in the back, and now Zero coming in. He makes a bit of noise, and Cold hears it, and it seems like Zero is going to try and save the AK for the 15th round. Wow. Brutal round for SK. I just love everything about this. I love the shots through the smoke as Cold Zero is walking through. That's very clever.
It's just mind games. And well, between Taco and Cold, they pretty much joined the team at the same, well, that was DreamHack Winter 2014, wasn't it?
Is it?
No, it's 2015. I'm out of my mind.
It can't be.
It's all become a blur.
It has.
But really, the meaning is that there's a long history between Taco and Cold. They played on teams before, joining up with Luminosity at the time, now SK Gaming. I mean, they go way back. And so if you're going to talk about a duo playing together at the end, there's a lot of experience between the two of them. They're going to have a bit of an edge. And we just saw that right there with the mind games and the clear communication. 11-3 for SK Gaming in the lead on T-side Mirage. First half, and it's a brutal one here for Hellraisers. Of course, SK Gaming have all the money in the world. They get to do what they want. And in the 15th round, they're like, hey, Fox, you know what? Go ahead and op. Go nuts. Go nuts.
Why not let him do it? You know, it's hard to imagine how they could possibly lose this game now. Such a massive lead. Fox, right on the other side, and Zero's here. I mean, this is not a bad position for Zero to be in. If Fox misses the shot, if they peek each other, then that's going to be Dead Fox actually hitting a scout headshot on Fallen to take him out.
Now, but Cold and Fur, they're just wrecking house over on A right now. We're back into a 3-on-3. Fox just now rotating over. He's going to have to go through T-spawn to pick up that bomb. In the meantime, Taco and Cold still alive here on the A side, applying the pressure. Taco spots the man in jungle, faces and takes a bullet to the face, but Cold is going to go ahead and trade. Not sure if he spotted the second man, however. He knows that Dead Fox is playing jungle, but he's definitely expecting that rotation from Zero on the B side. It's not going to happen, though. It's through underpass.
Another 2v2.
It's just that Fox, he's not going to have that smoke to block him anymore. Is Dead Fox going to be looking towards Palace or not? It doesn't look like it. I guess not.
Flashbang into CT spawn again. Look at how well they're playing it. But he gets a leg shot. He gets a follow-up headshot on Fox, making absolutely short Fox on Fox action. And now Cold Zero 1-on-2. Can he make this work? He's going back into it, trying to get the headshot. 24 seconds left. Can he win this? No, not going to happen this time. Zero will take him out for an 11-4 scoreline, favoring SK Gaming. It's got to be just a very, very comfortable position to be in if you are the Brazilian and Portuguese side.
I just like how straightforward SK Gaming are. Like, this entire half is pretty much revolved around A site for them. And
yeah.
It's very similar to what we saw from Gambit in the first map of the day on Cobble, where they pretty much only hit B on Cobble on their T side. It's just, some of these teams, for some reason, they just want to keep repeatedly hitting a site unless you can figure out how to stop them.
Now, Sumner, without letting you check the score, what I cheated and just did, but it shocked me. Who's on top of the scoreboard right now for SK?
Well, Taco started.
Yeah?
So it's not Taco anymore, is it?
Is Fur. He crept up.
Where did he come from?
Yeah, this is actually what I actually have noticed this a lot. This happens a lot when you check the scoreboard sort of in the middle of the game. You suddenly realize, wait a minute, Fur's getting a lot of kills, and you're not seeing them. He's just creeping in there every once in a while. It's kind of weird that it happens, but yeah, he's at 16, 15 for Taco and Cold Zero. Somehow he's just managed to sneak in there. It's a great performance on him, obviously, as well. Very important stuff, and we're going to get into the second half here. The countdown has begun. 15 seconds, and I can't even imagine a path for Hellraisers to get back and win this. And you know what? It's such a shame because during the first 5 or 6 rounds, it was so close. It was down to clutches every round. If Hellraisers had won some of these, I bet this game would have looked different. But I think not only did they lose that initial battle, I think they lost like all confidence at that point, you know? They lost too many clutches and they just couldn't mentally get back in the game. Now Fur going to continue. That's 17 kills for him, getting the headshot, getting another 1-on-0. Fur trying to continue, but Angel will take him down. Fox in the corner, he's going to get one. That drops the bomb, and now it's just Cold Zero with the final kill on Bondic, leaving Steve on a 1-on-3.
Well, Fallen, he's got the angle, and he's just going to be completely unflashed by that. No problem at all. Takes down Stico. That is the pistol round in the second half, picked up by SK. Both teams picking up the CT pistol, although it didn't really pan out very nicely for Hellraisers in the first half. They got the pistol, sure, and then SK Gaming proceeded to just completely annihilate them 8 rounds in a row. Now we have to see, you know, SK Gaming, they get the second half pistol. They're up 12-4. They need 4 rounds here to pick up this one map.
Yeah, if they weren't already winning, now they certainly are.
Oh, look at this. It's like 5 UMPs. This SMG is so good. It affords them full nades, plus bonus kill money. Not a huge fan of the UMP, but I mean, I guess when you're going up against full eco, why not? And you can carry that gun on into the next buy round as well.
Yeah, and unlike... Oh, wow, that's dirty Cold Zero, but...
He does happen to have a tag at that exact spot.
Yeah, he's made it history already, so why not just try and bring it back? But I mean, I think the fact is that if you bought the MP7 or if you're on the CT side the MP9 or something, those are pretty good if you're just running and gunning, but the UMP works so well at long range too. I think that's what makes it so powerful. It works pretty much almost every range, so...
And it does the highest damage versus armor as well.
Yeah.
So you're just... a UMP is exceedingly good. And the pro players, it took them a little bit to figure it out, but now it's really just like, it's the opinion is unanimous at this point that UMP is the way to go.
They're boxed in. Taco is coming out of the B holes and actually all the way in T-spawn now. So whatever they're planning here, Hellraisers, it's not going to work well. They don't realize it, but they have actually already been found out. So they're setting up this A push, and as soon as it happens, everybody from SK is going to be ready for it. Fox finding another kill in the round. Taco coming in. He's going to go for the... Oh, Angel! Turning around and executing him. Just trying too much. I want Angel to win this round. That would be great, wouldn't it? The greed coming out of Taco. Angel going to pull out the Deagle. 28 seconds left, and he's going to try and make it around the corner. The bomb is right there. SK, no, they don't have to fight him. They can just wait for it. There's another headshot. He's not going to get the third one in. Fox will take it away, but almost Karma got played there against Taco. That was interesting.
Yeah, I was talking about lack of respect. This is as clear as it gets. Angel, though, not going to have any of that. He's like, get out of here, youngster. It isn't happening. Wasn't Taco getting pissed about getting knifed not too long ago? Wasn't there something going on about that? Can't remember. My memory is fuzzy. Something about the Undertaker.
There is there was that going around, but on the other hand, you know, it's always worse when it happens to you, right? If it's the other way somehow, everyone is fine with it.
Not gonna happen. Fox looking for the follow-up, but he gets it. Trades effectively, takes down Bondic. 13-4 right now. And Hellraisers, they put everything they've got into this one round.
They fall back quick from middle, and Fox spots it. So that should, yeah, I mean, this kind of grenade, I think they should know what's coming now.
Look at but speaking of grenades, there are no grenades left for SK. They've got a single flash on Taco. That's it. He's holding B apartment, so he's in the right place at the right time because that bomb is about to come running through here, but this is going to be hairy. 3 UMPs, an AWP on Fox, and a single flash grenade to stop Hellraisers from getting onto that B site.
Yeah, but Cold Zero can turn around. There's nobody coming catwalk, so Cold Zero can create a crossfire with Taco here. Oh, he's actually rotating out. Now, that's a lot of trouble for Taco. Cold Zero needs to be called back in here. Taco going to be shut down. The worst possible timing for that rotation coming out of the Brazilian side, and Cold Zero going to get trucked as well from Zero. Not bad for Hellraisers, not at all bad.
Yeah, this is... I'm actually quite surprised at that. How quickly they were able to just swarm that site. It was the perfect timing. Hellraisers hearing Cold Zera. I mean, they heard his footsteps clear as day. They were pushed up in B apartments. They heard his footsteps clear as day, and they didn't hesitate. They said, this is the time to get in there as quickly as possible. And Fallen surviving with 1 HP. He's like, wait, where is the gun?
There is no gun. Fallen surviving on 1 health though, not bad. There will be Hellraisers picking up a 5th round here. Just solid work coming out of them. I think that rotation for Cold Zero is incredibly unfortunate. If he had stayed there, things could have got just a lot more interesting, I reckon. But they'll save the AWP on Fox. I think that still means that Hellraisers, the upcoming round, they've got to be very careful. They have to not run into that somewhere and just get completely wrecked. I'll try and actually explain exactly what the issue is. So Cold Zero is holding here, Taco's holding over here. Now, if you're just coming in right around you get the first first window, you're going to get cross-fired from these two positions. It get you really rough. But if you have a second or third player coming in from this angle, suddenly this guy has a very hard time. You know, he's going to have to deal with both these angles, but they didn't have that. So that's why I thought this position could have been very, very good for SK. Ultimately, it didn't work out that way. Cold Zero got cold feet and just made a run for it.
Just didn't, you know, exactly. Sometimes that's the way it goes. It looks like we have a force buy coming out here from SK, however. Did they really put all their money into this, all their funds?
Yeah, they
Pretty
did.
much. Cold is the one holding back for some reason. He's at 2100, but that's interesting. Fox finds the opening shot, takes down 0. 13-5 right now with SK in the lead on CT side.
What did we say, Sam? They had to avoid that AWP. Fox goes hunting.
Exactly, he gives no choice, right? He's not the kind of Fox that sets traps or walks into them. No, he goes out there with the rifle.
Apparently so. Definitely turning it around on them. Taco's now still alone in B, but maybe they feel like the fact that the AWP was shown on this side is enough that they probably won't come B. I mean, it's actually not such a bad gamble. It just turns out not to be right this time. So Taco again turning his back, and he's going to get shot down from Bondik, who leaps out of the window and drops him immediately. Now, with a bomb plant too, I don't know. SK, sure, if they get a kill really fast here, they could go for a retake. Otherwise, I'm not sure it's worth it.
It depends on where Fallen dies with that kit, really.
Yeah, that too.
Because he has I mean, they have a kit, but Fallen deciding to back off, he's just... they're looking out for Fox, essentially. I guess they're counting on Cold Zero having eco. He'll have some more money to go into a buy in the next round. Fallen as well might be able to drop something for a teammate, a FAMAS or something along those lines. So, I mean, it's still a case of SK Gaming have so much room for error that they're not even just taking any risks to make Hellraisers feel good, feel more confident. They're just going to go ahead and hold on to their guns and wait it out. See what they can achieve in the next round. We are seeing Hellraisers start to actually, you know, get a little bit more confident, though, just saying, because now that's back-to-back B-site hits that have actually worked out for them.
Yeah,
and they're showing some depth as well. I mean, SK Gaming, like I said, they went A-site 13 rounds last half. Hellraisers saying, well, we can go A, we can go B. You can't really cut corners and cheat with us. You're gonna have to try and spread across the map and find out where we're going.
I almost feel like the fact that Hellraisers are slightly coming alive now, it's almost even more sad that they had such a bad first half then. You know, you feel like, oh no, if only we could have played this game in reverse, we would have seen, you know, a powerful, interesting Hellraisers that would now be tied 4-4 with, you know, sort of 2-2 with SK, and it would feel better, right? Nice shot from Stico, though, taking down Fox, and SK just continue to try and keep this orb alive as much as they can.
Not carrying it over round after round. Dead Fox alive at top mid, though, and he's got that bomb control. Who does he have, actually? So it's still Stico supporting him. And as far as Hellraisers, the rest of them, they're all looking contact everywhere else on the map, essentially. Cold Zero's holding close. He's hoping that Fallen's going to be able to bait for him. He does get the headshot, the drive-by. Takes down Bondik. Now he's got an AK to play with, and he's got Kevlar as well, Cold Zero. So there's a chance for him to do some real damage here.
Yeah, Angel coming out of ramp as the only one, so if he goes down, the rest of the Hellraisers push is going to be much less effective, but if the 3 people in Connector make it in, then suddenly SK are in a lot of trouble. This is all down to timing, past the minute mark now. Smoke goes up to a CT, small nice shot from Angel. Drops Cold Zero. Now it's 3 versus 4. UMP spray not connecting at all. And Fallen very nearly goes down. Taco showing up here with the deal. Are they going to try for a boost? You can look over this box, but I think they've been found. Angel on the other side. They missed a jump once, and he was not going to give them a second chance.
The only problem is now they're boxed. So that op that they've managed to save for so many rounds now, there's no way out for it left. Zero is holding over here towards the murder hole. And so basically they just have to get CT side on lockdown. They can't let Hellraisers swarm them. Hellraisers do have that in the back of their heads where they want to keep their guns alive, obviously. And they know that after this round of eco that SK Gaming are going to be buying as well. So all of these, there's these internal calculations that are going on in the in-game leader's mind and the players, right? Is it worth, you know, taking these fights? Is it worth going for it if they're going to buy up anyway?
He's got a kid Fallen. Are they going to move far enough away? He's going to tap it. One Dead Fox is there, and he's not going to give him the chance. They're going to lose the EWP, but you see just how devious Fallen is. He won it. I mean, at that point in time, we've actually seen that before. Flusher back in the day ended up walking onto the bomb site because people tend to run away. You know, they think, oh, that's it. No one is really going to come and defuse this bomb, and then that's it. This is great stuff. Hell, great round from Angel. A lot of this round on him.
Yeah, opening it up, exactly.
Yeah, and staying alive on that ramp. I mean, again, if he dies, then the 3 people coming in connect are now... Think about how many angles they have to cover when Angel isn't there anymore. 13-7... I still can't see this being possible, but right now Hellraisers are proving us wrong, which is exciting. That's what we want, obviously. This comeback shouldn't be possible, but they're doing a pretty good job at the moment. They will lose Tico early on the round. They've won 3 in a row. And finally, SK goes. They've just saved and saved and saved. They're able to buy again.
Yeah, they've got the money for the AWP on Cold this time around, and he's holding that angle deep towards B. Halls finds the easy shot onto 0. Fox with a bit of the lucky spray on Stico at top mid at the beginning of this round. Pretty much seals it up now because that's a 2-man advantage here for SK. Angel, the hero of the last round, he's been holding, like, Fox is already prepared for this kind of YOLO play if he decides to jump in the window. Fox has got the angle.
Like, they're just patiently waiting on either side.
And look at the aggro hold towards ramp as well here from SK. It's Fallen and First stacked up together in a crossfire, just waiting, and that bomb is slowly working its way over here as well.
He sees the shadow, tries for the pre-fire. Deadbox going to take him out, Fallen in the corner. He gets one, he gets both. With 40 seconds left, the bomb is down, and Angel, he's just halfway across the map and not going to get a chance to do anything. That's 14-7. Patient play from SK, and nice setup over there. You see how much of a shadow advantage he has as he's walking in? Mm-hmm. That's very nicely done.
That's painful, really, to watch, right? Where it's just like, well... And then they even check, Deadfox even checks the angle. He must have missed the shot point blank. Hellraiser's going for their 3rd timeout, actually, my mistake.
Hold on, Semler. Bondig spawning over shotgun. Why?
The old man shotgun?
I genuinely don't understand because, well, I mean, of all the things you could buy on the T side, the Nova shotgun just wouldn't be one of them. And why?
It must be a misbuy.
Yeah, either the Tech9 or the Deagle would be better than that, right?
It must be a misbuy. 2-1, 1-2. Like, what is it? It's 2-1, isn't it, the Nova? So,
yes.
I'm trying to think of like what combination that he might have hit where it screwed him up.
Oh, he's going to throw it away as well.
A shame.
I kind of wish that he would have. I think he got dropped, though. A lot of money was on Deadfox. He had $7,100 in the bank. Now he's down to $150. And after that tactical timeout, we'll see if that was what Hellraisers needed to get back in the game. Otherwise, they're going to lose this match. I mean, it is now or never for them. This has become plainly obvious. SK just great first half for them. Bit of a stutter here in the second half, but now they're back in it.
Yeah, they're looking very good. It really feels like SK... The only reason is it got even close is because SK started to horse around a little bit, which is definitely one of the pitfalls that you can fall into if you're SK Gaming. You're the team with the lead, heavily favored. You start messing around and it can come back to bite you. But 14-7 is still. I mean, this is a dumpster scoreline basically, where Hellraisers, if they can't get past 7 rounds, it's kind of like 6 rounds, 7 rounds. That's where it was dominant, and SK really. There was never really any chance for Hellraisers. They need to get past this into double digits before we can really start thinking, okay, this can happen.
Well, Fallen doing him damage to Angel, who's, I think, got tagged in the face with the M4 now. Fer going to moving in to finish off the job, and he wants Bondig as well. Taps away. Fer with a quick double kill here. And now, what was supposed to be sort of a surprise push into B has been very well read. Fox and Taco going to easily clean it up here, and this will be a match point for SK. Dead Fox in a 1-on-4, 1-on-5 in fact, and he's only got 35 seconds, and everyone is rotated, and this is just not possible any longer. He's going to get the headshot, and he's going to continue to try. Dead Fox, they're just challenging him for absolutely no reason. You said they were getting a bit jumpy, SK. I mean, that's a clear ground where you just see them thinking, yeah, well, let's just all fight him.
This is tough for Hellraisers as well, because they've used this strategy before already in the half. So for it to just, you know, get shut down completely, you go into the timeout, and then you're like, right, okay, what worked? Okay, let's do that again. And then first, like, not having any of that.
Yeah.
They got completely rocked. Match point now for SK Gaming.
Yeah, and obviously the point in a perfect world, they get the kill on Fer, and then someone from B starts to rotate into middle, and then the sort of the actual B push comes. That would have been great, but didn't happen. Oh, Cold Zero jumping up onto the railing, and he gets the headshot on Stico. That's such an aggressive game against some Angel as well. Cold Zero saved by Fer. The buddy system well in play there, and it's Bondig and Dead Fox now 2 versus 5. SK saying it was fun, boys, while it lasted, but this is done. Fallen going to be taking down Bondig, and that leaves Dead Fox coming out of the B hallways. 1 versus 5 again. Trying to see if he can do it one more time, this time with the UMP. Gets shut down by Taco. 16-7 as SK Gaming just run over Hellraisers in this game. 24 on Cold Zero, 22 on Fer. That's the end of the top of the scoreboard there for SK at the end of it, but wow.
Even Fox 17 for Taco, 17 for Fox, 15 for Fallen, just across the board. There was no weakness in the SK lineup going into this match. They started strong, they finished strong. They put 8 rounds together on T side in the first half, SK, and it's at that point where you're like, right, Hellraisers, you need to dig deep to get back into this game, and it just never happened.
Unbelievable. We'll get the full recap of all of this and some more analysis coming up right after the break. Stay with us.
So there you have it. The reigning Mage champions overcome the first hurdle, and really, Hellraisers did look a little bit out of their depth. Strange, given that SK were using that stand-in. Just some quick reactions, and then we're going to go over to Jason for some tactical analysis. But I'll start with you, Duncan.
Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of used the logic, because you have to realize Mirage is a game where, yeah, you're not going to see Hellraisers play it often. So as a result, I was thinking to myself, well, if they're going to keep it in the equation, and they're going to ban out Train, actually a map that they're good on, a map that got them here in terms of their qualifier, yeah, you'd think that means you've got a special plan coming in. Maybe for this match, since you know it's coming in the equation, you want to play SK on this map. But Hellraisers were never in this game. I mean, they had like a very passive style on the CT side. They essentially just let you take the site every time. And I have to say, yeah, SK did blow the doors off. Like, Taco particularly very, very good on the T side.
Yeah, I mean, Taco's been a kind of a revelation. We always knew he was a very good role player in the kind of tactics and the system that they're using, but as an individual, he's really stepped up his level. So now they have a bunch of different threats. And on top of everything, Cold is still, I mean, we showed why he's the #1 player in the world. Still another tournament, another solid start for him, where this is looking like it's going to be another good tournament overall. But the big thing is Hellraisers, I mean, this first half, they just gave SK too much. When you switches over to the CT side, even if Hellraisers has some success early on, it's just there's way too many rounds where SK can adapt. They can figure out something that's going to work. They can try any kind of new thing. So just way too much room given up to SK overall.
Yeah, and you know, we talked a lot about Fox going into it. Got off to a slow start, but did post some respectable numbers in the end, Duncan. And was that an indictment of Hellraisers, or you know, Fox being able to step up?
I mean, Hellraisers did kind of underwhelm a bit. Like, for example, Dead Fox here has, like, okay numbers, but he was the guy who was kind of tearing it up when we were at the qualifier and looked like he was going to be the new star of this team, you know, very much going to take over that role. So the stars for Hellraisers certainly did not deliver at all. And, yeah, everyone was basically turning up for the guys from SK.
Yeah, so here you go. We don't have the Weatherman board at the moment, but you have picked something out for us, Jason. One of your little tactical analysis moments, your time to shine. And it's about mid-control, which obviously on Mirage, hugely important.
Yeah, I mean, definitely important on Mirage, but I mean, overall, SK is able to get mid-control here with just 1 kill, but as this map comes up, you're going to see just what it affords SK Gaming. There's no one from Hellraisers even looking for anything. I mean, you could see Sticko's going to start moving up on Catwalk, but he's the only one. At this point, if you're Hellraisers, you need to do something like double push ramp, push into Palace, into upper B. You need to gain information elsewhere because, I mean, even rotating off of A, Hellraisers has no information, no idea what's going on whatsoever. And with SK to have mid control for that long, you can see everywhere they go on the map, they're going to find an advantaged fight for themselves. Either like a one-on-one, which is not good for CTs, and that was just kind of the theme. Losing mid for Hellraisers, and then never able to find a fight where they had like a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-2, some kind of a man advantage.
So, final thought from you, Duncan. Are Hellraisers better than that?
Yeah, and I think if they get towards their end of the map pool against the right opponents, which certainly are in this field, yeah, they've got the chance to get some upsets. I don't have them making the playoffs anyway, but I thought this was kind of a map where maybe they have something special prepped. A little bit disappointing. I mean, I think now they should just learn their lesson and they're just going to go back to the train, the cobble, the overpasses of the world. And so maybe it will correct itself as the tournament continues.
Well, we shall see. Thanks a lot for that. Now we are going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, this is a big one. Optic Gaming versus virtus.pro. Make sure you join us.
This is the major. This is where every game is the game where you need to prove yourself. We are starting with Optic, and they're at the moment at the top of their game. Their fast pushes, their rushes are very good.
Virtus.pro has a lot of chemistry, but what sets us apart is our individual skill. If our 5 players match against theirs, we have better raw talent.
We're known as a NA killer. That'll make us more confident than the other team.
Virtus.pro may be known as the NA killer, but now they're on our home turf.
I respect them, but when we will play against them, there will be nothing in my head with respect.
Rush asked for us, and he'll get what he wanted.
I definitely not scared of them. I think we can beat them on any day.
Bring it on, baby.
Yes, virtus.pro, they're in the huddle. Super looking forward to this one. It is E-League Season 1 champions versus E-League Season 2 champions. Absolutely crazy. Tell us about virtus.pro, Thorin.
Yeah, I mean, they are the team who were the champions of E-League Season 1. They've actually won a couple of tournaments this year. They've really, towards the end of last year, they got into being a top-level team. This is a team where you look at them, and I actually would agree with the assessment of Tarek, actually. I think in terms of pure skill, maybe Optic has the better skilled players, and particularly in terms of performing at the moment. But as mentioned in the highlight package as well, chemistry is where it comes down to for virtus.pro. Part of the advantage of having the longest standing lineup in CSGO is you're going to have a team where you know everyone inside out, what this guy's thinking, what he's going to do. And that's what I think has always allowed them to stay in games where it's not going that well, to come back in matches, because you have almost that sixth sense as to what your teammates are going to do. And so they do very much still rely upon Snax to be the star player, but beyond that, they can get it anywhere in this lineup.
Yeah, and of course, virtus.pro coming into this having had, not a great time in China. So let's talk about Optic. They're on top of the world right now, Jason.
Well, I mean, it's been a month since they were on top of the world. It's been a while. So, I mean, they had 2 very good performances. Obviously, ELEAGUE Season 2 champions. Tarek and Mixwell are going to be the big stars, but really this team didn't start clicking until Rush really kind of emerged and solidified himself, consistently being able to perform in the big games against the best opponents. He's been a revelation for this team. They have a whole new look. And then Stan, I mean, this is where we talk. This is where, you know, Duncan says he agrees with Tarek's that there's more raw skill on Optic. Is as you get deep into that roster with Stanazon, with Nafly, there are very talented 4th and 5th options for this team. And the big thing, like Taz said in the video, they hit bomb sites very, very hard and very quickly, and they don't stop until they've taken it. I mean, it's going to be a very aggressive and actually very similar play styles in taking bomb sites at times for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I just pick your brain about Optic a little bit, Duncan. You know, how good do you honestly rate them? Because you've been a little bit muted in your praise about them in the past. Are they genuine contenders?
Here's the thing. I think that they're a lot more legit than Cloud9 were. When Cloud9 won that Pro League, I mean, there was a lot of kind of asterisks that needed to go after that, and like, you know, this is kind of a one-off, etc. The difference with Optic is I think they could be consistent. Like, for me, where they're going to fit in is they can be like a 4th or 5th best team in the world. And to consistently be that would be a big step up for an NA team. My problem is I don't really see them as a team that's going to win this tournament. Like, I think they can get out of the group stage. I have them doing that, but I think they're going to have a tough time when it comes to some of the series, like a virtus.pro, if they have to face them in the playoffs. I think that's going to be pretty tough to be able to beat these top-level European teams at that level, because even if you've done it at the smaller tournaments, the medium-sized tournaments, we know in history there's not many teams that go real deep in majors that are kind of one-offs. So you've got to really be an all-time great team to do that. I want to see if they can take that step up to that level.
And you'll be able to get a closer look at this game on Game Command. That's where it's going to be, so you can head over there and you choose your own angles, cameras, everything. It's really fantastic. I keep hyping it up. I'm telling you, this is amazing. So go to live.eleague.com and you'll be able to watch this game. So, Duncan, let's get into the map veto here. Remember, last time these guys played each other, it was 16-14 to virtus.pro.
Yeah,
so.
Well, the good part that should make this a blockbuster game is real shared map veto here, because virtus.pro is going to take out Overpass. It's a map that, like, actually over the last 6 months or so, they've kind of cooled off a lot on. But we know Cobble, we know Train, they're going to be in the equation when you get down there. Interesting that virtus.pro bans it themselves, because that actually suggests to me that they thought to themselves, they're going to expect us to play Train. Let's take that out. But at the moment, virtus.pro's main pick is actually Cobblestone. I'm pretty sure there's no way Optic takes it out. I think we're going to go between Cash and Cobble here. So let's see. Yeah, it's going to end up being Cobble. So this is actually ideal, because Cash would have been a bit more ropey, you know. Cobble is a map both teams really like. It was the map that made virtus.pro the Season 1 champions when they really got that going. I mean, they were able to even beat SK Gaming on it when SK was pretty strong. And we know for Optic, they've always felt like this is their strongest map. They destroyed Astralis on it at ELEAGUE Season 2 finals. So I think this is some... You're really going to get the proper test of how good Optic is on this one, I think.
Yeah, as well from VP. I mean, taking out Overpass, taking out Train also. I mean, those are 2 maps that towards the end of the year, especially Overpass, Optic wanted to play very, very much, and they look pretty strong at it, being able to take out Astralis, FaZe on some of those maps. So definitely VP using those 3 bans to take out some strength away from Optic. But we have to remember as well, I mean, VP just lost in WSG in China to Kingwin on Cobblestone. So, I mean, despite how good it looked at them towards the end of last year, you know, it didn't look good just a week ago. So it all depends on how much you're actually going to take, because virtus.pro is one of those teams that can have a rough tournament and just bounce back easily and just go on a monster tear. So I think this is just going to be a really exciting game.
So you can see virtus.pro still stood up and talking it out. They're getting ready to get into the server. And while we wait for them, we're going to show you a history of what these teams are competing for. It is, of course, a major.
History has been made. Records have been broken.
This is just the start. The majors for Counter-Strike are like the majors in golf or the Grand Slams of tennis. We don't have set seasons like you see in traditional sports. They happen every couple months, and they kind of let you figure out who's the best in the world right now.
It is the most important event. It is the event that if you want to witness history, that's the event you go to.
Absolute magic for anyone who enjoys esports.
This is going to be one for the history books.
One of the big things that we always struggled with in the early years of esports was developers caring about their game being used as a competition platform.
We've been attending so many small amateur events. I think people were getting really frustrated.
There was a kind of sentiment in the industry that people didn't put on grand scale events because they thought the viewership couldn't rise up to that level.
Global Offensive comes out, and that is a Valve-made version of Counter-Strike, and that first got us excited. But then they decided to actively support the pro side of it, and the major system at its core was all Valve's idea.
If you don't put on a really big event, it doesn't kind of signal to the teams and to the people watching like this is like the World Championship. So it is like kind of like classic thing of you have to build it if you want them to come.
When the major announcement came along, it kind of legitimized everything we've been working towards.
The majors was a great step up, a level that I hadn't personally seen in Counter-Strike before, so it was quite an exciting time.
And I was excited because it was going to be an opportunity to kind of watch something potentially great unfold.
This was the first time when I think we realized things actually started to get a bit serious.
The first one was a bit rough, but it was at DreamHack, and DreamHack in general is more of like a laid-back vibe, you know? It's more like the old-school gamer roots because it's a big LAN party.
When I think of DreamHack, I think of prestige, glory, biggest tournament ever.
There was definitely excitement about the fact that we had not only like a World Championship event, but also one of the first tournaments where probably every single good team was there all at once.
I think this has gone beyond all expectations.
It's funny to look back on that particular event. We had kids jumping on the stage behind us, no security, like a guy literally jumped into the middle of an interview we were doing with one of our players. It was like, what is going on here?
At the time, I was skeptical, but then every single one's gotten bigger and bigger.
This is the biggest CSGO event of all time!
In hindsight, we had no idea that we would eventually start filling stadiums with our game. It's always your dream.
We didn't believe 1 million people would watch.
Congratulations to CSGO. Over 1 million people watching. An amazing weekend.
For these people, it means everything. They've made a commitment to becoming, professional players, and they've achieved that much. But this is the difference between being in this world and really succeeding in it.
There is no more pressure for a Counter-Strike player than playing at a major.
And look at the crowd, they're getting fired up.
We go with the defuse. The defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh, Olaf gets it as the flames come in. And look at the little dance of happiness.
Simple just jumping casually into the side. He's going to fall down again. What is this come from? Simple, are you serious? This is a major.
It is the biggest of stakes.
Not many people get a chance to be in front of a crowd this electric, this enthusiastic about the game.
When you see a lively crowd going crazy, you aspire to be in that crowd.
What is it like standing in front of this audience?
Unbelievable, just unbelievable. This is what esports is about. It's unreal. We're grateful to play here. It's amazing.
There's nothing that really compares to the scope, the prestige, and the achievement and the history that you get from winning a major.
And now it's our turn here in Atlanta, and it's the 10th one. We're super excited about it. Both of these teams are excited to be here, I'm sure. And this is the first real test for both of them. We've got to get our predictions out the way, gentlemen. I think this is wide open. I honestly think it's going to be close. So, Duncan, I'll start with you, the doomsayer, the prophet of CS.
I think virtus.pro have earned that reputation as NA killers. Very rare that people are able to get it over them. I think part of it is as well, their style is so intimidating. When it's working, you feel like, what are the answers to this? How do you overcome this? So as much as Optic, they want to put on a brave face and say, no, we wanted virtus.pro, we're going to kind of buck that trend. I don't think they will, actually. I think virtus.pro will start out with the win in probably a close game.
Okay. Jason?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, I think this should be a very close game. I'm going to go with virtus.pro as well. There's still one last question for Optic for me, is at the end of the year when they looked so good. In reality, it was just back-to-back weeks. It was ELEAGUE and then it was ECS the following week were their best placements. So still a question of whether a month down the road, if they're going to be able to come in with that same kind of momentum.
I thought the question was going to be, why can't you just love them?
Yeah, it should be that. Anyway, we've got to go, guys. So now I'm going to hand you over to our new fresh-faced casters. It is James and DDK.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, James, we're at a major. Again, this is fantastic. We've got an awesome game to kick things off with for us, for our first cast here. And it's a great map for these two teams to face off against as well. I mean, it's cobblestone. Both teams very, very well versed here, as they did talk about on the desk. So how do you feel this one is going to go?
I think it's hard to bet against virtus.pro when they're playing a North American team. So for me, how about you?
Oh, it is a difficult one, isn't it? I've always felt like virtus.pro are a team that do step things up at the majors, so I'm pulling for them in that sense. But let's see how things kick off here. Both teams starting things off with the pistol round, of course. And we have virtus.pro on the CT side already. Snax is going to find some early action here. There's a quick pop on to Standard, that's the bomb discovered as well. Lots of great info for virtus.pro to play off of already from the start.
Can't test Snax on pistol rounds on cobblestone. He's done dangerous things before. Only taking one shot at a time. Very patient stuff from him. 3 players now on A for the CT side. Nafai's been passive towards B this entire time. Maybe keeping options open for Optic, and maybe there'll be an opportunistic flank punishment later on. But for now, virtus.pro just chilling. 2 people in B. Everything's slowing down now for Optic. Not committing to A just yet. And indeed, you've seen them rotating towards that B side.
So there's Pasha right at the end, just being the scouts, trying to play those long-range shots, which are so favorable with the USP. Not really connecting just yet. There's some nice tagging onto Rush. Snax, in the meanwhile, was actually going to take down Maxwell, who was trying to flank around the A side of the map here. This really cuts off Optic's options. They have to force through a new opening right now, which is through that window, and back towards A perhaps for Optic. They're really struggling to get something going. Another trade coming in here. 2 versus 3 now for them as they try to find a bomb site to commit to. It's going to be B, and Pasha is going to be finding the bomb there. Just now left to try to save things against 3 players. He's got some time and the bomb. This is a workable spot, and he takes down Pasha.
It's made life a lot more easy for himself. Spots one player. Not sure if he spotted both players in that connector area. Still dueling with Bialy. Bit more damage done. Not willing to give things up just yet. He's got 12 bullets left, make it 13. Goes for the fake, trying to even out the numbers somewhat. But he can't do it just yet. There's a kit on Bialy, and it's close to the site anyway, so it might not matter. Naf looking for the trade frag. There he is. Snax goes down immediately. Knows where Bialy is, and there he goes as well. 2 headshots, and Optic get off to the start that they needed.
Yeah, lovely performance there from Naf. And I mean, virtus.pro played this so well, so patient, as you noted with Snax, just takes 1 bullet at a time, doesn't really try to overstep his position at all. He even catches the flanker and Mixwell a little bit later on. And so virtus.pro always keeping tabs, kind of controlling the movement of Optic, but Optic was still able to kind of just force a situation with just hitting shots through pretty awkward close-range engagements to still somehow make that work. So that's a really cool thing to see from them straight away, that Naf is firing off to begin with. But it is not over just yet as far as the danger goes, because virtus.pro, they will be buying the CZs. We see a couple Deagles as well, some Kevlar on 3 players, and a bit of utility. So there's a lot to be worked with here for the virtus.pro side as they look for an initial opening with that Deagle from Pasha. Will he get the luck that he needs, that 1 or 2 opening shots to potentially connect? Very passive opening from Optic, just to make sure they're safe early on.
Snax has left himself with 1450 in the hole, so I think we'll be seeing an AWP on the buy round from the player who seems to be the biggest of the beasts on cobblestone for the virtus.pro side. Optic moving towards the A sites now. And again, looks like virtus.pro are going to mostly want to play close quarters. Only Snax is deep towards A, trying to give his team perhaps some extra time to make their way through connector should they be required. Taz getting smoked off, but he's going to go off the balcony. So, got 1 player moving for virtus.pro. Again, snaps to the 1 tap. That's not a good start. Optic trying to capitalise on this and move very quickly indeed. Taking more damage though, and not getting much real estate either. Taz has gone down, but TCT is streaming in from balcony again. Nafai's in position, but can he get the kill?
Looking pretty tough right now on the push. Surely they'll be able to get something done, virtus.pro, but actually Optic able to push past that crossfire without losing too much more. But these players are weak. 1 Deagle bullet is all that is really required here to take most of them down. Pasha's pushing into position. Can he find something with this? The bomb does go down, looking for the planter. He won't get him. Naf will find Pasha first instead. And now Bialy will be creeping on the CZ, and unfortunately for Bialy, can't find any connections there, shut down by Naf. So Optic's anti-force buy is going to go pretty well, and now it's going to be smooth sailing, in theory at least, as virtus.pro won't be able to buy much.
That was a bit hairy for Optic. They fell into the Gorilla enclosure. They took some damage down, but ultimately the Gorilla was shot. 2-0 for Optic, and indeed it will be the eco round for virtus.pro. So one can't expect too much here. Neo's put himself a flashbang, so maybe they'll try some shock and awe with the numbers game. We'll see if it works out for them. There is a high explosive as well to try and do that early damage. You can see he's holding it there. There's a potential for a charge into the site, because Optic know virtus.pro can't buy, so they'll be less concerned. On this occasion, the flashbang, in fact, will slow any fast push thrown over the exposed roof area. Naf is, I think he might be in the tower, just just in case there's any push from the CTs. Indeed he is. He can just about watch the lower area. I'm not sure if that covers it completely. Anyway, there comes the HE now, and there's the damage onto Tarek and only Tarek.
Yeah. Ooh, nice little pop from Patcher. Deagle comes out for Neo. He picks that one up. Nice snap there onto Mixwell. Looking for more. He does get another tag as well, but with just Taz left to try to clean things up, and with a Mac 10 12 HP, it's not going to happen. And another successful round for Optic. Only losing 2 players on both of those rounds. So generally, Optic are going to be pretty happy with that, I would say, as virtus.pro now get their full buy-in. And we're going to see the AWP come out onto Snax, and that's always glorious. Snax is just amazing in pretty much every role, so it's going to be fun to see what he can pull together against the Optic side here on the defense.
I wouldn't take too much away from how they played the pistol in the following rounds, and Snax is pretty much on his own on the A site. Sometimes you can see some support for Riflers, but hey, let's see. We've got Taz maybe just close to connector in case there's a fast play through the underpass. He would see that from that position. Back off towards connector, but for now he's going to stay there. So I do wonder how forward a position Snax will take towards A. He's going to have an engagement soon, and there are 3 players coming his way. There's a flashbang coming in, but he's still got his angle. Tags Stanislaw down 7 HP through the corner of the wall there. If you look at how Dignitas flashed that area, there's a lot less warning than the bounces off the walls. Taz being taken down around that connector position, so now it's Snax alone.
He's definitely quite good at handling these awkward situations, but actually Optic not looking to press his position. Instead, they're going to give him a bit of they're going to alleviate the pressure there and just fall back towards the B bomb site, where they did have some previous presence earlier in the round. So virtus.pro can see the response from them, especially having lost Taz and having no utility. They're all the way back there, very defensive, generally speaking, not wanting to try to take any risks here because they just don't really have much utility to do it with as well to make it safe. So this is an awkward spot for virtus.pro. It's going to take some just great shots for them to keep themselves in this, and Pasha is close by the broken wall. Viardi gets a defense going, taking down Tarek. They know what's going on. Can the rotation get there in time? Can they buy enough time for that rotation?
Neo is streaming in through the door. His teammate's gone down, but he'll be there soon to replace him. Behind the smoke. Oh, that's a nice angle. Not sure how much will be spotted there. Mixwell seen. Can he get anything, though? Doesn't see Rush crossing to the site. Bomb's going to get planted. Snax is here as well, but this will not be easy for virtus.pro. But again, Optic, they're all maimed. They're all heavily maimed. But can they finish them off?
Look how low the health is. It's ridiculous. It's a real chance here for Neo and Snax, but again, no kit. So they're going to have to get this done pretty quickly. First frag coming in. Neo spotted. Neo tagged down to 13. Very weak. Snax there now providing support with the AWP. Going to be hard to hit these shots, though. And that's Neo dead. Snax knows he has to go for the M4. Nice! Taps down Stanislaw. But it's going to be a long defuse for him. But I think he's got it. Snax. What a clutch coming in for the virtus.pro side.
Just the one bullet for Snax. Just the one bullet. He'll save the AWP as well. virtus.pro on the scoreboard, but they've survived with just the one player. So there are questions economy-wise going forward, because Optic are going to have quite a lot more money, and they should have another fight. He had 4 bullets in the magazine, and he fired just the one. But maybe because he knew how low he was. And there we go. Job done. See what virtus.pro can do now, because Optic are going to have a better bite as pulling out the FAMAS. Grenades will be limited as well. So we'll see if they can retain. Otherwise, there's a good opportunity for Optic to take a nice lead on Cobblestone. Again, it's the same setup as before. virtus.pro, Taz towards connector, Snax very forward with no support.
So will Patcher spot something here? Because we have a lot of Optic players slowly but surely moving forwards there. Oh, but it's bad through the smoke. Oh no! Mixwell doesn't need any traces. Just shoots Patcher down. Here's how close he was. Gets us follow-up entry onto Neo. Things looking very bad for virtus.pro. Let's not forget, they just won a round. This could not go any worse for them.
This has to be a save already. They can't retake this. They can't afford to retake it. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the map control either. So Snax gets a consolation kill, but really it is about holding on to what little they have at the moment. Otherwise, we're looking at 5-1-6-1 for Optic. So perhaps if they can survive with 3 players, then they can buy around these weapons. I do wonder in this situation what they'll do with Snax in the next round, because he's playing A on his own. But maybe they'll try and rotate the orb to a more aggressive position, try and get an early pick towards B. But then again, Optic could easily head to a different site in the next round. So we'll see if virtus.pro, what they choose to do, if they can save these 3 weapons, which looks likely based on Optic's exit strategy. This is weird. Looks like a tough CT half is ahead for the Pulse.
Yeah, and it is just worst case scenario where you get on the CT side. You're already playing against or playing the disadvantageous side where it's very hard. You can't really get information easy. You're at the mercy of what the T's do. It's hard to really do much. Make any cool plays of your own early into the rounds to mitigate disadvantage. So add that on top of the fact that your economy is just constantly very, very weak. There is a lot of work for virtus.pro to do. They have to be so clutch to perform well in this position. Optic are a great T side.
Taz hasn't got any kills just yet, and indeed, Snax has been rotated to the B bomb site with the AWP, and Taz and Neo have taken up positions towards A. Neo with Taz's position, but a bit more forward, and Taz with Snax's, but a bit further back. 2 Deagles onto Neo and Pasha. So we'll see. Optic will expect a buy around these weapons, but have to be careful. Moving towards A, clearing map control, doing it in good time as well. Minute 20 on the clock.
Yeah, Optic are pretty good at doing these map control plays on Cobblestone. It's definitely one of the things that marks them as a great Cobblestone team. And they haven't put a lot of pressure towards B at the moment. And virtus.pro, they do have more of their players ready to respond to either side, just having everyone around the connected position. But in fact, we get virtus.pro now going for a 2-3 spread on the bomb sites. And Optic just waiting for their moment. And in comes some smoke grenades there to lock off the doors. That's going to make things awkward here for virtus.pro if they decide to push. But what is the response here? Are they trying to bait virtus.pro to react to this and then try to frag them? Looks like that's the situation right now. Just buying some time whilst the drop zone's being worked upon. Now for Mixwell setting up for the split.
Nice, they're going to pinch the A site. They've got one flashback they're supposed to do it with. 30 seconds remain. This might be confusing for virtus.pro, but there we go. The remaining guns now on the B bomb site, and it might be about saving once again. Snax moving towards T-spawn perhaps. And it may be Pasha just stays in a forward position as the early warning system to try and help Snax hold on to this weapon. But the drop zone may be a weakness. The chink in what little armor virtus.pro have to try and save these weapons. You see the nets tightening already. Russian T-spawn early on. So, yeah, Taz hasn't got himself any kills yet, although really there aren't that many kills on the virtus.pro side in general for the moment. So, indeed, it is tough times for them. Optic with a very good start indeed. Definitely a confidence boost as well, considering the North American record against virtus.pro in general.
Yeah, the one good thing, I guess, for virtus.pro is that Optic's money isn't out of control yet, which in the position that they are currently in is quite a possibility that their money could already be a bit ridiculous. They're now in a position where it can get to that point in the next few rounds if virtus.pro aren't able to take anything, and this is like becoming the scariest point of the match really, because if virtus.pro win a round, they don't want to have to basically play against buy rounds every single time. That's just so hard to do, and you're probably going to incur losses every round. So then your buys are probably never going to be optimal as well. So virtus.pro, it's a really hard position to fight back from. But again, virtus.pro, they're such a good team at majors, and they're a team that are able to often bring themselves back into it. They've got so much constitution mentally and all the experience as well that goes along with all the titles they've won.
For those of you in GoTV, oh, by the way, there's a tactical timeout here from virtus.pro at the moment. Cuban talking to his team, trying to figure out where they're being pierced and how they can stop that from happening. Although right now they're still in a low money situation, but it's a good time to talk. They can talk throughout the following round as well, and then come in for the buy once again in what's likely to be a 6-1 situation. But for those of you in GoTV, I would recommend watching Neo on the CT side and Mixwell when Optic on the CT side, and Tarek on the T side for Optic Gaming as well.
Now the funny thing for virtus.pro, which could maybe lend some confidence to them, and maybe Cuban would be reminding them, is that they haven't had a single good buy round. They've almost never had utility at all to speak of. And this is a map where you need loads of it on the CT side. You just do. So this kind of scoreline is basically just because of the way the rounds have gone. Winning a round and then losing it immediately in the fashion that they did. Not surviving with any players when they won the round. Like, just these small things have really put virtus.pro in a very bad position. But they have something to work with here. I mean, the AWP from Snax, if Optic choose the wrong route, Snax hits the first shot, things can quickly get out of hand. So Optic can't get too complacent in a position like this.
At the beginning of the round, you saw Snax looking over a smoke. Something JDM likes to do as well. On the T side, if you see a smoke there, try try to avoid standing near the boulder or near the cart because the CTs can see you if they're scoping, and you won't be able to see them, and you will get wrecked. Early peek from virtus.pro. Now they know Mixwell is down in a drop with an AWP, so they may try to burst into him because it's a difficult situation. But maybe they'll assume there's more than one person there because of that. Who knows?
This is classic Mixwell. Opening up, opening drops in with an AWP. That is classic Mixwell style stuff. And we have some problems here. Neo picking up a frag onto Tarek there. There's only one more towards the position of Plateau, and it is Naf. He's going to quickly back off, and you can see there's an angle there at the drop zone. Thanks to Mixwell. It is problematic. Taz getting taken down by Rush there. That is going to allow Optic to alleviate those issues they had. Now they have a clean path to that A-bomb site, and there shouldn't be anything that virtus.pro can do now, really, from this position.
I saw disaster in my mind's eye. There were, I don't know, 25 seconds left, and I thought I was going to move into the stack, but no. Optic escape, and indeed we head towards 6-1. So we have a buy coming in for virtus.pro, and they've managed to keep this AWP alive. So some money will be saved. It's not going to be the best buy in the world, however, because their loss bonus is in the middle area at the moment. But 6-1 for Optic Gaming. Great start to their T side, the favoured side on Cobblestone, but not by a margin of 6-1. So virtus.pro have a lot of work to do to get back into this game. I don't think I'll be too concerned just yet. Very early days in this major.
Yeah, and you can see one of the somewhat what I would say is of championship quality, or a quality that you need on a championship level team from Optic, where they're really trying to manage all the small edges. They're not putting themselves in positions where they're, maybe hemorrhaging some money needlessly by chasing for frags. They're keeping virtus.pro just low enough and keeping virtus.pro in spots where they have to make hard choices economically all the time, because Optic are just always playing the edges, very safely, which is really cool to see, and it's a mark of a team that has a lot of discipline. And again, initially when we first started to see this lineup do so well, I was quite surprised because I didn't see those kinds of qualities coming from those players ever before, but in this lineup they've done so much work, and now virtus.pro finally with a good buy.
So again, you see Snacks looking over the smoke. So, it could have gone down there. Again, you've got to be careful around those boulders and carts. Such advantage for the CT side. So again, Snacks comfortable in a forward position on his own. He does have Taz looking through the door at times, but Taz is changing his position up. Hasn't had much success again. He hasn't got any kills yet, so he is going to be a bit less predictable. But again, this means that Snacks has nobody watching his back because he won't see them coming through the middle area. 3 people deep in towards B. No one standing in the drop at the moment, though. If they hear some flashbangs, he might go and have a look.
All right, so
Mixwell on fire.
They're trying to line it up here. And do virtus.pro, have they felt this out? I mean, they don't have too much more info, but the kill with the grenade, that's a beautiful way to start things off. And they will realize, I think, that the drop control is with Optic, and the push is coming in. We get now Taz coming in from connector as well, trying to hold the other side of the drop zone. Looks like finally virtus.pro all over this push before it can really get going. It's being completely shut down. First the grenade, now the kill from Pasha with the rifle. And you have just 3 players left with no utility, and they're not on the bomb site just yet. Still frags going over by drop. Nat and Rush open it up though.
Taz made a huge play. Is it going to pay off her side? Nafly left alone versus 3. And again, damage is still great in this situation. He's got 5 Ks in bank, but that's no issue why in the next round. So he just needs to kill as many players as possible. He needs to die on his sword in this situation. Only one person's shy of money. There goes by Ali. Neo with 12 HP. They can't really afford to peek now with 10 seconds left. But, oh God, he's gone through the box. Now Snacks has had to buy this time. Make sure it doesn't peek. Doesn't do anything crazy. He'll run away just to make sure he holds on. So another situation where virtus.pro win only their 2nd round, but only one person survives.
Again, as you say, that is the worst case scenario. Oh dear, virtus.pro, they keep being put in these horrible positions, and just this individual play coming out from Naf to just get those extra 2 kills, it makes such a big difference. And now, moving forwards, virtus.pro are going to be looking to try to find edges again. And I like how they are actually doing it, because they are, in some ways, sort of shoring up their B defense by allowing Snacks to play solo, as you've described, towards A. And it's a very hard position to play, but with an AWP, you have so many ways to actually back off. If you have a very skilled AWPer, he can do it, and that's why Snacks is there.
I have to give credit to Taz in the previous round. He heard movement in the drop. He heard it move towards B. He jumped straight in there and almost took 2 players down with just 1. But here we go. Early push from Optic. Lovely flash. Neo got no man's land. Burning to trade those 2 men for him. Both headshots. And then Patch with bump spotted. Full rotation. Trade from Stanislaw though. Man advantage for virtus.pro. 2 players on the side. Snack's moving in as well, but he may not be there for a while.
Yeah, Stanislaw just scanning the angles, trying to see if there's any virtus.pro players. They're holding position. They know the bomb has to go down. Trying to keep it safe, trying to keep the frags tradable, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Taz is there, wins the battle against Stanislaw. Mixed 1-on-1 versus 3. Off close range, not going to happen. Snacks at a distance with the AWP of his, an AWP of his own to get the frag, and that's going to be the defuse. And finally, virtus.pro not only win a round, they win a consecutive round with more than 1 man alive. An improvement.
They pick up the second AWP as well, which I would imagine Neo's probably going to be rocking on the B bomb site. But no, it seems Patch is going to pick it up. Again, this is a team where almost anyone plays AWP. Maybe apart from Taz, really. The only person you don't see AWPing on virtus.pro these days, or ever. 3-round deficit. There's a chance for virtus.pro to catch up now. And look at the money on Optic. Finally, it started to go down into the doldrums. So there's an opportunity for both teams to be broken. virtus.pro could even end up leading in this half. We'll see, though. Maybe that's too much to ask, don't know yet. This time Snack's taking a different approach towards the A site, and with good timing as well, because Mixwell and Rush are very close. It might be a pop flash play.
And finally, are they going to test Snacks in this position? We haven't really seen it just yet. Snacks is so good at playing these angles. There's number 1, smoked away from another by Danger, and quickly Optic know they have to move. They're cautious to try to block off Snacks with additional smoke grenades as they get themselves onto that bomb site. And now a 3 versus 4. Snacks picking up another one, causing issues. They're stuck on the bomb site pretty much. This is getting really interesting. They can't take the optimal positions here, and virtus.pro are just trying to coordinate themselves now from multiple positions. This will be tough for Optic.
They don't have any map control, Optic Gaming, but they have a few smokes. That's 20 seconds basically being wasted. Maybe that virtus.pro can't afford more for the smoke. Snacks' barrel gives him away. Rush the pre-fire. Down he goes. Tank down in the meantime. Nice 180 by him. Rush ruining everyone! What a round by him! That was a chance for virtus.pro, but Rush destroys virtus.pro.
Oh man. Oh no. That was the round that virtus.pro should have had in the bag. All these positions absolutely sucked here for Optic Gaming. Pushed against a wall, but Rush was the one to not be taken down. That is amazing. 7-3. It was looking like a recovery from virtus.pro, and if we look at the money that they have, of course they're taking a timeout right now, because losing a round like that is just so difficult to deal with. They have no money in the bank. They've got to reset themselves mentally a little bit and see how they progress. The thing is, though, that in reality, most very accomplished cobblestone teams are going to be able to work from 3 to 5 rounds on their T side. But again, against the likes of Optic, it's going to be very difficult, because Optic, if that's the situation, and those are all the rounds that virtus.pro have against them in the second half, the confidence they're going to have on the CT side, that is going to really help them out. So this is getting quite interesting.
Snacks picking up the AWP, and that's pretty much all virtus.pro are rocking. I feel like they're the team that kind of started that trend in CSGO at the very least. I remember on Cash, on the T side, they had 1 AWP and nothing play, and they won the round with that. I'll never forget that. But on the CT side, that will be a tall order. A fast play coming in from Optic, and they've got themselves jammed. A slow movement into the Strapise AWP. 2-man way down for Pasha as well. The garden hose is out. Snacks putting in more work. There may be no kills for Optic in this run. What a response by virtus.pro.
They put Snacks in the right place at the right time, but how much damage can Rush do here? Another frag for him. A team kill as well puts virtus.pro down to 3 members, but they're going to be more than happy with that. What a way to bounce back into this one. And they're going to pick up all the guns that they could find on the floor. Snacks obviously keeps the AWP in hand, and Snacks is really playing well so far today for virtus.pro.
Traffic jam. There's a pile up, Dan, and it costs them everything.
Total gridlock.
Look at how Snacks, he jumps to peek to get ready for his next shot as well, which aids him so much in his second frag. That's such a smart, very small detail in what he did there, but that just shows the prowess he has on cobblestone.
And finally, Optic, they don't have a full buy anymore. It's like basically the first time. So again, somehow virtus.pro in all these situations are managing to bring themselves back into this. Aggressive peek from Snacks won't connect, but Can he hold against the masses, which surely should be charging in? Taz there is able to give him a bit of a hand, and that's going to buy enough time for Snacks to reset himself, pick up a couple kills, and that leaves only Rush, but not for too long. An explosive exit to the round, courtesy of Snacks, for the 5-7 scoreline, and suddenly virtus.pro, they look fine, James.
Again, a small detail from virtus.pro. Every single round where they've had a bye, Snacks has been on his own towards the long area, and Taz has been around the connector door. This time they have Taz as rifle support for the AWP, which they've never had previously, and that's a great advantage. A nasty surprise for Optic in that round, which leaves them with little choice but to eco. $2,000 per person. Lovely small adjustments from virtus.pro. Keep them in this half.
Yeah, you're right, actually. That's such a smart way to adjust by virtus.pro. And here is the rush down, and into the grinder they go, but looks like it's faulty, needs new blades. Here comes the Ollie. Does have some support, but you have to trade, and suddenly they are losing members. They might win the round, but they are losing too many. The cost is a bit too great. Should have been in a clean sheet, but never mind. It's 6 rounds for virtus.pro if you consider where they were a few rounds ago and the context of how things had been going. They're still going to be very happy with this.
Nice. 2 rounds remain in the first half, and again, well, this is do or die for Optic as far as the last round goes, because they've got nothing in the bank, whereas virtus.pro have some cash here and there. They can spread the wealth. So let's see what the CT approach is this time. Back to normal. Snacks long on his own. Taz going towards the underpass once again. Optic with an early focus towards B, but again, Stanislaw will be the passive player towards A. Not overextending. Snacks very deep indeed. 3 Optic players towards the B bomb site. Not going too deep just yet. I want to avoid all the early grenades of the CT side. Never know when that flashbang's coming over the wall. Oh, virtus.pro with a glorious deep smoke grenade. I played that somewhat rare. We saw these Molotovs earlier on. They took Mixwell down to 20 HP. He only got naded into oblivion, so virtus.pro going for the aggressive play. Neo going up close. He's got a smoke to re-smoke as well. What do Optic do in this situation?
Yeah, I love the proactive play from virtus.pro. It's very hard to do on this map, but it's going to result in the end in drop zone control for Optic, but not for long. The Snacks brings a grenade into play, and just enough damage is done to Tarek, and he is gone. And all of a sudden, there is no map control for Optic, and they're down 3 against 4. The only thing really helping them out in this situation is that there is no utility left on virtus.pro, but there's 40 seconds to go. Rush is in drop. They're going to go for essentially the split onto the A bomb site, but they've got to be quick about it.
Snacks here's the jump. Oh, he misses that shot. That's a rare miss. But he's got the information. You know, 2 of the 3 players are over towards the A bomb site. Taz taken down from the back. Rush right distraction there. And there is the AWP as well. So this round is turning around. Rush smoking off the choke point, allowing his teammate to plant the bomb. He'll focus on the balcony. Both CTs coming from connector. How do they retake this?
And Neo and Pasha both coming indeed from that connector position. It's never easy when everyone's coming from the same direction or the CT side on this retake situation. And Naf has a great position there of Rush, almost a crossfire situation going on. Yeah, they can hear the sounds. Naf catches both, doesn't even need Rush's help. Well then, another round for Optic, and it's the timing there for virtus.pro, very unfortunate. We saw the distraction coming in from connector to the flank, and the shots through the door into Taz, making him turn around just when he needed to cover that position where Naf was coming from for the duel. So look at how the timing worked out. Then the defense on A just collapsed completely. Brilliant stuff from Optic, and 8 rounds for them. But this is looking quite even at this point. Very recoverable for virtus.pro still, and Optic actually have a worse buy when it comes to the rifles. We've got Tarek on a Tech 9.
Much needed 4K for Optic from Nafly. Grenade situation kind of sucks from virtus.pro. Sad to see them lose around like that when they took such a forward position on the B bomb side as well. It was a nice play, but ultimately it did not work out. Still, there's an AWP for Snacks, again in the forward position. Business as usual in terms of the CT setup. Slow start from Optic. Focusing on the drop, it seems. Snacks with some harassment here and there, but Nothing crazy just yet. Again, Taz, he has not had success in that position, and Optic have exploited him again.
Yeah, and Snax now has to fall back and try to deal with this situation and hold on to A for his team. His team can't afford to overreact to this because they have a full B rush to be dealing with. In comes the split there. Still though, virtus.pro seem to be holding on here. They've bought enough time. They have a good spread on the defense, but slowly it's being eliminated. Stanislaw there with one. Neo going down, leaving everything onto Snax. 1 against 2. The bomb is just about to be planted, so there's plenty of time to work with for Snax. He's got a kit as well. But this is by no means an easy feat for Mr. Snax, but he has been the man for virtus.pro so far, and that's a decent nade.
Hitting both players, but surely this is an insurmountable trade frag situation. Rush coming out first, he's got the boulder there, but he can't find the frag. And now he can allow Stanislaw to peek first to the left. The Stanislaw has to worry about his right as well. The scope gives the position away, and Rush will finish things off 9-6 in favour of Optic. Could have been worse for virtus.pro. They mounted a comeback and they've given themselves a fighting chance going into the second half.
Yeah, and what a half from Naf and Rush. I mean, again, one thing that you can see from Optic on a map like Cobblestone, what makes them a good T-sided team here, is that they've got great discipline. They're really good at managing their opponent's economy, picking the right rounds. They've got all the utility is placed very well. The tactics are strong. But at the same time, they're showing why they've been able to win championships recently, because players like Naf and Rush, we didn't expect it, but these guys can really shoot hard, and we saw that in this first half. You can see Snax, essentially the MVP for virtus.pro in this first half against Naf there. And Snax was doing a great job with the AWP, but I think also it felt like Optic were trying to avoid him.
Something we've seen, sorry Dan, I just need to mention this quickly, something we've seen quite often recently, I'd say the last 3-4 months from virtus.pro on T-pistols is 3 players with grenades. And we see it again on Cobblestone, which would suggest to me a wall of smoke towards the B-bomb site. And, well, we'll find out what indeed it is. 3 smoke grenades, a lot of flashbangs, and 1 high explosive for virtus.pro. So we'll see if their 3-man utility setup is going to work out for them. Sometimes it fails miserably, but we will see. Maybe Optic won't give them the chance, though. 3 players very aggressive towards A.
Yeah, this is a really cool setup. Close range for USP's crossbar comes in. Oh, Naf's going for the body shots, and that's not going to help out too much. Mixwell was there to clean up one of the frags, but it is a 3 versus 3 here. Chaos. And look at that position that we see Pasha finding himself, and he's gone to connector. Stanislaw, though, with quite an unexpected position, picks up a kill, but more importantly, he finds out where the bomb is going, and Tarek is now the man to stop it. 1 versus 1, that's the bomb, and that spells problems for Pasha, but he's managed to make it into 1 versus 1. It's all to play for.
There's time for the duel as well. Oh, please, Pasha. That is absolutely disgusting. Tarek doesn't get a chance to hide. No, denied. It looks like virtus.pro are going for maybe, look at this. Hello, hello there.
Just sitting on the haystack.
It looks like virtus.pro were going for almost a post-plant setup of their utility, or maybe a smoke towards connector. So their plan was entirely different, but we won't know what it is just yet. Again, Optic disrupting things, but ultimately they failed. So 9-9 is there's a reasonable chance, but we've got 5-7s for days, so we need to be very wary of the Optic buy. There are some flashbangs to go through the lower area. virtus.pro not going anywhere too early, being very careful. Optic, a team who favour aggression, and that aggression must be respected by virtus.pro.
They're just slowly edging their way up here. Oh, the Deagle comes in, a few shots there. You have to be so careful. Mixwell's done some damage, and with a scout in play, although the scout is, as we can see, on the other side of the map, maybe it won't come into play, but actually, virtus.pro abandoning any efforts towards A, and indeed actually bringing everything in towards B, which is where Tarek is. Tarek can actually win the round here if he gets a couple really good shots. There's one, taking that Taz before he gets close. Rush in the meantime, and Nafol chiming in with frags of their own. Problems here for virtus.pro.
2 players remain, but Pasha with that AK, he's got a lot of work to do. He needs to clean up this mess. Optic, they're all spread out at the moment, and they don't have a diffuse kit, and with the damage done to Mixwell and Nafly, I do wonder what they're going to go for, but Mixwell's in a very forward position, so what they've got to lose. 2 digs, the meat shots coming in, Neo must deliver, misses the first shot, the flames will force him forwards, and there go all the virtus.pro players. The round has been stolen by Optic Gaming.
Wow, that was quite nice. Tarek with that scout and just the bit of deagle damage before it, just set them up for there to be an opportunity, and the opportunity was seized by both Tarek, Naf and Rush. Just look at this, they had a nice little crossfire set up there in the drop zone as well, really punishing virtus.pro very severely, to be honest. And once again, virtus.pro are going to be plagued by economic issues. We see a half buy from them here, just a bunch of P250s and utility as well, which is very cool to see because you can actually get a lot done with that. And looks like we just passed the 750,000 mark on the viewers, so that's amazing. That is amazing to see so many people with a love for Counter-Strike, James.
virtus.pro not gone for the full force buy, they did get the bomb planted. So maybe this round is about damage to the C2 economy for the coming rounds. That's a good start. Nice damage by the P250, trying to put in more as well. That fly tagged for 20. But the split is coming in from virtus.pro, so Rush is in trouble, the bomb is down. Nice pistol shot there, doing big damage, Rush. Neo and Barley in distance. Now it's just Neo, unable to reload his gun in time. Took a lot of damage from his teammate, it seems, but there we go. Just the one kill for virtus.pro, so that's not bad for Optic Gaming at all. And indeed, moving towards 770,000 now. Dzień dobry for the Polish viewers. I couldn't say in every language, so I'll just leave it there.
Look at that. Beautiful flick from the USP. We've seen a lot of nice USP one-taps already, James, in this Cobblestone game.
We have. We've seen some nice one-taps. Both teams on the buy. Optic with a 4-round lead. virtus.pro with next to no grenades, and they're quite one of the teams who are quite good at using them. So I do wonder if that will change their approach for this round.
Yeah, not much in the way of grenades here for virtus.pro, which does typically mean that you're going to be playing with a faster pace, and you're going to have to get more numbers behind your map control efforts, because that's the best way to truly win positions if you don't have many grenades. And it does seem that that is the case, and it is towards A. That's the area that they want to claim. And they do have Bialy do virtus.pro, who is towards the drop zone, applying some pressure. He's not in the drop zone just yet, but might be quite difficult for him to do that. He's only got a decoy, so it's going to be very hard to get his way in there. I don't know how I don't think he'll be able to do it, to be honest, or if he'll have the confidence to try. Here comes virtus.pro. They're pushing towards A and stealing away map control in this area from Optic, but they realize what's going on.
Neo going to collect the bomb. His teammates not quite on top of the A site just yet. Look at the rotation coming in as well from the CT side. Mixer and Stanislaw are already quite deep, and Neo's moving the bomb towards the B site now, where Barley's still just creating a nuisance. He will announce his position. That does not mean too much though. Snacks is still in a position to throw a fake. Now fly with the off angle. This is the usual angle. No bomb sighted just yet, though, and there are 30 seconds left. They've made the wrong play, Optic. They are on the wrong side of the map.
This is just great movement here from virtus.pro, something that they are known for. Snacks doing some damage there, or trying to, as a lurker, but in just showing his presence there, even though he loses the fight, look how out of position Optic are. Indeed, as you said, just...
They've got no choice, Dan. They've got no choice.
They read it wrong.
I've seen more choice in a North Korean election. They'll have to go for the save, and virtus.pro will close the gap by 1.
And it's really cool as well, because that's one thing that virtus.pro are really good at, is how you run a default strategy on this map. And the defaults on this map as a T side is so strong, because you essentially looks like you're taking map control almost everywhere. It's so hard for the CTs to confirm where you are, and teams like virtus.pro can abuse that. They're one of the best teams in the world at really abusing that fact, and you can see how much it screwed Optic over. They just had no idea how to read the situation. It looks like both A and B have strong arguments that that's where most of virtus.pro are trying to attack. So you have to run a gamble or an information plan. It's just so difficult. So that is what virtus.pro need to keep doing to get back into this one.
Have a look at the situation for the CT side. They are able to buy. They have some weapons saved from the previous round. Tarek, though, whipping out the Mag 7, commonly found towards the crack in the wall over at B. One would expect him to go over there. Could use it in a drop as well, but you don't really want to stand in the drop, which you would need to with a Mag 7, because you will be subject to numerous grenades. Speaking of which, got the early plays in, the flashbang, and again, this is a very dangerous position to face when a CT has a Mag 7. It can be the difference between winning and losing. He will hear the footsteps close. going for a pop flash, but I think virtus.pro maybe just baiting more grenades from Optic, trying to exhaust their utility. Two virtus.pro players going close, showing some footsteps, and then simply moving back.
Yeah, again, to Optic, it kind of always looks somewhat the same, just presence all over the place, slowly taking away control of the positions here towards A. Pop Flash comes in to help Stanislaw get out of position and get some information at the same time as they start to react to how virtus.pro are playing, but this time they've just walked straight in, lining up a little bit for Mixwell. He only gets one though, and the race is on back for the retake of that A bomb site for the Optic Gaming team.
The retake of the B bomb site maybe, so they can save, because again they're on the wrong side of the choke point, and maybe it's too difficult for them to do anything with. How many Optic players does it take to boost into the drop zone? 3.5 it seems. Upgrading some weapons. Are they gonna... Let's see, they have 2 defuse kits. I don't know if they're playing for exit frags or if they're actually going to go for this. It seems they're going for it. Neo going to take the first play down. 2-man spray down for him, and that is GG for this round. Nafly, tail between legs, has made his exit.
And the money for both teams is really crippled, and especially Optic, they don't really have anything going for them. And they have a very small loss bonus too, only $1,900 to get in this round. So it's going to be perhaps a little bit of half-buy around the AK just to see what they can get done. So virtus.pro have a good position here to start generating a few consecutive rounds to get themselves into the lead. And indeed, great defense there from Neo. I like how he, after getting the first frag, he kind of moves out with the spray, assuming that the tray frag is coming in to meet him preemptively with the spray. Great stuff from Neo indeed. And it's going to be interesting to see what Optic decide to do in this round.
Well, they're in a situation where they're lacking in money. They have a lead, and they can use that lead to build some cash and then try to claw it back afterwards. So we've got Nafly with a P250. Other than that, it's pure USPs here. Some GoldenEye pistols. 4 towards A. Let's see how virtus.pro approach this anti-eco round, because that's going to be the main focus, the main action. One would expect Optic to be quite static with how they've stacked the A site, despite all these grenades. Doesn't mean that virtus.pro are definitely pushing. Another question is, what do Optic do once they know virtus.pro are on the B bomb site? Are they going to try and charge into B and give away some bonus kills? Or will they just try to hide somewhere and not give any more money to virtus.pro?
Yeah, I think with the weapons that they have, they're so weak that you kind of want virtus.pro to push you into your crossfire setups and so on. It's going to be very hard, I think, for them to get kills if they try to push, and it does seem like they're beginning to do that here. We can see them moving in towards the connector position. It's quite a nice place to actually set up some awkward engagements for the AKs of virtus.pro, so maybe they'll actually get something here, maybe steal a weapon away. That would be best case scenario with a setup like this, but are virtus.pro smart enough to realize what's going on?
Neo and Pasha have pretty much cleared the route towards T-spawn for the T's to exit. And indeed, they'll make their exit, but Optic trying to enter on the site, and that might claim someone. We will see. Yeah, there goes Snacks. Other than that, it's a good round for virtus.pro. So, Optic with some eco money in the bank, and they've got around $4,500 to $5,000, so the buy is coming in once again for Optic. Reasonable amount of grenades as well. Mixwell on the AWP, so again, one of the ones to watch for me on GoTV. Mixwell AWPing on the CT side. Tried to claim he didn't like AWPing once, but we all know he was lying through his teeth.
Yeah, he's just so good that it's just, I don't know, it just...
Why would you say that?
It doesn't make sense.
Why would you say that?
It just does not make sense. Either way, here it is, perhaps a bit of a taste of Mixwell with that AWP. We'll see how well he fares here, because there are a bunch of virtus.pro players trying to take this position, and it's a very classic way to play this spot when you got the AWP. They should be expecting it. There's the flashbang that you need to throw. Pop flash Mixwell away. Clear the first angle, but there's more angles they have to clear, because look at this, Mixwell can take another very strong position, so they have to continue to use grenades and utility here to force him back, and it's working, but almost a fadeaway spot shot coming in there from Mixwell, keeps the dream alive on the defense, but that dream will be shattered here. Just rush to save it.
No one in position to trade on that kill, but finally Rush goes down. But the CTs keep streaming in. No time on the bomb. Oh, Snack's flying through the air, but the trades will go down to the last man, down to Pacha. The way they move through mid, I thought that would go even better for virtus.pro. You see the difference in the CT setup from Optic. They have the rifler closer to the AWP for support, but Stanislaw was smoked off from the underpass area. And I'm not sure if they realized all this, the poles were streaming in. It was great that Mixwell got that first pick. So it went a lot further than I thought it would. Tactical timeout from Optic as the score is tied up, and again they're in a ropey money situation, 3,300 per person, but they are approaching maximum loss bonus, so buys won't be an issue, utility won't be an issue. It's just about getting the advantage and retaining it, winning the rounds.
And it's so cool to see such a close battle between these two teams. I think a lot of people would have expected that. And in this situation now, with the the money as it is and getting into the late stages of this match, I think we're going to start to see the make or break rounds very soon, especially for the Optic side, because again we saw how much of a struggle it was for virtus.pro on the CT side when they had no utility, and if Optic get into that situation as well, it's going to be very nightmarish. And looks like we have a fast anti-eco round here from virtus.pro, just barreling into that plateau position, throwing all the grenades. Oh, denied.
He got 2 for 1.
Wow.
He got 2 for 1. He went to a supermarket and he got to stop those discount vouchers down.
Buy one, get one free. Let's go.
The anti-eco looks very good so far. Nobody left on the B bomb site. We've got Neo watching the back, so maybe there's an AK to be collected by the Optic Gaming side. But again, their maximum loss bonus, although having an AK is always a bonus, it can be the difference between a one-tap or headshotting someone with an M4 and then being one-tapped by an AK. We saw that in an earlier match with RPK on Cash. He had an M4 and the AK would have made a difference. So there we go, AK is collected.
Wow, he's a thief, James. Stole away an AK. Cheeky stuff.
He is Eddie Guerrero.
And that can go a long way. That, like, taking an AK into the next rounds here for Optic, that is one less rifle they're going to have to buy. So that could end up hurting them a lot. So we'll have to see how it... Oh, he might not even be able to save it. He's in the open.
Run, no!
Oh, the AK.
Oh, who knows? That AK may have had a story in the coming rounds. Could have made a difference, but it won't make any difference because it's gone. It's been snatched away. Right then, virtus.pro in the lead, and now we're at the business end of the match. But who's going to take the briefcase full of cash, Dan? As far as this match is concerned, double orbs coming out for Optic Gaming. Tarek and Mr. Mixwell going to be scoping on either side of the map. And we have a different approach from the CTs, again looking around the bowls of the cart area. But virtus.pro, are they going to change gears now? All over towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, they're a team that have been known to work at the pace of a match very, very well on their T sides. So it wouldn't surprise me to see them really trying to abuse that, like mess with the timings the CTs expect. And you can see the counter grenades being forced out here. All these flashes and HEs and smoke grenades being forced to be thrown for the Optic side. There's still quite a few more, but that's good. That's good work by virtus.pro. That gives them something to work with. And again, now Optic, they've fallen back from A as well because of all the presence there. You can see they don't have anybody in deep positions. So at the current moment, Optic don't know. They're not convinced, but this is going to be convincing. In goes Virtus into the drop, and the split's on.
Tarek got nice support from Nafly, so no kills just yet for virtus.pro. In fact, there's only 2 of them left. Taz in the smoke, has no idea where he is, but what can he do? He's with his teammates. They're both on the site. They've been heard, and there goes Taz, there goes Barley as well. That is the round that Optic needed, not a single player down, especially when they've invested in 2 sniper rifles. Score tied up once again. virtus.pro have built some money, Pacha with 11k, so they'll have no issue keeping the pressure up, but again, they've got no kills in that previous round. See if they can make a difference on this occasion. Perhaps that tactical pause paid off for Optic. Pacha with the AWP. Everybody else on rifles. This time we've got Neo making a play towards the A site. Again, oh, he may have an early engagement from Mixwell because he's going towards that boulder area. Mixwell's moving away now. So we will see. Nice shot there from Pacha. Always scary when you're playing the AWP close to mid, because when you put that smoke down, the T's can just pop flash through it, and then you get completely ruined. Anyway, good start for virtus.pro on this occasion.
Yeah, we saw that Pasha. He ran, like, had a very fast timing to that off angle, and it seemed like that's a really nice play. That worked out marvelously. It may even have been that Optic, one of the players peeking first before the AWP turret came into play, even would have called that it was actually safe. In fact, it was not safe. And as you said, great start for virtus.pro. They have a minute to work with, and they're starting to move towards the A-bomb side, finding themselves in the middle position.
We have an AWP crossfire set up on the B-bomb site, which may not pay off for Optic, as indeed here comes the push, but here come the frags for the CT side. Nothing but blue almost in the kill feed. Pasha Bialy remains right towards A.
This is looking really bad, really bad. Bialy's taken out by a grenade, leaving Pasha alone. 30 seconds on the clock in the open, and taken down. That's going to be another one on the board for Optic, and this is looking really bad right now for virtus.pro. They still have the ability to potentially buy if they want to. We'll have to see. I'm pretty sure that they should, or they can consider it. They can tailor around to their buy, but yeah, Optic playing very well this double AWP setup so far, that everybody's really hitting their shots. So virtus.pro are in a position where perhaps what they want to do is play it a bit more slowly, play a bit more tactically, try to actually steal away map control towards the A side of the map first in a default type situation, as they were previously when they started to really win rounds. But the key difference there in the defense is now we have more utility and the double AWPs. And Mixwell on the AWP defense to A, I can see why virtus.pro might not want to think about that as their first option for their offense, running into Mixwell.
It's interesting that once Optic had one player picked off, they chose to put two of the AWPs over towards the B-bomb site. I was very curious to see how that would have played out, especially with flashbangs coming in. So indeed, it seems virtus.pro are going to go for the force buy. This buy is going to suck, so they better have a nice plan in mind. 1 AK so far. In fact, well, I was waiting for Pasha to see what he was going to do, so you can see next to no grenades for the team. Snax, though, has mustered an AWP. Mixwell over towards the boulder once again, but he smartly flashed off and gets out of there immediately.
So quick peeks here onto the plateau position from NAF with the addition of a pop flash from a teammate to help make it safe. And virtus.pro are indeed moving towards the A side of the map with the bomb. And interestingly, we have Mixwell immediately in a much more passive position. He hasn't really had to be flashed away just yet, I don't think. So Optic just saying, you know what, we're just going to keep it pretty calm. We know that you guys could even have somewhat of a half-buy situation going on. They're not 100% sure what kind of weaponry they're going to be up against, if there's going to be an AWP on the field, or if it's just going to be a couple rifles. But soon, all will be known, because virtus.pro are starting to march in here, and Mixwell, is he going to be able to hit a shot here? Will they flash him off? The peaks are going to be coming in soon. There's the flash. Beautiful timing there from virtus.pro.
Instant reaction from Optic as soon as that shot's fired. A third player, Nafly, rotating towards the balcony position. But virtus.pro not going to overcommit just yet. With the flash coming out, I doubt they've seen the bomb on the radar either. So you see Tarek just holding the angle towards B for the time being, but virtus.pro continue their march. Staniscore now will hear some footsteps coming through. There's Neo, trade from Bialy. Now there's more rotation coming in for the CTs.
Mixwell, great position, finds the shot onto Pasha. The bomb is marching its way forwards. Mixwell with a whiff there, and a second one. That's not going to pay off at all for Optic here. They're in a bit of a problem now, as they've got Rush pushing by the APC. He's waiting for Tarek to get into a position with his AWP behind him to be able to support his push as he edges his way around these angles. Nice smoke there, gives Taz more room to play with, but no, Rush still with the frag. Stax has to trade now with the AWP and no one to support him. And the smoke down on the bomb, this is definitely somewhat awkward. What? Stax through the smoke. Oh man, great gut instinct there from Stax to find the shot there on the player in the smoke. Easily, making that clutch look easy.
His timing around that wall was absolutely perfect, no doubt using the sounds to his advantage as well, but that could not have been done better. Snax with Ballet. Ballet with an AWP down is what we're seeing on the DA side from Snax. Tied up again, and now it's Optic's turn for their money to be raked, and that's a loss bonus reset as well, so awkward times are certainly ahead. They've spent some money, keeping them with enough to buy in the next round. Again, anti-eco time hasn't been easy against 5-7s. That's been the story of the day on anti-eco, so we'll see if the 5-7 story continues in this round. virtus.pro by no means over the hill. There are advantages, but these are dangerous waters.
What a close match this is. It's so hard to call. Optic with these pistols, you can't count them out. They've got some great angles to play with. Now virtus.pro, they start to move towards A-long once again. They found so much success there recently. And it's always a good place to start out. It's quite difficult when you're up against pistols like this to, I mean, you really have to cross all your T's, dot all your I's. You have to have a lot of discipline because there could be 4 players stacked there. They can be in so many positions, so many angles. You need to use grenades. Well, virtus.pro aren't using very many grenades. They don't have many grenades. So this is a bit risky, especially with such few players in the way of trade fraggers for virtus.pro, but it's so far okay. And you can see that Taz will find Stanislaw, but in the same time, we have a frag going on to Pasha. So virtus.pro, they're not out of the woods by a long stretch yet.
Yeah, there's a very late rotation coming in for the Poles as well. And that's going to allow the CTs to rotate, although they're mostly already in position. Down goes Taz, he'll heavily back. But they've got 20 seconds to plant a bomb. And look how awful that is. That's so awkward in that area, but they've cleared most of it out. Rush, there are 15 seconds. Oh, that Molotov is almost perfect. Sorry, he's going to spread. Indeed, it's spreading. They're trying to get the bomb down. Nia with a clutch kill there. That will allow the bomb to get planted just in time. But Nia Naf can still do this. He can meat shot 2 of these 3 players. So much damage being done, there's more to come, or maybe not. Snacks taking his face off. That is a closed casket funeral for Nat.
Yeah, Snacks is on 28 kills and 13 deaths. That guy is doing some damage. I actually liked the imagery there that when you said Snacks is doing ballet with an AWP. I want like a cartoon drawing of that with Snacks with like a tutu and some ballet shoes with an AWP. I think that'd be pretty amazing. But yeah, it's good to see him doing so well early into the major here so far. But can he take his team over the line? It's just 2 more rounds, and we've got the big buy from Optic now, all back into the hands of the deadly Mixwell. And the fast presence here from Virtus onto the plateau.
That running smoke they do towards the bomb site is insane. I just want to say that quickly. So, can they capitalize on this man advantage now? Optic is tie things up again. Down goes Neo. Trade frag comes in, but Trades goes straight back. Bomb is not towards the bomb site though. We've got the Optic players on A, moving towards Connector, but I'm not sure if they're going to entirely abandon the A site. The smoke goes down, and Mixwell will play a just-in-case position on the A site. Meanwhile, the rest of the team focus towards B. Minute 15 on the clock, man advantage for the CTs. Barley running distraction for now. I don't think he's going to commit to the drop. I think in this situation, the VP players need to push together wherever they decide to go, because once they make a play towards A, for example, that they need people holding an angle on that connector choke point. Stanislaw's gone past it already. It's off angle. They're never going to pre-fire this. He sees the already. Down goes the bomb. That trajectory tells him there's more people there. The trade comes in again, but he's got the info. And again, Mixwell is still on the site.
Yeah, nice meaty nade there as well. Went down with an explosion. Mixwell, he's going to hear the stepping. Taz, nice entry. Oh, there's the tag actually. Mixwell, can he get another shot off? No. Bialy with a fast headshot there, leaving Naf against 2. But again, they're so weak. He's got utility. He's got time. He doesn't actually have a kit at the moment. Might be one along the way to pick up somewhere, but that is going to definitely spur him on a little bit more quickly. And with the repositioning here from Bialy, there is a timer on Naf here, not just the bomb, but he's never going to check behind himself. If the push comes in from Bialy quickly enough, if Naf is too slow, there is surely no way he survives this. Can he find Taz, though? He has to find him quickly. Taz is playing the time. Or maybe a pixel on the screen there. Naf spotted by Bialy. Indeed, the flank. Beautiful play from Bialy. And that's going to be the round for virtus.pro.
Nafly made 1 footstep. He made 1 footstep, and Barley heard him, which is why Taz jumped into CT spawn, and he was holding the right of the house, and then Barley could do the rest of the job. And that puts virtus.pro on match point. Optic Gaming calling for the tactical timeout. They're on around $2,500. So again, there's no choice. They're going to have to go for the force buy. The 5-7s are going to come out once again. Maybe virtus.pro have done enough, but again, there's it's always tough when you're playing against 5-7s. These anti-eco rounds have been very dangerous, very shaky for all the T sides. We see the scouts coming out onto Tarek, and he's somewhat notorious with the scout, but it's less than ideal to say the least.
Yeah, we hit 800k viewers. Shout outs to you guys. This is a pretty awesome match to be watching so far. It's pretty crazy just how both teams are firing off, like with the individual performances, because this is coming down to the strategy, the tactics, coordination, the pacing, the psychology of the teams. Like we're seeing a full, everything you could expect from a Counter-Strike match here, as well as the individual performances and the clutches. So really delivering these two teams here so far, but can Optic do so much with so little? That is really the question. virtus.pro, they keep mixing things up here. They got snatched with an aggressive position with his AWP. Gets tacked down to 41, actually. And that Molotov is a little bit scary, James.
It could spread that. It could spread. It's not going to spread, but it could have spread. 800,000 people indeed. May the Dragon Lords be with you. Two players, again, over towards the A site around that stairs area. My question is, how much time will virtus.pro leave themselves once they choose to push the site? But there is a push almost coming in from these CTs. The Molotov, they will hear that fire being connected, but Mixwell will connect with the Deagle. That's the most important thing. And Stanislaw has not made himself known just yet. Taz backing off for now, but there could be a trade there later on.
Oh man, I so saw that happening. Mixwell with that second frag maybe, but no. Stanislaw, he wants to look in, he wants some info. Oh, there's some info for you. Taz's AK-47 in your face. 2 versus 4 now. Optic in dire straits. Of course, virtus.pro, they're going with the rotation after that last frag. They know the A bomb site is up for free, and they will take it. Taz not spotting the legs there through the grates, through the vent, but he's got a great position. And they know exactly where the CT is coming from. Easy frag onto Tarek. Rush, he's got a 1 versus 4. He's got, at least he's got a kit, James, but he's only got a 5-7 and he's got no friends.
Never say only when it's a 5-7, Dad. That's for sure. Well, he's dead now, Dad. 16-13, virtus.pro win their first match of the first major of 2017. Lovely stuff by the Pulse.
What a match. I mean, I feel privileged to start start our cast at this major with that one, backwards and forwards in every sense. I didn't see virtus.pro winning it after the start that they had, really showing their experience, their mental constitution to get through that as a team. And to see virtus.pro at a major is always something that's phenomenal. And with Optic in their rise, they're a real contender at this major as well. So we'll have to see what the thoughts are of the lovely gentleman on the desk. We'll take a quick break. We'll see you soon.
So, welcome back. The game did deliver. It's virtus.pro that just edges it against Optic Gaming. And we're now going to talk to the person we know all too well from virtus.pro. It's Taz over there with Smix.
Taz, it was bound to be a tough match going up against a team ranked second on HLTV. Knowing you're going up against a team with so much raw talent and an explosive play style, was there any special preparation done?
Obviously, the guys did a lot of preparation. They watched a lot of games of Optic. We knew that it will come down to Kobo and Cash. So, yeah, the guys did really good research, and it paid out.
The last time you played Optic, it was also on Cobble at ESL 1 New York. The score was very close, 16-14. Today, it was also a very, very close game. So talk us through what happened.
I think we have a lot of problems at the beginning of the year. Like our early start is very bad, and you saw here we also had very bad start. If not for one round which Snacks won, like with a one tap on a guy on the stairs, then it will be even more horrible. But we managed to crawl back, and I think this is something we are getting better and better with this year progress. That we are having good comebacks. So we are waiting for a good start, and then it should be a lot easier.
And speaking of a bad start, some people raised some concerns because VP did not win WESG, where a lot of people thought you guys were the clear favorites. So did the losses there affect your team at all, or was the only focus the major?
I mean, the problem is that we always have a tough start of the year. I don't know why. We really practice for it, but we need to have very tough start for a year. I think that losing WSG, I don't know.
WESG.
Yeah. Losing even in China is just, it's hard enough. So I think we should be good on major.
Well, it's the games at the majors that count. Well, congratulations and best of luck. Back to you, Richard.
And indeed, yeah, they got off to a winning start. But
unlike at whatever that tournament was.
We didn't win. We don't like to talk about it, do we? But here's the thing. I'm going to be honest here, and I'm going to say I think Taz alluded to it a little bit. I think that could have been a hell of a lot worse. I've got to say it, because I honestly think Optic Gaming probably should have had it based on a couple of rounds in the second half.
No,
guys.
this is a game where, yeah, on one level you want to be like, oh, you know, great comeback, well done. But actually, I look at that game and I just find myself thinking like, ouch, if you're Optic. I mean, there's a few Snacks 1vx situations where you probably should have won this game if it wasn't for that.
There's not many teams in the world who are going to be able to come back in this game the way that virtus.pro did, because Optic applied so much pressure to them early on, especially economically. I mean, it's kind of silly to think that loss there. It's almost like a dream scenario for Optic to lose a one-on-one and then win the ensuing round, because that's such a hard reset to come back from. And even later on, when virtus.pro wins their second round, they still only have one player surviving. So the amount of economic pressure they have, one slip up from VP, and this entire half is just gone. And you can even expect a lot of teams, when Rush does this, just collapse. That 1-on-4 from him, or I mean, the 4 kills he gets there in sequence is incredible. And I mean, this is a round that VP wins, 1 AWP and all pistols, no armor. I mean, very, very few teams can come back the way that VP did and grind this out. In American football, we usually talk like teams win in like certain phases of the game, like offense, defense, special teams. Well, I mean, when you look at Optic, they won economically, they won in the clutch situations, in the late round situations throughout the majority of this game, and they weren't able to convert it into a win. And that's more of a testament to VP, because just to reiterate, there's not a whole lot of teams that can do this.
No, and as I said, Duncan, towards the end in that second half, we're going to start seeing it now, I think, in the highlights, so I'll bring it up. This in particular, example, this is just the timing. Snacks able to somehow avoid the player just as he checks in that spot. If they catch him there and they kill him, Optic win this game.
Sure, but with that said, if you're going to go down to a situation where you're like, yeah, but if it wasn't just for when Snacks won that crazy 1vx, it's like, yeah, join the queue, mate. There's a lot of people have that story, you know, unfortunately. So it's kind of what Snacks does, and that's one of the things I've always said about him. The term I always use for him is uncanny. Like, it doesn't really make sense. You can't really calculate, you know, when to make this timing push, but he just always has that sense for when to do it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that timing in that 1-on-2 that he wins around the fence, like the timing of his movement to the other side of the fence right when Rush is clearing it, so Rush turns around because he doesn't even see him. I mean, that's just mostly luck, and that's the thing. I mean, the best players, they don't win all of them, but they put themselves in a position where that luck is going to help them out immensely, and that's exactly what Snacks has done.
Yeah, and made a career of doing it too. So, obviously a very close game. We picked out the X Factor as presented by HyperX. What have you got for us, Jason?
Well, this was actually what allowed Optic to have such good control of the first half and what gave them that economic advantage. They get this one kill and they stall this out. Because there's not a whole lot of utility, Neo actually pushes forward and gets caught out in the open, and this is where Optic is so dangerous, because look at how fast they take over this bomb site. From just that one kill, before virtus.pro could even rotate into position, they've already swarmed the site, they already have the smokes up, and this round just has to be conceded. And this is something that Optic did repeatedly in the first half. They tried it again later on when virtus.pro won their second round. It didn't work as much, and I mean, this round is essentially over, but you know, this is where the strength of Optic comes from, how quickly they can take these sites after that first initial action, pressing forward aggressively as a team.
So why is the X factor something that didn't win the game?
You're just asking the tough questions, Duncan.
That's what Duncan does, right? So anyway, well, just a quick final thought there. Optic contenders for this major on that showing?
I still think that they're a very good team. Like in that game, for example, Tarek didn't do a whole lot. You know, if he comes alive, it's certainly a different game in terms of complexion. For me, it was just a bad matchup. Like I think VP is one of the few teams I have where, yeah, I will edge it most times to VP. I think there's many teams in this tournament where Optic can certainly get wins, and I expect them to see them in the playoffs.
All right, well, thanks for that. So coming up after this break.
I'm throwing a flashback.
Welcome to Cobblestone Souvenir Box Simulator 2017. Dan's mother emailed and said, is James wearing Dan's waistcoat? What's that about?
Don't know. Honestly, I have no idea.
Well, this is a bit of a surprise, Cobblestone, between Na'Vi and Mousesports. I don't think many people were expecting this. I mean, do you have a favourite for this?
I find it really difficult not to think that Na'Vi will win, James, because they have Simple and Guardian on Cobblestone, and Simple used to be able to basically win Cobblestone by himself. Obviously, this, having so many other amazing players on the team does shift the dynamic, and they have had some issues since they removed Zeus and put Simple into the lineup. So, it's hard to say where they're at right now, but obviously the major is the most important thing. This is where the impact has to happen, and this is where the fruits of the labor of much work and practice.
Ooh, Mousesports, triple smoke, triple Molotov.
Nice.
What is this sorcery, Dan? What is this sorcery? We've got Na'Vi seized with the defuse kit and the high explosive grenade, but we've got triple smoke, triple Molotov. I have all kinds of question marks.
Well, the good thing is that Na'Vi aren't pushing, so maybe we'll actually get to see what the intended purpose is behind this madness.
This is some Riddler tier nonsense going on right now. Where will these smokes go? See, now it seems virtus.pro are looking to maybe smoke off some choke points in the A bomb site with their smokes, and or have some post-plant smokes to delay. But what will we see from Mousesports? All going over towards A. You can deploy a bunch of grenades from there. You can smoke off the balcony and the door, if I'm not mistaken, from those positions. Some light dueling here. You see Flamey in position on the crate in case any madness should happen, but the A site is very weakly defended.
This is good, James. This is good for us. The dream might be real. We might actually see all the grenades and exactly what they're supposed to do. Uninterrupted strategy from Mousesports with the smokes and the Molotovs. Oh, the wall of smokes! All right, that's awesome. Okay, now we've got the mollies where they're going to go. Simple's going to try to wrap around here. There's one opening. They know that because they've designed this strategy. They know, and that's it. Just carpet bombing the bomb site.
The site on fire,
and Simple had to leave.
Yeah, he got that GTFO, and now he tries to get himself back in. Double P coming in for a T-side, but no frags just yet. Somebody saw someone, he's got no bullets left. Teammates being tagged as well, Flamey heavily tagged. Somebody dying. Please, in a situation, there's still 10 players on the server, Dan. What is going on? Finally, Spitty gets taken down. Let's see what else the CTs can do. Simple doesn't know where to go now. This is crazy. They were not prepared for this. Next level strats from Mousesports, but the bomb's being defused. Flame. Just IMCs has made it. That is...
What is this?
Disgusting. What a retake. That was mental. They got so far before throwing the grenades.
Is this Counter-Strike or the circus shit?
Mousesports have got, they've got Sleeve of Wizard, Dan. They've got tricks up their sleeves. But still, Na'Vi with that hero defuse. The hero defuse.
This round was just so weird. Oh my god. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Triple UMP, and for Mousesports, we got a couple flashbangs, mostly stock pistols, to be honest. Couple PT-50s and a Deagle, that's it. Deagle's on Nico. Oh, and already sees is going to take a meat shot from Nico, so a bit of damage being done. But it's hard to expect too much from Mousesports in a round like this. It's really all about Na'Vi not losing more than one player. That's the winning... That would be a massive win for them. And Mousesports, they would be really happy with getting more than one frag out of such a low investment. And with a couple flashbangs, they should be able to win some positions at least. They're already pretty deep on the A-long area.
Flashbang. 2 flashes for Spitty. Seems there's going to be a play to plant the bomb, if you ask me, in this round. And I know, well, we'll come to it in a bit. We've got a flash on the Na'Vi side. Simple having a look at the UMP. Not much to lose, and he will lose his weaponry. Something collected from Mousesports, but the longer they take, the more CTs are streaming into the A site. Now the bomb plot looks very unlikely. High explosive flying in as well. The margins are getting ever so slight for Mousesports in this round, but the rotations coming in, they are rotating down like the dial of a watch. Guardian's alone on the site. He's got the range though, and in the meantime, Chris J doing more damage towards the A site. He's keeping people entertained. So Guardian may be exploited. There's a potential round win now for Mouse Sports, but again, they have no armor.
Yeah, this is really weird. Guardian has to defend here against 3 players. And if they get the timing right, I don't think they necessarily have the timing to do it. They are moving in here. Guardian's very careful of that drop position. He is exposed, but Nico doesn't hit the instant kill that he needed onto Guardian. Looks like Guardian will hold this against 3 players, and the last player, Chris J, is way too far away. And this actually kind of sucks for Chris J, because he's going to basically save just a UMP, which is... I mean, it's just not worth it. Even if you were just to like lose 1 round, like 1,400 loss bonus, you're still not making money there.
You can see Guardian was also playing the clock just in case he went down. He was trying to make sure there was not enough time to plant the bomb, so smart stuff by him. But, I mean, Mouse Sports, Mouse Sports, you know, like some people, you know, when they're feeling depressed or something, they hit the bottle. Like Yanko will watch Mouse Sports games, and it seems like they are more prepared. I mean, yes, we are 2 rounds into the major as far as Mouse Sports are concerned, but that pistol run was next level from them. So I do wonder what else they have to show us as this major continues. They're on the buy now with the AKs coming out. Chris J, of course, continuing with that UMP. And he will be, it's funny, Chris J, with the worst range guns, is holding the A site. Meanwhile, Seeds with a cheeky boost. Gonna survive, but that will slow down the Mouse Sports advance.
Yeah, it has been pretty much halted, but their presence is still going, still making some noise there towards drop. Na'Vi just biding their time at the moment, waiting for Mouse Sports to make the play. They do have a few grenades left, a couple of smokes, a couple of flashbangs. Still more noise towards B rather, and almost no noise ever towards A, so that justifies Na'Vi having basically 4 players towards B at the moment. And now Mouse Sports actually doubling back. And they haven't cleared out any forward presence towards the A side of the map, but it's unlikely that there would still be forward presence just because they've been pressuring B so hard that normally forces a reaction to cause one player to play passively on A.
See how Nico's just taken the jump to suggest that he's fallen into the drop. And he saw a 2-man peek coming from Na'Vi, and they see nobody's there. They realize they are being baited. See Flamey now rotating towards the A site. Edwards in position to quickly make it through connector as well. And we see the charge from Mouse Sports now. 4 players coming in. Nico looking to get some flank action done as well. No bomb spotted for Na'Vi just yet, so they're not exactly sure, but the rotation's coming in towards A. Here comes Seas. Will they be in position though?
Dennis wrapping around the APC. Flamey posting quite the defense there, opening things up. No frag for Seas there. He's very close to the UMP, but not quite. 1 versus 2 here. Edward comes in. Already 2 kills for him at the moment, but he's up against Dennis now in this 1 versus 1. He's got to play against the bombers very close there. Almost not enough time to plant. 1 second was left. But Dennis managed to do it in the nick of time. And where is Edward? That is now the question that currently haunts Dennis. Spots him though, but no connection. Edward looking for it by the tree, finds the headshot, claims himself his 3rd kill in the round. Nice clutch. Edward, really a very nice round from him, saving Na'Vi. But Mouse Sports, they did a lot of work there.
Yeah, and I think Dennis was unlucky not to get the headshots in that first angle he took up, but nice angles taken by him in general. But Edward, the sexy man talisman of the Na'Vi side, take the round for his team and keep the clean sheet. Perhaps a touch of frustration there. Not surprising considering the effort put into that pistol round as well. So, you know, psychologically not a best start for Mouse Sports, never mind the score. They've chosen to force it up. We have the UMP onto Lowell, the rest of them with Tech 9's P250 and a Deagle onto Nico, of course. So they've got a moving accuracy and the Nico accuracy in play. We'll see if Na'Vi can survive. Very early peak, perhaps not. Nico off to an early start, and he wants that AWP immediately.
Oh no, that is... Oh, the grenades are coming in. He's taking some hits here, down to 41. But that is quite the steal. Man, walking in there. Sees, got a grenade in his hand. Oh, so is Nico! So awkward. The flick comes in, it's not good. Sees from above the crate, able to take down Nico and somehow escape with his life.
That is divine intervention. 4 on 4, and again, moving accuracy to Tech 9 coming into play. Down goes Flamey, but the trades are coming in. Edward on the tree, getting 2 for his team. Catapult goes down, and Banana Clock, and it's only Lowell. Insta-trade, 2 plays surviving for Na'Vi, but it's 4-0. That's all they care about at this point. Looking for AWP, AWP found. But again, Nico, that Deagle, ever dangerous. He does horrible things with that.
He really, really does. Oh man, surgical precision. And I actually agree with you. You said it, you know, yourself. It's very early to kind of make the judgment, but it does seem like Mouse Sports have way better rounds. Like the way that they're executing the rounds, you can see the plan, the tactics are pretty tight. The movement is tight. It looks like they actually know what they're doing throughout the entire round, which may sound a bit weird, but on Cobblestone, historically, it's not necessarily been a map where on the T side, they always look very, like they absolutely know what the plan is at all times. But so far, they look very driven. And maybe that's why we saw a bit of frustration from Nico, because they have worked so incredibly hard to turn things around for Mouse Sports.
Worth noting as well, that peak from Guardian was insane. To peak like that's very dangerous peak. And he was punished accordingly. Although, again, it's Na'Vi with the clean sheet. The whitest whites. Mouse Sports making some steps. Simple will hear the rifle being reloaded. He can let his team know there is some presence towards A. In the lower area, no less, and his team will pop flash him in, so he knows they've probably gone to the high ground. But how many are there? At least one. Maybe it's likely that it's more than one. Na'Vi holding formation for the time being. Super deep smoke grenades. We saw virtus.pro try to push behind these smoke grenades, but Na'Vi will just leave them be and keep passive positioned towards the end of the plateau. 40 seconds left. We've got presence and drop from Mouse Sports. They're running the clock down as they like to. But they have no frags just yet, and I'm starting to worry.
Yeah, I like how they're mixing up the pace. Let's see if it works out. Nico can't get himself the entry towards Connector that would have helped, but there is still a lot of success that he potentially had in this push. Look at the chaos the smokes are causing. It's going the way of Na'Vi currently, still holding strong onto their original defensive setup. And Mouse Sports with 10 seconds left. This is all but over, I think. What on earth can the remaining players possibly do here except just survive with what they have intact? Spitty will not be able to do that. Low will, but again, another round from Mouse Sports shut down by Na'Vi, and it is almost a little bit sad to see for them, because we can...
Don't leave me hanging, bro.
Because they've had a lot of great rounds. Like you can see the way that they're building the rounds together. They've got good coordination and so on, and some of them have been very close and down to the clutches. So Mouse Sports, I feel unlucky so far to have only 0 rounds on the board.
So I think we have a technical timeout. I heard someone had disconnected. We'll get clarification if it's a technical or technical.
A technical.
It is indeed technical, right? I think production just said it was technical. So hopefully that will be resolved shortly. 5-0 for Na'Vi though, and you have to wonder, as Na'Vi, if they continue to rack up rounds here and stay on a 0, again, if you put in all this work and then you have literally no success, what does that do to you psychologically?
And also, if you consider just that Na'Vi are always such a dangerous team, to be able to let's say Mouse Sports, after all the work they've put in. Of course, we had like it's almost I think it's a 6-month gap between this major and the last one, so that's a lot of time for a tournament. And the major is a tournament. If your team hasn't been doing very well recently, you make it deep in that one tournament, the major, that just makes all the difference to your team. And if they were to just out of the gates get a victory against Na'Vi in this early stages of the Swiss system, then that would be, I think, very encouraging, obviously, and would put them in a very good mental space to not have to fight from a loss straight away. And I would love to see Mouse Sports in that position. I think they're in a spot right now where they could actually surprise a lot of people. And that said, the same thing goes for Na'Vi. We know how much skill they have on the team with the likes of Simple, and it seems like they initially shoehorned him into the team, and they've had time to work on how it really can work as a unit now to really become a team that can win a major. So much going on for both these teams.
On the subject of Swiss systems and Swiss things, I highly recommend Gruyere cheese. Send me your thoughts on Gruyere cheese on the tweeters. Maybe we'll extend the discussion. So there was just some money restoration following the reconnect, and we are live again. So we have Lowell with the AK and 4 players on a pistol. Of course, Mouse Sports are at maximum loss bonus, $3,400 coming their way should they lose this round. Even more if they plant the bomb. So we'll see what they can offer Na'Vi in this round. Wouldn't say it's much. They've got 3 Molotovs, 2 flashbangs, and a smoke grenade. Initial molly from Spitty, and Na'Vi will send some of their own. So fast play coming in. Tech 9's going through, and CT's off to a good start. Guardian taking a player down. He's been tagged there. That's 16 HP. Sees unable to get any spray in, so the bombs should get planted. No, it's been dropped.
This is really weird, actually. Na'Vi having to retake in this match, and they actually had an unconventional start to the round. Mousesports picked the right way to attack this one, but still unable to plant the bomb. That is so unfortunate. Na'Vi basically gave them the bomb plant. You can see the only people they had on the bomb site were both on drop. There was no one on the actual site, and they got the bomb site immediately. That is very unlucky that Mousesports did not get a plant right there.
Yeah, I mean, they can more or less fall by in this round anyway. Chris J had 62.50, but he's opted for an AK, but more money is always good. You can use it in further rounds. So, such is life. 6-0 for Na'Vi. Will Mousesports win a round anytime soon? That's a question. Spiddy on the Galil, so indeed they needed that bomb plant.
So what do they have in store here? I mean, you can see the difference. We just saw virtus.pro on this map and how they ran the CT setups. We saw Snacks alone a lot on the A side of the map. Look how different it is from Na'Vi. They've got 3 players towards the A side of the map. And, oh, this is NIP-esque smokes going over towards B here. And this is an awesome smoke setup because it can really suggest a B rush, but the positions, you either come in late with the B rush or you go to A with the split. There's lots of options to play off those nades. But Na'Vi, you've got such a good setup. They're all over this.
Yeah, I mean, they started to rotate from their deep position towards long, but they just got this passive areas, so they haven't cleared the site by any means, but maybe Chris J will do it by force. Edward playing around the smoke. This could be huge. Will Mousesports bide their time, though? This grenade, oh, never mind. Back to it. All the players getting dropped. Guardian is going nuclear at the moment. 3 kills for him. Then it's the last man standing, and Edward's there up close to take him down as well. So yes, Mousesports, they sold the fake towards the B bomb site, but all it did, as far as A is concerned, is rotate Na'Vi away from danger. But there were still 3 men on the site, so they were in very good positions. And Guardian is Guardian, and that's always a problem unless he's dead.
It's so interesting, the CT setups we're seeing out of Na'Vi. The fact that they have 7 rounds on the CT side of Cobblestone is that's already so many rounds on the CT side. It used to be with Na'Vi before that you were scared of their T side. If they got 3 or 4 rounds on the CT side, they can still just crush you with a very solid T side. That would often happen. And so to see the kind of setups from Na'Vi, like Guardian was on the AWP in B on drop zone. And the only other guy on B was playing by the statue. It's just such a strange setup with aggressive 3 people towards long, and that's something they've run in more than 1 round. So we're seeing unconventional stuff from Na'Vi, and that might be throwing Mousesports off a little bit.
Another technical timeout sees just resolving some connection issue to reconnect to the server. On the plus side, there was a recent update from, I don't know if it's a back authentication error, for example, but with those disconnects now, there was a recent update, so they happen at the end of a round as opposed to the middle of the round. So that's a plus, you know, for when it does happen. That is much better for the integrity of the game. The integrity of Mousesports on Cobblestone may be called into question with the current 7-0, but again, they have shown an improvement despite the complete lack of rounds at the moment. And it seems they're going to go for another half buy. Again, they're at maximum loss bonus all day, so they can go for these buys. They might as well at this point. But not seeing much of an... I think their best opportunity was the pistol round, really, and beyond that, Na'Vi looked pretty comfortable.
Yeah, Mousesports have had some good opportunities here or there, but it's interesting as well because a team that has more structure generally has a way that they're looking at the game, which means that even if they go 7-0 down, they're not going to lose as much confidence as long as they feel like they're making good plays and they're just those players are being beaten for whatever reason. You know, it's always very possible when you're up against a very great opponent that they can just do that. So I don't think their confidence will yet be knocked too much. So can they do something with these Tech 9s? We'll have to see.
Do you wonder about the choices of Na'Vi? Will they go aggressive, knowing the situation? Simple's in a nice position, especially as Flamey is spotted 3 players early, and in comes Simple to clean up. Speedy looking for the close quarters. He's going to get wrecked immediately. Simple seeing the bomb now, and he's going to head forward. So, again, he is in pug mode. Chris J's gone beyond, but again, we're not really expecting much. Even if there's 1 kill, that is a lovely swipe from Flamey. Nothing given to Mousesports. No margins, nothing at all. They are being choked. Nico alone with the Deagle. So just looking for some highlight reel frags at this point because there's minimal impact that he can have. Cease has got 2,700 in the bank, so there's some damage to be done. Again, there are still 7 rounds to play for following the conclusion of this one.
Yeah, everything still counts. If he can maybe get out a couple frags, that would be super sick. And misses that opportunity. That was the one. That was the opportunity. That first shot there. Unfortunate for Nico. And indeed, as you highlighted, great position for Simple to respond to the info that Flamey had. Lots of red dots on the radar suddenly there for Simple to work off of, and that 8-0 scoreline is just so insane. And look at this, that really tells you the whole story. And one thing as well is that Guardian for a long time was considered the best AWPer in the world, and he definitely dropped off after his injury, and he had time off because of the injury, came back, never was quite the same, much like a lot of players we've seen in the past who rise to heights, and the injuries, man, they can really be problematic.
Edward looks like Edward's younger brother. Without all his locks, all his hair, he looks like his own younger brother. It's really crazy. The unpause has come in. We're going to be back into the game soon. Again, we've got the full buy. Look at him. He looks like he's 10 years younger. That's insane.
It's so weird. And Edward had like one of the most respectable beards.
He looks like he's 12 then. 8-0 for Na'Vi. We've got the AWP onto Chris J. Can Mousesports find their first round? There's still opportunity for Mousesports to get all the way back into this half. Nico leading the charge. I think it's one of those rounds where Nico says, all right, let me go and kill everyone. Although the nades are being deployed, so perhaps the wall of smoke will come in and the team will deliver as well. So far so good for Nico. Spiddy going down, the bomb's on the floor for a second. Guardian up close, waiting for someone to push past the smoke. This might be dipped by a teammate there, but down goes Dennis. Still good for Na'Vi. They can flash behind Guardian's position as well and give him more advantages. He's coming forward. Oh, Krista gets a grenade out. There he goes. More flashbangs, and there's almost nothing here for Mousesports. Edward, the only man to go down lower, gets his bell rung. Flamey finishes him off. 9-0. Na'Vi starting to stack the cash.
I think it can't be understated how well Guardian played his position. Around the smoke, it was very awkward, and he had to hold that spot. And he had to be convinced that his teammates would cover the spot that he wasn't looking in. And he's playing close range, scoped up with an AWP among smoke. That is just very difficult, but he held it like a pro, because that's what he is. And that's one of the reasons, actually, why he used to be known as the best AWPer in the world, is it wasn't just because of the crazy flick shots he could hit, but it was actually his decision-making was so good. It wasn't all just crazy raw talent. His decision-making was always something to study, I think, as any avid Counter-Strike player. And Mousesports, now that they've resorted to UMPs, James. That's what this is about now, UMPs.
Yeah, again, max loss bonus. They could still have the AKs in the following round, so they're just trying to buy as best they can, but life is tough against Na'Vi and Cobblestone, it seems, here on the first day of the E-League Major in Atlanta, Hip-Hop Central. 9 of the 10 players towards the B-bomb site. Chris J gets the opening frag, but can they get more than that? They need all the frags.
All the frags. Edward, let's see if he is... Let's see if the power's in the beard. He's got a good position there, finds himself one. A trade comes in, Nico from the tree position, able to do some damage there, as Flamey is going to be taken down as well. This is really interesting right now. It's Simple against 2 players, trying to get that initial kill, but low with the UMP. They had 3 UMPs and 2 Tech 9s. And they have won their first round, James. That's 1 on the board, but it is 1 against the towering score. That is the 9 that Na'Vi have on the CT side of Cobble, no less. So it is quite the climb, quite the journey. They will have to assemble a fellowship to make this kind of a journey, James.
Welcome to the scoreboard, Mousesports. Instant timeout from Na'Vi. As soon as that round was concluded, let's do a timeout. It looks like they might have momentum. Timeout.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. We might see a lot of that. I mean, more tactical usages in a meta sense for the timeouts, because you can time out quite a lot in the new rules.
Lots of discussion as well. Seized such an important person in the jigsaw puzzle that is Na'Vi. 9-1. Simple and Guardian pulling out the big guns now. They've got the cash to splash, and they're going to do that. This is an important round for Mousesports. I mean, at this point, every round is important for them. So, not even worth digging into the factors for this particular one. They must win every round. at this point. The unpause has come in. It's time to get back into it. So let's see what kind of... I mean, Simple's been playing towards A, and remember back when he was on the flip side and they were playing double ops on Cobblestone, that was a very dangerous, very brittle setup. So I do wonder if we're going to see such aggression from Simple on this occasion, or if he will be taking a different approach. Smoking towards the underpass, but not going to look over the smoke. He'll be holding a passive position, so hashtag new Simple after all.
So Mousesports, they creep along that plateau. And there's a lot of presence here from Na'Vi. They are not messing around. Look at Guardian's position. Just chilling there by the top of drop. He's going to spot one. Hits the shot. That's Lowell down. Nade sailing there. He's got good support in Seas. The Seas is going to win his battle as well. Already 2 players down. It's no longer a split because drop zone is one and truly Na'Vi's. But Nico trying to squeeze his way in there. Immediately traded. And somehow Chris J and Spitty able to even up the numbers here. But Guardian is still causing problems. That's 3 for him now.
Simple's like, can I get the last one, please? Simple and Guardian, double ops, look at that, that's glorious. That is a glorious moment right there. Simple and Guardian, crossfire, double AWPs. And who knows how much more of that is to come in this Na'Vi lineup. Those two may write some history together, starting with the boost as well. Lovely stuff from Guardian. 10-1, the worst has happened for Mousesports. They've been reset, but they've still got the cash to pull out 4 AKs. And that is a face of frustration.
It's so cool as well the way they played it, because it's such a bait when you have an AWP in that position, because you know you have to rush that spot to trade frag him, and just the setup with the rifle waiting in Seas. That is just such beautiful, efficient Counter-Strike there. And now Mousesports again in the position where they don't have much in the way of utility. They're just going to try to get it happening here for themselves with a bum rush onto the B-bomb site. And there's the first shot missed, but Edward to pick up the pieces here. Guardian might get a few more shots at this one. Still able to keep himself in position here, but the bomb site's been given to Mousesports, and they will get the bomb down.
I like that. They don't care about the bomb plant, they care about the retake situation with as many players as possible. So they will keep half the bomb site for their team. But Chris J coming in for the flank, looking for more players, but they're all on the site at this point. But now he will be an element of fear. Nico going down on the site, and Spinny's going to put in work. There are still smokes all over the place. Chris J putting in more work from the back. That's going to run a distraction to allow Spinny to get the second last frag, and Lowell comes in as well. Chris J's his presence in the back, such a problem for Na'Vi on that retake, and Mousesports get their second round.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly. It was the presence was scarier than the actual frags that he made. Completely dominated the thoughts of the Na'Vi players retaking. It's so scary. In the back of your mind, there could be a guy to just shut down the round at any time. That is so hard to deal with. And I agree with you. Like, giving up the bomb site there was, I think, it was a really smart choice by Na'Vi, but looks like that drop control from Chris J is just too much to deal with. And a timeout here from Mousesports. Only 2 rounds on the board. And Na'Vi, they have been really taking a lot of heavy hits to their economy, despite having a 10-2 scoreline. They're actually out of money almost after this buy.
Yeah, I mean, Guardian's buy in this round is $9,850. I think he may have dropped a rifle for Edwards because he was a bit short, so that's a lot of cash being spent.
So there is a chance for 5 rounds, but 5 rounds on the T side, like having to win 10 rounds on CT side. I think Mousesports is a team that can definitely do that on the CT side. They're a great CT side team. It was usually on Cobblestone. More often I would see them having a lot of issues on the T side. So you don't want to count them out of this too quickly, but this is a good look here for Na'Vi. They're looking pretty solid.
See how Chris J jumps on the boulder. I think he was anticipating the smoke and trying to see over it. So a little detail if you want to duel AWPers who smoked that position. Chris J, good man to follow. Oh, we didn't say he was watching Go TV for this one. Well, I think it has to be Guardian at this point, the way he's been going off. Get your Go TVs on Guardian. 3 rounds remain. That allows Guardian to get into an aggressive position. The flashbang that was missing in that previous round where he went for an aggressive peek. Goes for the timing take in case Nico moved. Oh, brushing the shoulder there. If he had shoulder pads down, he was dead.
Yeah, how did that not actually hit? That was so close. And in the meantime, Mousesports, they've claimed a lot of space towards the A side of the map. So, you know, running that default, trying to get a lot of presence everywhere, keep those question marks over what exactly they are doing for the Na'Vi's defense. And at the moment, the time is already starting to tick away. There's only 40 seconds to go for the play, and Mousesports, they're ready now. In a timely manner, I would say, to hit the B-bomb site. But the problem is Na'Vi are all over the B-bomb site. They've got 4 players there, Simple with a fast rotation from A there too.
There's no room for failure here for Mousesports. 2 players behind the smoke as well. That smoke may delay things. Guardian, of course, getting the first frag here, and this is falling apart. The bombs on the floor as well. Mousesports, do they have time to breach? The frag starting to come in for them, but they're at a man disadvantage. Edward in a great position just to stop the bomb from going down. Chris J, last man to fall. And again, there wasn't room for error for Mousesports when they played a clock that late. Is that actually Edward? I'm not convinced, right?
It's so weird. I feel like the beard just gave him this. If the beard was just so.
How did he get through passport control? How did he get through passport control? I don't understand. Well, it seems, I don't know, it seems to be doing the trick because it's 11-2.
Yeah, honestly, it does seem like the power was not in the beard after all. Na'Vi are really. It's not just that they're defending well. It's also that they're reading Mousesports very well. Like Mousesports tried to make it look very unclear as to where they were going to go. But in the end, Na'Vi basically had 5 players pretty much ready to defend straight away onto that bomb site. So, oh, that was... Bye, Chris J. That was a very fast one from Simple, as you would expect.
In the face.
And they've only got Glocks. It's not even fair, James. It's not fair.
The Simple welcoming party is here, and he likes to welcome you by shooting you in the jaw with an AWP for approximately 448 damage. Mid pistols remaining at this point from Mousesports. No more UMP buys because that loss bonus isn't there. Things going from bad to worse. There's Nico eliminated. Death by paper cuts in this round for the T side.
And one thing as well is that for Mousesports, no matter the end result of this match against Na'Vi, they've got to make... I really hope that they don't get too down on themselves because Na'Vi got off to a really good start on the CT side by playing some unconventional setups, and they put Mousesports in kind of a weird place when it came to how their money was and generally where Na'Vi was economically. They got so pretty far ahead, and that enabled them to play from full comfort. So and they also played so very well. So I feel like Mousesports, a lot of this is just Na'Vi playing super well on Cobblestone here, which is great to see for any Na'Vi fans out there. Let's see, though, if Mousesports can at least get the last round in the first half. Not the best start, though. Flamey in danger, is traded eventually, but Simple still a problem.
Oh, the faces there. Edward boosted once again. 2 kills for him. The damage is done. And we are looking at a 13-2 half unless Chris J turns on. They know where the bomb is as well, so life is difficult. It's going to be hard for Chris J to approach without making scope sounds with his AWP, so he has so much against him at the moment. Minute 10 on the clock. Not sure if he has time to rotate towards B, and Na'Vi may have a read of that, leaving 3 players in the A site. Oh, Guardian looks away at the wrong time, but still, Chris J has a lot to do.
Yeah, that was quite nice. The problem is that there's a lot of choke points he still has to move through, and there is one smoke grenade still on Na'Vi. I think it was, oh yeah, still on East. And interesting that Edward's gone actually into a position which now puts him behind Chris J. And I don't know that he knew, always coming back in, I think, to position. He's going to shoot him in the back. And there you go. 13-2. Really solid CT side from the likes of Na'Vi. Cannot be understated. Everything went their way. And I love that we saw some unconventional stuff and stuff that really takes a lot of confidence. And most importantly for me, James, we saw a great match from Guardian.
Yeah, well, a great half.
Great half, sorry.
But I mean, who knows what happens from here, but Na'Vi at the moment are looking scary on Cobblestone. As good as Mousesports' attempts were on the pistol round, there was not much more after that in that half because Na'Vi were just beasting. You see how Guardian's matching up to Nico at the moment, but maybe Mousesports will have a better time of things on their CT side, but first they need a successful pistol round.
Yeah, Mousesports are a team that I've seen them do a lot of damage to very solid teams on their CT side, and as we talk about this, we've got some Guardian highlights here. Maybe he's going to get some more highlights, or maybe it will be Nico's time as we move in onto that CT side.
Yeah, Guardian did a lot of work here, and he's, warming up tournament-wise in the first game. Always good to see him delivering Again, there's been questions, I think, post-operation to fix his arm from what I think was a footballing injury or something. So, yeah, nice to see Guardian delivering. Game should be underway soon. So, again, we've seen some teams, we've seen Mousesports now and virtus.pro with a 3-man utility setup on the T-pistol. Na'Vi have seized on the grenades. Simple hasn't bought just yet. Everybody else has Kevlar, so we may not see any more shenanigans in that respect. The unpause has come in, and it's time for Mousesports to deliver. Seem to be in good spirits. Again, it is a Swiss system, so not as harsh as a bracket format.
Yeah, it's actually always fun as well, seeing Nico's face just generally across the course of a match, because he's quite, like, you can see a lot of the emotions that he runs through, because he holds himself to such an impossibly high standard, as all players do.
So do I don't.
You want to pick up that trophy at the end of the tournament. Oh, Dennis starts it off. And that is a solid start for Mousesports. Now, what do Na'Vi do? They've got at least some grenades on C's. There are options here for them to play together as 3.
It's not how you start, Dan. It is how you finish, said someone somewhere. And indeed, Mousesports, they must complete these rounds. Only 2 on the board. They need all the rounds in this early start to the second half. Everybody live at the moment. They've got a range advantage with the USPs as well. No P250s here for Na'Vi. Just two honest Glocks. Gone are the days of the burst firepower. Peppering, but no stake.
It's very scary, isn't it? Because rounds like this is where Simple can just turn on God mode, because the odds for him to win it are so low, but that somehow spurs him on to the next level. 1 versus 4 now, and it looks a little bit too difficult. He just can't quite get the instant cracks that he needs with the Glock. Just as you said, the ranges, they were played out perfectly. Mousesports, they limited the potential for disaster as much as they possibly could. Really made it difficult for Na'Vi to try to come back there. And there are the 2 frags from Dennis that put Mousesports just way too far ahead there in that round. And there's a chance now, James. There is a chance for Mousesports to get something done here.
The composure of Simple at the end there was quite telling, you know, the player of his caliber in a horrible situation, but still being very patient with the Glock. He understands he needs to slow down to get that accuracy back in the Glock in order to get that kill, whereas some people might just go spam, 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 and then you've lost it all. 10 rounds behind are the Mousesports side. A successful pistol. They've gone for a lot of utility, but Chris J gets the M4 as well. And it's UMPs on most of the other players. UMPs will be good against the armor of these force-buying Na'Vi players. Dennis with the MP9. The MP9 actually, one of the unique characteristics it has is that it's reasonably accurate when you're jumping compared to other weapons, although when you're jumping with an MP9, who knows? But always worth knowing. Na'Vi with 2 smokes, 2 flashes. Looking to head towards B. Guardian just keeping an eye with the Deagle towards the A side, making sure there's no early flanks from the CT side. Mousesports, can they afford the risk? I don't know. Speedy with an off angle with the UMP, but a numbers game is right, but the Tech 9 takes him out immediately. Bad start.
Yeah, very bad, but they are controlling things pretty well. Look at the way Chris is backing away, holding down these angles. Does get tagged there pretty severely, straight to the helmet, but there's a 3 versus 2. The bomb is actually in the hands of Simple here. He's got a P250. He's actually got all the health. And he's got the drop onto Dennis. And now there's an opportunity here for Simple to plant the bomb. This just went from bad to worse for Mousesports. Simple's in a great position here to help his team win the round. Seized. I don't know if they know that he's even there. Coming through, taking down Chris J for 3. And now it's going to be just Lowell. He's got the UMP. He's been spotted. Simple just toying with him, trying to bait him into chasing him here, and then give an opportunity for his teammate, or maybe not. Simple, he's going to do the damage and secure the round. An unlikely victory for Na'Vi, and you can never count out the Tech 9s, I guess.
That is quite the disaster. Mousesports broke like MC Hammer, Dan. That is not the second round they needed in this half. And that may be the death knell for Mousesports in the first match of their 2017 major here at ELEAGUE in Atlanta. P250s for days. The honest pistol there. The honest pistol, and you can see he knows what chances they've had, what chances have probably been lost. The fourth buy from Mouthsports, pistols galore, CZ in tow as well. Always nice to see a CZ. Some flashes, some smoke grenades. But they are at the mercy of their captors.
Well, when there is a deagle on to Nico, there is always a chance. We've seen it so many times. Will the Na'Vi side run into him, though? It looks like they won't, not to begin with, at least. They are going to be taking their efforts towards the A side of the map. They've already spotted some players towards these positions, and they should have more than enough to deal with it, but they don't have too many grenades, so that could actually help Mouthsports out quite a lot in doing some damage here. Oh no! Guardian taking a grenade there from a teammate.
That's a bad miss.
That is a bad miss. Poor Guardian.
Dennis and Chris J have the opportunity to pincer these players, to squeeze them, to sandwich them with the rotation coming in, so Na'Vi needs to be very careful. There's a slight opportunity, but opportunity nonetheless here for the Mouthsports side. And it gets a bit better. Lowell getting a bit greedy there. That's going to cost him. Speedy with a nice tackle when he's trying to help his teammates. Opportunities are being lost. They had the bomb, they've lost the bomb. And now Speedy is alone with the P250. He won't last long. Match point Na'Vi.
Yeah, looks like they are about to close it down. They have so many opportunities to do it in. I mean, Mouthsports going to be up against 12 match points here, so that is...
That's a bad miss.
Oh my god. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's all okay though. Everything's fine. It's all good. So, what do we have here for Mouthsports? We've got a UMP, bunch of Deagles. And at this point, it's going to be very hard for them to believe in the comeback with such limited resources to work with. But if Dennis can start them off again, that'd be great. Of course, he will get flashed off immediately, so nothing going just yet. But Na'Vi will force the issue into the middle position, into the underpass, looking to get themselves fairly quickly onto that A bomb site. And I like the pace of this from Na'Vi. Oh, see you later, Chris.
That's not nice. Maybe the comeback is Rael, Dan, because Israel's nowhere near Atlanta and Mouthsports are nowhere near the comeback. Flashbangs galore. Edward finding Spinny right in front of him. And the numbers should surely go down yet more. Nico, though, he's got an angle on the bomb after taking Guardian down. Edward looking for more. He sees Lois, he waited on for a teammate, but Flamey doesn't seem to know there's a two-man. How did it happen? He saw him. Where's the communication? Edward trying to fix mistakes. Nico's been taken down. That leaves Dennis with 20 HP. And that's going to be that. 16-3. Na'Vi take a solid first map in their major. Mouthsports crushed like an aluminium can. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we saw brief opportunities to run from Mouthsports, but then the light was gone. There was no more light than. We've seen all these light bulbs in the E-League major, but there was no light to be had in that match from Mouthsports.
Yeah, James, some may say they got pushed into the compression chamber and there was no escape. You've been telling me a lot about compression chambers lately, and you should really stop because it's very scary stuff. And this is a scary start for Mouthsports. It's going to be hard for them to come back into this mentally. Of course, they've got some time to reset. And the encouraging thing is to see such a great synergy between the way Guardian and Simple were playing. That has been a big question mark. It seems to be something that went well here so far today. It's time for a quick break. When we're back, we'll see the analysts and what their thoughts are of this match.
So there you have it. Na'Vi put on the most comprehensive performance so far of this major. So you guys in the Astralis camp over there, just think about that for a moment.
Don't let me into that one. Don't let me into that one.
Yeah, exactly. And I will give the caveat as well. It was against Mouse Sports, who, you know, I don't really see where they're going to pick up a win here. But let's just break it down. I mean, was this a case of have Na'Vi been able to go away, fix all these problems, or is this just an extension of Mouse Sports' kind of woeful run of late?
That's my concern. I mean, listen, if you were the owner of Na'Vi, I mean, whoever that guy at virtus.pro is, obviously this would be the dream game, you know. You'd be watching this game going, yeah, they've got it together, the tactics are there, the skills, it's a balance out there. But the problem is, Mouse Sports played a big part in allowing this match to happen, you know. No one on the Na'Vi side even went particularly crazy, you know, or took over the game. So I will say, Na'Vi, it looks like they've arrived in form. Maybe the boot camp has done something. But Mouse Sports, I mean, I said, this is a classic Mouse Sports, to get onto Cobble and to just get destroyed and look like you don't know what you're doing. So.
Yeah, but I mean, the other part to that is, of course, that Na'Vi should be struggling on this map. I mean, all their fans have been saying, like, please stop playing it. And Mouse Sports couldn't even meet them halfway and give them a game.
Mouse Sports fans have told them, please stop playing, and they just will not listen. So they have their own ideas.
I mean, the big thing is, if you just look at the rosters, the skill disparity, like, I mean, this team on Na'Vi is so deep despite some of the issues they've had recently. And if you come into this map like Mouse Sports looking unprepared, looking like you don't really have a plan, there just wasn't a lot of opening fights that they even won. They didn't seem like they had any kind of idea of how to get an advantage in this map at any point. And Na'Vi just kind of piled it on. And I mean, Duncan's right, there was no standout player. Everyone was doing like 2 or 3 kills. I thought it's very, very nice for Na'Vi. I mean, this can just, you can look at this as a confidence match that they can build upon, because Guardian had a pretty good game overall. He was hitting shots. He's not like at the top of the score, but not highest on damage, but just doing his job, which is something you can be very pleased if you're Na'Vi.
And another interesting stat, it's actually been 3 months and 12 days since Nico smiled last. So it's just awful watching him in that chair.
£2 a month, we could get Nico some teammates and some skill again.
No, seriously though, it's just horrible watching him in that chair. Think about it, one of the best players in the world, and he's agonized at what's happening. I mean, and his own individual level of performance isn't even there at the moment.
It was terrible, obviously, now. I mean, unfortunately, this is the problem as well. I always say that's the reason why when there's like a simple type character who they're clearly very good, but maybe they do have team play issues, I always say, don't go too hard on them in the notion that they have to, like, 180 their playing style, because sometimes when they do that, they just lose their identity completely, you know. You want to at least have the strength of that, but temper it a little bit. Because I think Nico's listened to all the criticism, and he's seen when I'm not winning, and people are telling him, oh, if you just play more for the team, and you play this way, you know, then you'll start winning. The team's even worse now. Now they don't even have him as kind of like a one standout player, at least to maybe carry you sometimes.
Yeah, and we do get back to that coaching issue. You know, do Mouse Sports have all the parts? It's just the structure, the mastermind that they lack. I mean, it's no coincidence that since they removed their coach.
I mean, we've always joked about like how much is too much for Nico, and I think we're getting there. And you compound that with the fact that the coach that he wanted in the team that he brought in, Kassad, they removed after ELEAGUE Season 1. I think all of a sudden you have a situation where nothing just seems to be going right for Nico, and I think now we're starting to see him kind of like buckle under all the pressure, having to be the star player at points, having to be the in-game leader, having to call the tactics for the team, and still nothing kind of really progressing. And just the many phases
his
of
reaction
frustration.
game is straightforward.
No, but look, just check.
The agony of Nico.
It is unbelievable. I don't think I've seen a more expressive player when they're sat in the seat. And unfortunately, he's not expressing anything positive at the moment. So, very easy day at the office so far for Na'Vi. Mouse Sports, not so much. And we are going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, another cracking game lined up for you. Of course, it is the major. We're going to have Team ENVYUS versus Team Liquid. We'll see you soon.
It's like that look from Sons Manic.
Fire in the hole.
That's pretty good. It is a new look for you.
It is a new look, Matt.
I took some of your leftover hair and tried
to put it on your face. It hasn't really worked, but we're still working on it.
It's true.
Yeah.
I think those predictions on that desk, by the way, we could have seen coming a mile away. Thorin going with ENVYUS, and obviously Jason sticking with the NA side, takes up Team Liquid. I think they made good points. We haven't seen a lot from Liquid to support much change other than Zeus coming in, but what is going to have to be different? We know ELEAGUE has gone off on this map multiple times before, specifically in the last major. Nitro's got to join them.
We know they're prepared. You saw Zeus there with all the paperwork, the dossier it looked like, and they've got a game plan going into this one. It's on the CD side. We talk about Cash having those options to the CT side and actually having the ability to push, find frags here. It's going to come down to JDM. Can he have that confidence to start finding frags here? As we get into the pistol round, we're going to see 4 sets of armor for Team ENVYUS, and Apex, he's got the smoke and flashbang here. Not going to be heavily committing to any sort of set piece just yet. Only up in a pretty standard default for a T side. They will be clearing towards the squeaky door as well, with the CTs with quite a heavy focus towards the B side of the map. You can see them actually looking for a full A retake here, which is absolutely fine. It's obviously the easier part of the map to retake here. But as far as ENVYUS goes, that one smoke in the hands of Apex, presumably going to be used towards the B site, and then maybe a little B split coming in, considering how he's been boosted up.
Yeah, that's, like you say, not uncommon at all to see that A retake game, which actually favors this early for Liquid if they are going to head onto this B site. Pimp still in the corner. JDM's going to peek it from headshot. Hiko there to support as well. Where does the one smoke go down? Presumably tree.
The run boost map.
We're seeing it early. We've seen it a few times, especially on pistols. More so Dust 2, not often he's going to go in, but this is where they'll check him. Pimp in the corner. Able to take down MBK, but he did find a headshot. JDM over the box, and this is opening things up for ENVYUS. Walking in 3 kills already. ELEAGUE trying to get above, no chance to shut it down. Only finds 1, but that's enough to slow things down because Apex backs away and doesn't get the bomb in position.
Well then, 2-on-2 retake, and Nitro does bring it to the 2-on-1, just happy remaining now. It was looking very promising for ENVYUS. Has got the bomb in hand, but does he have the opportunity to get it down here?
Oh, ugly shot as Nitro drops in, and that's going to give him the clutch. ELEAGUE walks out dead as well. Brilliant shot on that first hit as Nitro came in. I mean, that's committing. They try to go together, and he just picks him.
On paper, that sounds like the right thing to do. Try and push in at the same time. He's gone for the bomb. They think he's going to drop it onto the side there, but he comes in, and that first shot, like you said, absolutely stellar there from Happy. Great work from him, and it kicked things off. It was around where ENVYUS were looking very promising going to the B side. We saw the run boost. That's to actually take off the aim of the CT defending player at that point, but here's the replay now. Happy, block on the side, and Liquid, it's going to be disappointing. We know they've been struggling recently. Obviously, normally very well at the majors, but without Simple now, it hasn't been the same sort of story, and we'll see whether they can do anything here. There's no force buy in the second round, but they have committed 5 players towards the A side of the map. Presumably, they're going to have that one flashbang there. It is. Hiko's got that ready for them. He'll be flashing to A storage. They're seeing there's a frag available. Shouldn't be too difficult for Kenny S to hold off here. He's got some backup from Apex as well. They might start mowing some players down. Pimp finds one, but okay, now it's getting interesting. Hiko with the second as well, a 5-on-2, and they have managed to pick up an UMP as well.
Good read by Hiko, knowing that the door was going to get opened up and they'd catch off the players retreating, so he just stands in front of it. But also countered off this. This is a good shot from Pimp. This is going to give them a gun. I was going to say good read to go back over to B. They know the last 2 players are in A, but picking up a rifle on the way over to go along with that UMP, they've actually got a chance in this. The unfortunate part is no armor, no kit.
Yeah, well, the idea is now, do they actually try and push it to smoke? Do they try and save these weapons? Like I said, they're pretty unlikely circumstance they can actually do anything with this one, but Galil, UMP, I guess the best scenario, take the weapons out of the remaining Ts. You can see Hiko pushes in. Apex taking down. That should be the round covered at this point. Pim can't find anything with it. Apex finds 2 with the Mac 10. It does get a little bit interesting here. The full A stack coming in. I thought Kenny S and Apex would have shut it down, but finding a couple of pistol frags there. It was Liquid who didn't force buy into that round. They're going to have a very strong economy going into that first gun round. So it'll be another eco now, but they can probably justify a few more upgraded pistols here. Some Deagles, some PT-50s. I think ELEAGUE's got a 5.7 there as well. So more of the same. Another flashbang for Hiko. So maybe towards B this time. Same idea. Flash his teammates in and see if they can find a couple of frags here. Julies for MBK, why not?
Yep, known for them. French Julies. Would have been interesting to see if they could have waited a little more time and take... Well, I guess it was just Apex left in the set, but one more gun down because he goes over to the UMP from the SMG he had. Sixer was far away on that. AK, good peek out from JDM. Tries to go in the back of a flash, but they're ready for it inside of the B tunnels and 3 kills on the way through. No guns drop down. Julies may not find a kill, nor will Kenny S on his pistol, but now it is he's going to pick up one of the P250, try and build up his bank. Slightly good shot from Kenny S. Important again. The AWP player builds up his bank early. Lovely shot from Pimp as Happy walks through. Bomb. It's crossed over and it's going to get planted, but Apex on 3 HP. MBK is the high roller. He's only got 50, so Pimp's got a chance to try and pick off a few more kills here. Unfortunately, left alone. It's not likely to win the round, but again, reinvestment is still a big deal early on in this game, and Kenny's not going to allow any of that. Also gets an SMG kill.
Yeah, that's perfect for Kenny S. It's actually worth the risk of him pushing through. If he dies, yes, he loses the armor, but now he gets an extra $600. He's going to have a lot of money going forward, but same story for Liquid, I have to say. They did not force buy in those first couple of rounds there, so you can see JDM straight onto the AWP. He has no head armor, not a big deal against the AKs, but there is a UMP left over, residual from the last round, and MBK still has the Julies out. Okay, he has upgraded to the AK at this point. I was going to say, that would be a very interesting move to stick on those, and we go into round number 4. It is a 3-0 for ENVYUS now, but now a big round. JDM being criticised, one of those players that doesn't really initiate too many situations for himself. Cash is suddenly one of those maps where you can have the options to push in and see what you can do here. And there will be some mid-presence coming in nice and fast on the French side here. Got the mid-control, pushing the cities back. It's absolutely fine for now. Obviously, it's not a bomb site. Some cities do like to challenge and stop these initial pushes, but ENVYUS, great start so far. And actually going to be making their way towards checkers as well.
Hiko back lines with an 8 out early. An important gun round as he gets flashed. Rather, actually throws his own flash, bounces off the wall to try and support his teammate JDM, who gets flamed off, but he's got the AWP. Can't find the opening. Fires between 3 players, and they've actually managed to slip Sixer all the way through. He's able to come back around at the right time. JDM did find 1 kill, but that's all they get. And bomb on the site once more. Lockout as well, and watch Happy. We know he's capable of lurking. He's inside a middle right now, holding off Nitro from joining his teammates on this retake, and he's backed all the way up highway as well.
Yeah, this is perfect positioning from Happy. Known for these lurking roles. The middle's not a problem now. He can call the vents. Is not going to be actual possibility of the chance of CT's coming at that point. Even Happy actually coming for the backstab as well. Okay, then mixing it up. That should be the round secured. There's the headshot towards ELEAGUE, and I would say round over, but Nitro does find a kill with the AQ grenade there.
Exactly that. Even better from Happy, because not only does he wrap around behind them, okay, they've rectified the situation, but he locks off the chance for a full save and gets information as to exactly where they are. They know there's no time to go for the retake, so they try and set up and get the guns down, but good shot from Nitro. MBK the one to fall. Kenny importantly saves the AWP, and it goes 4-0 ENVYUS early on Cash. T-side as well. Now we know it's typically a T-sided map in majors.
Sure.
But great start nonetheless.
Well, this is this is quite fairly typical now for a terrorist side who have gone 3-0 there. Like, you know, the first go-round always going to be difficult with the CTs. They're not going to be fully equipped. They're going to be missing out potentially incendiaries. We know they didn't force by in the second, but still, you're not going to be fully equipped. And it was that fast mid-take coming in from ENVYUS there, getting the mid-control, and MBK is showing some great confidence there, straight towards the checkers. There are two players waiting in the B side, the CTs. They managed to get one kill. That was Nitro with a little quick scope on the bomb side there, but it wasn't quite enough to hold them off. And the UMP found that first frag for ENVYUS as well, 4-0. We saved 2 weapons for Liquid, but unfortunately, it's not enough to justify the force buy here. 2 M4s, 3 pistols, and some heavy mid-presence. That was a problem in the previous round. Let's see whether we can actually hold them off this time. Though Happy, he's so good in this position. His timing's out. They're down to an absolute pinpoint precision at this point. And we'll see whether he can actually go for the first frag or just hold up for his teammates to go to a bomb site, and then we'll see if he can open things up.
So JDM inside of the site. It's going to play close with Pistol as they get ever closer to the front of the B site. He's actually backed away from it. It would have been one and done from that position, but he's got no support. Happy still waiting in mid as well. ELEAGUE has gone through big garage behind that smoke. Chance for flank, but his timing's going to be slightly off. They're already inside of the site. Good pick from JDM, therefore. Buys his teammate some time. Kenny's sitting in the open. JDM takes him down as well. And ELEAGUE wraps around, bomb down. 5 versus 1. Happy, who sat in middle and didn't hear ELEAGUE go behind him, now has to try and pull this back. He's got an AK, but there's lots of rifles picked up now on the Liquid side. It's, I won't say done yet, but safe to say they might have their first round.
Yeah, and that's a very good play from Liquid there. Just the pistols and a couple of rifles is all it takes. They went for the mid-control at the start, but now it's up to Happy. 1 versus 4. He's found 1 frag. Also up to the side. Very unlikely he can do anything with this with 35 seconds and the bomb down, but let's see whether he can find a couple of kills here. Every kill he can find is actually a dent towards the economy of Liquid at this point. Lots of money for ENVYUS, so not going to find anything more. There it is, the first round on the board for Liquid, and it's actually with 2 M4s and 5-7, so the mid-control at the start, rotating back towards B, and they do find ENVYUS coming to the site and good crossfires.
Yeah, fantastic job by JDM inside of the site as well to stay alive, because remember, he was alone when this play started. Still getting rotations, finds one, picks up the second. I think it was Kenny that he found, yeah, there, right there with the flashbang. That left the op down, by the way, which they have picked up. So not only strengthening their economy with, as you say, 5-7s, getting rifles into their hands, they grab an op that goes immediately into the hands of JDM, excuse me. JWM, I'm mixing them up. We got Swedish-US hybrid now.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting concept. I think we have got a little timeout here from Liquid. They just won a round. I guess they're going into the first gun round. This is tactical. That's probably not the worst. So they do get 4 of those, 30 seconds apiece. And at the moment, they have got JDM on the AWP, of course. They could actually bring a double orb setup in. It can be very beneficial on a map like Cash. They've got the money to do so. But at this point, they are at a reset potential match. If they were to lose this round, it could be a difficult one going forward. Good news is that they did win the round on an eco, so the money's not going to be massively detrimental going forward. But I guess it's a good chance just to work out what the plan is going forward. And you can see them kind of just discussing right now. So, Zeus, of course, was active this year, actually playing in Immortals.
It's true, yeah. Jumped away from coaching to reinvigorate his playing career. He definitely tried it with Immortals. They unfortunately didn't work out with him.
It was a mixed bag. The playstyle changed, and you could see that the game he wanted them to play, but it didn't suit that team's playstyle. I think this is a good move, him having the kind of guidance for a team like Liquid. I think that's what they've been needing, and we'll see whether this tournament they can kind of relinquish some of the glory they've had in the previous couple of majors.
So just about to get underway. I saw the vote go through, so all 10 are ready to go. Freeze time active, and they've gone for the single. So as you say, didn't want to risk it on the reset potential. They'll keep JDM as the solo AWP player. Now, where does he position himself? Because he's been playing inside of B, and he's going to go for the fast drop. Sixers not going to go aggressively, though, so he sits back. JDM posts up, Hiko gets in the site. Meanwhile, it's over at A where there's going to be some quick activity. Smokes out, and it's fairly default this time around from ENVYUS.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much. Obviously, still very early on in the game so far. MBK getting a lot of information from his teammates. He's boosted up. He's cleared up the close quarter areas there. Actually cool for his teammates. There's no presence towards middle whatsoever. So a B split, very likely at this point with Pimp. Just trying to jump up. He's not going to be committing too heavily there. He's trying to get a little bit of intel himself at this point. Good players towards A, and of course, JDM is on the AWP towards that B side, backed up by Hiko.
And keep in mind, Sixer on the Deagle as well is strictly playing for information at this point in time, hence why he's gone into that sunroom. And Apex going down early to Nitro, getting caught with the smoke dissolving inside of A main is going to strengthen that A hold. It actually gives Pimp a chance to rotate back down highway, should he elect to, and get mid presence again, because they have none of that right now. Again, they gave that up early. We saw NBK boosted. But they're playing the sites. They're playing very, very passively on the CT side.
Well, now they have that man advantage. Don't need to give anything away. They still have the AWP up as well. Apex has gone down, but MBK, he could Actually, foil that plan to the timing works in his favor, though. Takes down MBK 5-on-3. Now they don't have to do anything at this point. Hold back, wait for the next move to come in from ENVYUS. Try and keep as many players alive as possible.
A minute and 5 seconds. MBK was looking at mid for probably about 55 of those.
Yep.
And no one was there. And the one time he doesn't consider it, that's when ELEAGUE shows up. So you're dead right about timing. That's just very unfortunate. Smoke off in mid. That's going to allow Kenny to get through the vents, but they'll have heard all this noise. And Hiko waiting. Considered takes the first shot. Does get canceled up, but it manages to hit the headshot on the Sixer immediately beforehand. So Happy, all to do, finds 2. That's all. JDM will take him down. It stays to 4-2 as Liquid find their second round.
Yeah, nice disciplined work there overall from Liquid. Getting that first pick, not giving too much away. ELEAGUE, like we said, it was fortunate timing for sure, but managed to get it to a 5-on-3. And Hiko, this is like at this point, just get 1 kill. That's all he has to do. Nails the first kill on Kenny S. And like you said, I can't believe he got the second one as well, but manages to nail it. It was very close. It's pretty much the exact same time he goes down as well. Happy finds 2 frags, but that should knock ENVYUS now onto an Hiko. You can see Deagles, P250s, and no utility whatsoever. It can be very difficult indeed to actually do anything in these rounds. At one point, ENVYUS was known as the absolute masters of just Deagle buys, but not so much the case anymore. And you can see Liquid adjusting their buy. They lost 2 players in the previous round, not going to be fully investing. 2 SMGs, an MP9 and UMP, farm a bit more cash, allow themselves to be a bit more aggressive, I guess, with these lesser weaponry. And here comes Hiko.
Hiko's got a problem. Looked like he wanted to back away to this back of the site. Clips the end of the box, does manage to get to the corner, and thankfully there's no guns available because he was a sitting duck. Manages a 1-for-1, and JDM now comes into the picture, just trying to watch the default cross toward backside. Bomb's been dropped, but it's on the platform, so it is grabbable if they can hold off rotations. Unfortunately, they're losing members in doing so, and Happy just going to get inside the equation now as he drops in from the vents. Only 5 HP for Sixer. Happy has picked up an M4. Sixer only gets overlooked, but at least finds it. Happy, as always, does manage to at least be a pest and take down 1, forcing out reinvestment, but it's going to be 3 in a row now for Liquid.
Yeah, doing a good job recovering here. Here's the replay of the frags we didn't catch from ELEAGUE. The MP9 just farming some money, $600 per frag with that weapon, and he knew it was going to be an eco. They're tracking the economy just like we are, and at this point, ENVYUS, Happy only has $800. I assume there's been a technical issue at this stage. Our old friend.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we are going to have a small technical pause at this stage, but it gives us some time to reflect on what we've seen so far, Matthew. It was a 3-0 start for ENVYUS at this point, but Liquid have fought back. A team known to be quite emotionally invested into these games and quite get tilted and get run over. We saw it at a Pro League final, for example. They just had a horrible tournament, and they're looking to recalibrate since they brought on Zeus and try and keep better headspace going forward. I think he is going to bring that kind of father-like figure to the team and keep them controlled in these scenarios, I guess. Now 3 rounds in a row. There is going to be another buy for ENVYUS available, but at this point, Liquid, I would say these are the kind of rounds you want to start throwing a little bit, something more experimental, and you start maybe throw JDM towards Squeaky Door or A main, go for the first pick just as ENVYUS are starting to adjust. That's what would be my call right now as the coach.
It's an interesting thought as well, because JDM's been playing in B every single round.
Yep.
Even with the AWP, pistol didn't matter. He's always been playing there, even having more mid presence, because they haven't done a lot of that. There's lots of options to push on Cash. You always talk about this. We haven't seen much of that from Liquid, aside from second round when they tried to go for the A stack.
That's what I'd be calling right now. JDM, let's start getting you into this game and start getting those opening picks. Obviously against Kenny S, but he doesn't actually have the AWP available right now in terms of his money. Double AWP setup, okay. Pimp. We actually saw that Pimp. He has been known to be an AWPer in the past. Not the best, though when he was playing in Dignitas, he took over that role full time. It was when Dignitas were actually in a bit of a slump at that point. It didn't necessarily work, but him as a secondary AWPer, I actually like quite a lot. I think he gels quite nicely with this team, and we'll see whether he can step up here. Maybe he'll be the one who has to be more aggressive at this point. He's got a very good spawn. He could go towards that Squeaky Door position or push A main. We'll see whether he decides to do either, or just go for the passive hold at the back.
It's fast play toward A at this point. Pimp alone, very easy to get smoked off toward quad, but right now they want to take the fight. Apex.
There it is.
Overwhelmed. Pimp's ready for it. He'll smoke himself off. This will allow some transition and dynamic play from the AWP as well. And as we said, they had not pushed mid, while ELEAGUE, with that kill as well on Apex, ready for them to fall back. MP9, he can farm up some cash if they're not ready for it. And Pimp, again, as soon as he smokes himself off, changes the angle. So trying to keep them guessing as much as possible.
Yeah, we discussed the double AWP potential on this map especially, and Pimp brings it out at the perfect time. That Apex, known for being the entry frag of this team, he takes an audacious phase towards A main. I have to say, it's without the flashbangs or any smokes covering him. It's a lot of angles to look at, and going away there by Pimp. Another 5-on-4 situation with Liquid. Have been very good so far. These man advantages haven't thrown too much away.
Hiko's made a good call as well after boosting ELEAGUE. He gets inside of the vents, now can support JDM over toward B, but it's about information at this point in time, and they've got very good positions to work off that, especially with ELEAGUE, where he sees those exactly. So thank you very much. 2 nades go over top of me. I know you're right mid. I'm just going to sit, wait, and exactly that. Sixer walks in, they have no idea he's there. He now goes hunting. Oh, they didn't call for it. MP9's going to farm up a ton of cash, nearly getting NBK as well, down to 2 HP.
That's insane. Why are they just oblivious to him coming behind? He just killed 2 people from boost, but regardless, NBK does get him back into this round. He's only got 2 HP, but Pimp, there it is. His second frag with the AWP, now just NBK doing some serious work here, considering the lack of HP, find 3 kills in total, but it's not enough to win the round here. And here's the replay. Elise has already found a frag in that boost position. Why is Kenny's not aware that's even a possibility? He's already got a player in lockers who can watch towards A main. That's a breakdown in communication, it seems, as to why he's not even checking behind at all. Elise, of course, is a bold play to make at that stage. He's pushing after finding that first frag. He's only got the MP9. He hasn't been able to upgrade, so he thinks, okay, I'll see what I can find here. He finds 2 kills and gets another player down to 2 HP. Wonderful round from him. He gets a ton of money, and still 4 rounds in a row now for Liquid, and it's going to be another, I would say, eco, I guess we'll call this the partial buy from ENVYUS, getting the pistols, some armor as well, and Apex with the smoke and 2 flashbangs towards A, who will head, probably going to freeze throwing that smoke towards Highway, flash in, but at least that's a really nice position to hold off these sort of rounds. You can jump at the red box just to execute and spray them down from above.
Nitro in corner, not boosting himself up, just sitting and letting them trying to enter through. He's going to get spotted, but turns around. No, not in time. So both players inside of the A site go down to the pistols. Fast plant comes in out from the squeaky door and leaves Pimp well and truly removed from the action. Chuck trying to find an opening. First of the AWPs. The second, JDM finds Happy as always on his own in mid. Good position to be in with bomb down, but now 3 versus 3. Retake in play, and all 3 do have kits. Only the Tech 9 for Kenny to work with.
This is when the double orb setup becomes a little bit more detrimental to a team, and you have to do the retake with the big sniper rifles here. It's obviously not a great weapon in close range combat, and Sixer and Apex doing some serious work here. Sixer with the final frag towards JDM as well. Both the orbs go down, and that's a big win from ENVYUS. We discussed it before. Known to be a team in the past, to be fantastic with the CZ. I did say it's a great position for Elise. He just didn't anticipate the squeaky door to be coming out that fast. To be fair, his teammate is there. I'm not sure that's the best position in those sort of rounds. When you know they're going to be on a weaker economy, you want to be further back. I mean, crossfires that kind of complement each other. Those positions right at that point did not complement each other. You've got being stabbed in the back. Your teammate can't actually help you out at all. They're not throwing grenades with nice synergy at that point. Wasn't the best setup for the scenario, and they get punished for it as well. So ENVYUS do find a round here after losing 4 in a row. And I think the money, has been broken for Liquid. We have got Hiko, who's on just shy of $9,000, and a purchase of an MP9 for Elise so far. So this suggests they won't be fully committing to this round. Maybe a little partial buy here, some Deagles drops, and wait to get that nice full buy going forward. Like you said, it's a kind of 50-50 map. I'd say at the majors, it does seem to be T-sided, depending on what kind of aggression and playstyle and the matchups. But I would agree with that sentiment going forward. 6L on the AWP for now. That's presumably not going to stay. That's the case, you would say?
No. That's going to get thrown. Well,
sure?
what's his spawn, though?
That's okay, so he'll go for he's got, now we can see he's got the mid spawn. So this, you can beat the CTs crossing over towards white box here towards middle. So it's actually a decent call. He'll give that off to Kenny S. Once he goes to the first shot, if he beats the smoke, it's a chance. You could see it was close. Takes some nade damage, and presumably we'll be swapping that orb over back towards Kenny. There it is. So yeah, that mid spawn can actually work out. It's not every single time. It comes down to the CTs having bad spawns and you getting there just before that smoke blooms. And once again, Elise boosted in the same position with that SMG we saw before. It worked out very nicely in the previous round, and we'll see whether he can recreate that magic, whether he just goes with a straight-up backstab or he waits for another terrorist to challenge him.
And Liquid trying multiple things again this time. They've got a skylight boost going on in B.
Yeah.
So last time it was Hiko boosting Elise going to vents. This time Hiko goes over to B, Pimp puts him up, and this is why. So they've got 2 players in decent positions, and the only way they get by them right now is if they don't go into Skylight and slip into B and they aren't ready. So thankfully JDM's given up on that without committing with tunnel vision.
It's a high risk, high reward sort of situation. You can't sit there too long, but NBK, he opens things up, Nitro drops, and it's going to be the B push coming to the CT. He's doing it again, timing, working with the SMG, finds 2 headshots there, somehow finding kills and getting Liquid back into this round, and it's going to be Sixer replying though, and now it's up to JDM.
That becomes a problem, because the call was to push into B to get information. Hiko goes with JDM, Elise gets the kills. They don't need to overextend at that point, but they get caught out. One of them goes down, Hiko falls, and it falls to a 2 versus 2 with a very split defense. MBK is going to wait because Apex now has highway control. He can try and take out him. Spots him in turn, but MBK gets the information, and now JDM's well removed, no kit, AWP on what is about to be a retake. If Bomb can get there in time.
No.
Scope timing just off. He had the shot.
Yeah, well, obviously no way of knowing he's going to be coming at that point, but just scopes out at the wrong time there. He nails that shot. He had a real chance of winning this round, but without the kit, it's looking unlikely. At this point, do you want to save the orb? Might as well go for it. Pistol out, and good timing there. Good communication from ENVYUS to win the round there. ELEAGUE once again now with that MP9. What a play this was. The timing just perfect. Just as they're about to boost as well, they have no idea what's going on, and Kenny S just let it all pass it for the no-scope. Can't find it. Not enough to win the round. There's happy reaction. Not happy about it, but still, they win the round, so no harm, no foul. I guess at this point, an Averico for Liquid going forward, but ENVYUS now extend that lead to 6-4, and it wasn't the best of buys for Liquid there. You can see that boost coming in to start. You normally see those kind of situations when you're a little bit desperate, you're trying to find the first pick, and you can't sit there for too long, maybe 10-15 seconds, because you can't obviously see into B storage. You can only see the sunroom. If a player does walk into the bomb site, he's going to find 2 free frags at that point, but still similar to what we saw before. Flashbangs in towards A main. Liquid did find a few frags of this play before, and it actually is effective. Can they get any kills? Not meant to be.
Just absolutely slaughtered that time.
Yeah, and this is going to be poor ELEAGUE now. 5-7 in hand. I think he'll probably get one kill there. There it is.
He's not right so far. Let's see if he can find more, but he's going to get wrapped around by MBK, takes him down. So this is now the response from Envy. It's been streaks of rounds in both directions. We had a 4-0 start, 4-4 game, and now 3 rounds in a row for ENVYUS. It's definitely broken down the economy quickly, and with the efficiency of the last round, they've actually got a decent situation on the French side right now, on the T side, because Kenny's got an AWP plus 75 left in the bank.
Look at this buy coming in for Liquid, man. There's no orbs available here. JDM, okay, we can't see his weapon. Maybe he has been dropped something at this stage, but oh, okay, the orb is out. So it's not the best of buys in terms of utility. No kits available, no incendiaries. That mid person is going to be a bit of a problem from ENVYUS at that point. But JDM now, this is what we wanted to see. Him going a bit more aggressive, more versatile, trying to find the first front and up against the ropes like this. That's what we want to see. He takes down Apex. We've been waiting for it all game, and finally he steps up here and gets that man advantage. He's been playing B primarily throughout this game, and now he actually goes with the aggressive pace, and it works out for him perfectly.
And they need more of that. That was one thing he brought to this team, was knowing to go aggressive. He loves to do it. JDM is a bit passive. Good play from Pimp. Falls back through from middle and catches off Sixer and B main. This should convincingly funnel them over toward the A site, which they're now playing a retake game on as well, because ELEAGUE Highway has to look back the other direction, does so in the right time. His back was turned a second before that and could have easily been caught off by Happy, which would have foiled plans for the retake game, but now they've got 2 posted at truck. ELEAGUE waiting top highway, 1 smoke down for Envy, but that's soon to dissolve, and they've got to get the bomb in a better position quickly. Thankfully, MBK is going to redress that, but Kenny's the one with bomb, and he's still posted looking toward quad.
At this stage, just get it planted, get that extra cash in the bag. It's very unlikely he can win this round, but a player like Kenny S on a map like this is, I normally call it his home ground cash. He can do some fantastic things with this. They just need him to find that opening pick. It looks like the A side is available for them, but they can't rely on that alone to win this round.
Taking the time available to them, still with 37 seconds. Kenny definitely saw the nade get thrown in from highway, so hence looking that direction to try and find the opening, but bomb's getting in position. They'll go for the plant now. No Molotov in play to go for the denial. Nitro has one, but he's not able to throw it. Speaking of, it's JDM that's going to be at truck. That's where it gets thrown from. Instead, he gets the kill directly, and MBK 1 versus 5. Good luck to you, my friend.
Yeah, well, do you know what? That's actually really impressive for Liquid. A lot of teams that situation, 5-on-2, you'd be challenging, trying to deny the bomb. I think there's actually a wise call to say, keep all 5 players alive at that point. Yeah, you've let them plant the bomb. They've given them an extra $800 per player on the T side, but you kept all 5 alive on the CT side. You've got another AWP in hand as well, and this is really good stuff from them. They're not giving anything away till the bomb goes down. They can actually 100% guarantee they're going to be retaking as a complete unit and not giving frags away for nothing. So that's actually very nice from Liquid overall.
There was a shot at truck as well, apparently, from MBK, and I was a bit curious. He jumped twice, which obviously resets aim, so I'm not sure if the scroll wheel, sometimes if you're playing with a scroll wheel, it gets bound in between.
Yeah, that was like an old school problem.
Yeah, the mouse sensor was like slightly off the spring load.
Don't normally do that, but yeah, back in the day that was a massive problem.
I don't know if he scroll wheels or not, I assume.
Yeah.
Most of these guys do now.
Yeah, definitely. For the bunny hop aspect. Anyway, double AWP setup like we said, and Pimp, obviously you can see the players got head armor, you don't need them against the AK, so that's absolutely fine for any new viewers out there. And it's going to be another buy available though for ENVYUS. It's going to be Kenny S, of course, back on the AWP. Another default. We haven't seen much in terms of set pieces yet, Matt. It's definitely a hybrid map where you can rely on the default to work those opening picks, and you can go for set pieces without any sort of default at all. But Sixer working his way in towards checkers. Does find JDM. That's a huge scalp to take as well, considering that's the AWP. Just Eco on that B bomb site now.
Smoke to cover off Sixer's position, smartly so as well. That's him on the second AWP. He's trying to find an opening aggressively toward that B site. He'll fall all the way back on that. No needs to stay solo with that weapon. Better shot for MBK though, finding Pimp's gonna open them up. Nitro behind Fork finds one, Molotov out so they can't wrap into his position. Spots them coming through, good flash over, and that's gonna allow them to get down. MBK2 for him, spots third, but it's Kenny with a Tech 9 drive-by shooting.
Yeah, why not? Okay, that's very impressive from Kenny S to actually have the bravery to push in that sort of scenario, but he manages to pull it off. Now down to ELEAGUE in a good position there. The reload, poor timing for Sixer there, and now it's Kenny S with 30 HP as well. Actually nails a shot, of course he does. 2-on-1. Hiko to retake the A-bomb side.
Problem on this is that they didn't get the secondary information before his teammate went down. They had no idea where Happy was, and he sneaks up highway. Hiko walks into the open, and Envy responds. So first time we've had what I would call a reset. It's only 3 rounds bonus built up, but a round that didn't get followed up by a second. So Liquid only wins 1 on that stretch. It goes to 8-5, and this is going to make money a bit of an issue for them. They're sitting in a forced situation, but it's not ideal. JDM only had 3,200. Yeah, they're going to go for it.
I guess at this stage, you might as well.
Round 14.
Yeah, round number 14, the money's not going to be fantastic. We save either way. So you're going to have Famus's M4s and a UMP as well. I've got a couple of kits. There's some utility to work with. It's not as devastating a biter, but certainly not ideal. Happy we boosted up quickly. He knows the money's going to be low, but the CTs might not necessarily have those incendiaries to stop him, and mid-control are going to be coming in once again. And run boost towards the A side of the map here. Nitro is to be pivotal here to hold off this presumably A-sided attack. You can see them actually working up towards Highway and Squeaky Door as well. All sorts coming in.
ELEAGUE and Nitro, 1-2 punch inside of the site. Talking about their entry potential, we'll see that in 2 rounds' time. But Nitro with this position, remember last time he tried to put himself in the corner, didn't go boost it up, he gets caught again. Sixer finds him, spots him, and gets the early kill. That's going to leave ELEAGUE in a bit of a problem because Highway's coming off. Thankfully, there's smoke, they line up, he's got 2, almost the 3rd. As NBK fires through his teammates to do what damage he can, survives with 12. And Happy on Highway's got to turn and hold off the rotations quickly now because his teammates are in a tough position. Thankfully, he picks up one, goes for a fast switch. That costs him because Pimp walks out, but leaves him in the open. JDM goes down to Kenny S. It's Pimp versus 2. Bomb down. AWP in Kenny's hands. He's going to be peeking after the flash, and it's going to close the round as well.
Yeah, good teamwork there from ENVYUS to finish things off. And Happy always in those sort of positions where he's in the perfect timing for the rotations to come in. You know he's going to be doing it, but he always seems to find one every time. At least with the chance of the triple spray down there. Came very close to doing it as well. Dinked MBK, but the round felt like it was over at that point. Just Pimp now with the Famus and Kenny S. Flashbang comes with the teammate, picks him off, and he's been having a great game so far. We go into the final round here. There was a force buy in the previous one. Liquid obviously have to do the same into this one. It's not going to be as strong though, of course. It's going to be 4, 5, 7s, and Pimp, he's the only one with any sort of real weaponry here. He's got the UMP in hand, and maybe another stack coming in at this point. He came in pushing for the smoke, but he gets tagged down to 40 HP. Presumably going to die here, but ELEAGUE does somehow find the kill on towards Happy in the boost position.
ELEAGUE just finding these opportune moments with less than ideal weaponry time and time again, and that is an important aspect to winning unlikely rounds and games in that case, considering the economy. Now it works in CS. Unfortunately, it's not necessarily going to be converted in this case. They do pick up a second kill in JDM after Hiko goes down. It remains with a man advantage, and JDM's at the AWP still to work with, playing aggressively with it at B main. Just goes back just before the opportunity would have come in, but they run boosted, so it's probably best that he backed away. And it goes through. UMP from Pimp gets in the corner, and JDM closing off that shot, leaves Apex alone nearly through the smoke, finding his intended target. Knows he's there because he's still trying to push him out with utility. MBK thankfully getting one in mid is going to give him a better chance. Still a man down though, so they actually could do it. 51 seconds. Bomb down inside of the site. Good flash. Pimp gets back around, and then it's on to MBK. He does have the AK. There's armor on all 3 players. Lovely headshot onto Pimp as he walks through the vent.
And here we go then. 40 seconds to work over MBK. Giving his position away, but so much time to play with. He has got the smoke and Molotov as well. The Molotov going to be key in this situation if he needs to choose well which part of the map he's going to flush out at this point. They have got the bomb, and what a shot that is to take down the AWP as well. Now up to Nitro, 1 versus 1. This will be the 4th kill for MBK if he pulls this off. 23 seconds remain.
Nitro wants to go for this.
Oh, so perfect. He's cleared up and the smoke down as well.
And he's only got the pistol. He was the only one that didn't get a gun out of this. He'll have heard him pick up, crossover. No doubt has information now to work with, but MBK 8 seconds. He's going to tap it. That's the only time he's going to have to do that. It's going to be a full commitment. Nitro's got a chance to walk in. Is he going to get there in time? Just barely.
That's a real problem for MBK. He goes to the fake plan at that point, trying to bait him out, and Nitro plays it to perfection at that point. Once he hasn't committed, he has to go for the plan. There's only 5 seconds remaining, and then Nitro knows he's won the round. It could either, the only way MBK can win that situation, he goes for another fake plan and hope he pushes him at that state, but doesn't decide to do that. This was the opening of the round. ELEAGUE, like I said, somehow winning that duel against Happy. Obviously, he's boosted up. JDM with the AWP doing some good work. Nitro after MBK's a valiant attempt there at the 1 versus 4 situation. That was a great shot there, but Nitro, very, very well played indeed. It will be 9-6 to finish the first half. I would say after going down 3-0, it was a difficult game for Liquid. Obviously, the opening one for them in this major, but
4-0, in fact.
4-0, yeah.
More precise.
Yeah, well, I think that's a decent comeback, all things considered. We started to see a bit more dynamic play from JDM overall. They seemed quite disciplined as a team when they were in the situations they had the upper hand. They weren't giving rounds away. It didn't seem like there was too many silly moments there, which is something they've been known to do, especially in these previous tournaments we've seen with Pimp coming into the lineup. So it's still anyone's game at this point. ENVYUS with the lead, 9-6. Pistol, though, Liquid get that straight back into this game. That could potentially mean 9-9. And we have a real game on our hands here. So we'll have a look at the buyers coming in. And, actually, Matt, why don't you talk us through the stats just before
Well, I can do that. I think the most important one is the one on top, average damage per round. The fact that ELEAGUE, both these guys for that matter, are essentially, whether or not they're converting it to a kill, but killing in damage 1 player a round.
Yes.
Think about the assist and how much help that does for your teammates. I like that. That's huge.
It's why it's a more beneficial stat than just pure kills, right? Because you can see what kind of impact they're actually having to every single round. Average damage per round. So anything like above the kind of the 85 mark, that's considered very, very good indeed. You can see one of the players there at 99, so that's very strong performance in the first half, and we'll see whether they can continue into the second here.
And 2 rounds that stick out for me individually on the Liquid side. Round 5, I guess it was, they were down 4-0, so round 5, when they didn't have weapons, JDM holds off B solo with a pistol. That was the start of them getting back into it, but then of course ELEAGUE MP9 boost.
At least with the MP9, that was something quite special. We don't want to talk about highlight moments of an MP9 that much in CSGO, but he suddenly made it work. To be fair, that was a breakdown of communication, I think, from ENVYUS at that point. The fact he got that kill on the boost, and then he goes behind, and Kenneth doesn't seem to be aware, and there's a player in lockers as well. I feel like maybe there was panicking, or someone maybe has one of those calls where they get a bit angry first before they give the real information over, and didn't anticipate that ELEAGUE would be that quick to actually push behind. Regardless, still was a bit of an issue overall, but 9-6, and I think now we are going to be ready for the second half. Teams do have the option, Matt, in between to have some time to talk over and mull over the first half, up to 5 minutes, which we don't normally ever see the 5 minutes, but it is available if you want to.
Interestingly enough as well, it's been absolutely forever since it's been implemented, but this is the first major with the new coaching rule, which is essentially what everyone switched to match. We didn't have the 3rd major in 2016. It's been 5 months, so teams are fully adjusted. So that extra 5 minutes does actually help, because remember, you've only got the 4 30-second timeouts when the coach can talk. Aside from the halftime, obviously, so that brings Zeus back into it. Sixer tags up 1, backs away, but it brings Kenny into the play, and they overcommit. Kenny's got 3. Finally, he'll go down to ELEAGUE. Hiko's going to respond, but Sixer steps back up, and it's down to just Hiko remaining. We often talk about Hiko. Games when he has big numbers are usually because he's required to clutch. The games when he's quiet, it's because they're dominating early in the rounds. This time, he won't be able to pull it back, and MBK will convert the 2nd pistol now for Envy.
This is exactly why we saw ENVYUS with the run boost and the pistol round on their B attack in the first half. You do that run boost because when you go in the corner, you're actually trying to take off the aim of this first CT. You're having someone jump around at such a crazy angle, they can't just sit there picking off heads there. Kenny has from the headshot angle, looking very confident indeed there, I have to say. Didn't look too challenged, and with the silent USP, it's mowing down the terrorists as they come in. It comes down to that first shot, really. You need to be instantly replying, but unfortunately, Liquid can't find the headshot required. It's going to be 10-6 here. And in terms of a force buy, once again, they didn't get the bomb down there. You'd assume most terrorist sides are force buy with Tech 9s and armor in the second round here, especially when you don't get the bomb down. But they're actually going to be going with Zeus's new game plan, it seems, of keeping the money strong for the gun rounds here, regardless of whether they get the bomb down or not. It's going to be Deagles, no armor, no nades. No kills found just yet. It's going to be ELEAGUE that drops first in the hands of Apex, and Pimp boosted up. I'm going to be known to be a very decent Deagle player, and Cash certainly lends itself to giving you some options for some long-range potential here. This is a perfect example, that boost position towards the connector. Apex knows how troublesome this can be. That's why he's only got the knives out now. Just be jumping up, looking for pixels, and then he won't necessarily be challenging there. Just wants to get the call for his teammates. Okay, they are trying to get some mid-control at this point.
Happy up close as well to the A.
Yeah,
main entry. Yeah. So as you say, that was closer than you think.
He's dancing with the devil here, Matt. Like, he gets himself down to 36 HP. I'm not sure why I keep jumping out and giving him opportunity, but he does manage to stay alive, so I guess it's fine. Pimp does manage to get the mid control with 50 seconds remaining and no nades. That's a real problem on a map like Cash. You've got so many choke points as you go into these bomb sites, and now Pimp presumably will be getting his head blown off. We'll see what happens here. Maybe a B split. We have got one player in Sunroom, and Pimp making his way back towards the vent.
Hiko going to head back over with bomb to B as well. So if they get through the vents, go for the split play. They have to contend with the fact that Kenny's waiting in the corner. Remember, Hiko paid the favor from this position exactly like that. He gets 2. Goes 1 better, finds the 3rd as well. He's got 6 kills in the first 2 rounds. His money's big, assist on the last one as well. So AWP more than ready. for Kenny at this point in time.
But might not necessarily come out.
Well, there's no need to just
exactly
yet.
Right. So these are the really interesting rounds. You have this sort of lead. This is definitely like a bonus round. At this point, you've got 2 SMGs left over. You've got Orpa, who can certainly buy an AWP if he wants to. But I think at this point, you want to just try and crush your economy and send a message out to your opposition. It's with the lead as well. You can justify keeping these SMGs. So Kenny S on the MP7, happy with the UMP, and we'll see. This is the sort of round that should be redundant at this stage. You can see it's going to be Tech 9s, PD50s. They'll probably keep all 5 players alive, and that's when we'll see whether that bonus round really will come out. Towards a Liquid will go. They have 1 smoke, 2 smokes in fact, so you can smoke off towards quad or highway, or you can do highway and the left-hand side of the bomb side as well and try and just segregate any CTs might be waiting for them. They're happy. It looks like he wants to push there. Blackman comes in, good damage, but ELEAGUE takes him down.
Good shot from ELEAGUE. Better position from NBK though as they try and get out the doorway, and this is his spot. It is literally called NBK for teams callouts for this reason, because he gets into this fence, he knows exactly how to peek it, he knows the angles to perfection. Now that flash changes things, but still through the flash he manages to pick up Nitro, and Hiko jumps through and greeted with the same fate. 4 kills from his position.
Yeah, it's quite rare to have a position on the map that's such an important position named after a specific player. We had it in other games as well.
We have the Bard off on this map as well.
We do have the Bard off on this one, not so commonly used, but yeah, definitely up there in terms of call-outs. But yes, NBK doing a good job here. Not really much to hold off against. Like we said, there's the smoke, so they went for the quad and highway smoke, but NBK, like you said, holding them off in emphatic fashion there. 12-6, and okay, so we do have the upgrades coming in from ENVYUS there. We did speculate whether they do that bonus round mentality. They've actually gone for, I guess if you're going to say winning the game and is getting the rounds on the board, this would be the safer option. Yes, it's a little bit more crushing to the economy overall, but it's certainly the idea. Get Kenny S on one of his best maps, let's give him the AWP, and let's just actually close this one up. While we're
I just want to touch on it because obviously the majors and obviously our numbers are fantastic already. It brings a lot more viewers that may not follow the scene as regularly. So previously timeouts were 2 per game.
Yep.
They were 2 minutes long, and your coach could talk during the timeouts and during the game. So he could essentially strat call. They've switched that as of August, I think just after the player break is when it first was implemented, so that coaches can no longer strat call and talk during live time. They can only talk before the game, halftime, and during one of 4 30-second timeouts. And the reason I bring it up is because we just had a technical, which means the coach still cannot talk to his team during that technical timeout.
And just to know, obviously it was a bit of a controversial thing at the time, but this is the way Counter-Strike should be. The pressure of being an in-game leader, that's what it should be. You should be able to, it's like it's spinning plates, right? You've got to perform at a professional level and coordinate your teammates as well into the tactics you see best fitting for the situation. And I think that's the way Counter-Strike should be played. And I think it was a nice move. Now everyone has adjusted. It's actually working out quite nicely. But here we go then. Kenny S looking to get aggressive here. Flashbang towards A main, but Hiko, he knows that the CTs are pushing at this point, but maybe get caught out. So very, very aggressive here indeed, but comes out on top of the Famas there. Gets the 5-on-4. The CTs have done their work at this one. I'm not sure why they keep extending, but there it is. NBK gets punished, and when you have those 5-on-4s, especially on the CT side, you just want to be falling back. You've shut down any sort of tactic or set piece that Liquid had in mind at the start of the round, and they kept pushing there. It was just relentless at that point. 4-on-4 now, looking with a chance. The 6 has gone down to 9 HP.
Well, that's exactly it. Worse still, it was NBK that went down, not Sixers. So Sixers still bleeding out in this situation. So it's 4 versus 4 with the HP advantage heavily in the side of Liquid. Good position for yes, though. Nearly gets the opportunity. The second guy jumps up, and he's not quite set for it. Just misses, but gets a read that they have mid and vent control. So immediately rotates back over. Nearly catches his teammate on fire, but perhaps they'll overlook that because of it if they even get entered in that far. And Kenny, characteristic to miss these shots. JDM is able to adjust accordingly, take him down. ELEAGUE follows it up. It's just down to a 2 versus 2, and one of those 2 players, it's Sixers still with the 9 HP. Thankfully, Apex steps up to find 2 of his own, but he's on 40. It's just ELEAGUE. Bomb down inside of the site. It's to his left. He's got to grab that, get in position, and they can wait this out. They can play it correctly, but he finds the headshot position toward Apex. He's back in. Sixers low, and that's going to cost them. That's from the beginning of the round to the end. That was their detriment.
ELEAGUE with 4 frags overall. Lovely work from him. It was a back and forth round for sure. And here's the replays there. Like you said, Kenny S with a couple of key misses there. Difficult shots to watch him. It's like you said, he's normally so good at those sort of even pixel shots. You can see he's disappointed in himself, giving the calls off there as he goes down. We thought he was going to get at least a couple at that point, but unable to pull them off. And it will go down to 12-7 at this point. I think we do have a timeout.
The interesting thing as well is, like you said, they didn't want to play that bonus mentality. So if they lose the bonus round, they leave themselves with more money, play a longer game. Now this becomes the last buy and a chance to break from Liquid. Now that said, they've got a lot of reinvestment as well.
Just to discuss that idea as well of why I'm pointing out, they went for the squeaky door push there, ENVYUS. They get the first kill right. And the reason I say is why you normally stop at that point, you have the man advantage. In terms of, I'm concerned as an in-game leader, that's your aggressive push push completed at that stage. As soon as you go any further and it comes down to the equal 4-on-4, especially with 6 on low HP, that actually is an advantage to the terrorists. A 4-on-4, it might sound like an equal situation, it's actually not. It means the defense have to spread a lot thinner, and obviously the terrorists, the attackers, can group up and have a stronger attack towards a particular area. So that's why I really disagree with that idea of MBK pushing further when they didn't have to. Yes, they had lesser weaponry, but I think a 5-on-4 is a blessing in some situations as we go into round number 20 here. There was a lot of damage done to the economy of Liquid. You can see that after winning the round, it still was a 1-on-1 situation. So they have an MP7 and a UMP themselves. They lose this round. It is a full reset. So still KennyS on that AWP, but he does not have head armor. And normally not a huge issue against the terrorists, but there are 3 SMGs out for Liquid, so that could actually be a bit of a problem.
JDM will be the one hold the angle as they get ever closer to the B site. Molotov extending out in front of the doorway. Hiko just trying to hold them in position over toward A. We saw that two-pronged approach quite often from them on this map.
Look
and he's got 3 players. That's a ton of smokes on the A side. 3 players over there. Hiko's going to go down to MBK, but that's going to buy space. They're going to know this now that there's a number of players still on that A side, so take advantage. But again, the box gets overlooked. Sixer lets them walk by, but doesn't account for 2. Pimp's able to turn it back in time. Now he has to get bomb and get it down. Again, they only have 2 players remaining. Kenny not able to catch him in the cross is going to allow it. So this will now mean Liquid has to be very solid in Apex position and timing. Perfect. JDM down, Pimp stuck on this site. They know it. 4 players going to come in on to him. Converge in one location with tons of information. Very simple retake for ENVYUS.
KennyS does burn there towards the end of the round. Regardless, I could be very happy with that victory. We said it was a big round for Liquid going forward. I do like their idea of what they went there. They did the full execution towards the A side, but you know what? They went for the fade back towards B. I think I would prefer them actually go commit with the execution there. You've got the SMGs. Let's try and push in and segregate any potential AWPers that could be in that sort of position. It was quite a technical maneuver from them. One that certainly did not pay off. All the smokes come in. The players who are actually trying to sell the fake, Hiko and ELEAGUE, they go down instantaneously. Back towards B we go, and at that point it's very obvious as to what's going down, and ENVYUS run away with it. So I think of course we have another pause coming in. You are allowed 4 per team, so you're going to take these every chance you get. There's Zeus, of course, I guess he's a relatively new coach. I think it was Pro League we first... Not Pro League, that's the last event he played,
that was last event he played with.
It was the event after that, which escapes me, but that's when we first saw him coming in. It wasn't officially announced at that point, but he's been kind of following the team around. It's been basically been brought in for this event, this major. We knew he was coming to this, and 13-7, a big round. Money certainly not working in their favor. They get the bomb down. That's an extra $800 per player, but the loss bonus not there at all. So I think they're going for a little partial buy here. Some deagles, PD50s, and a little bit of utility. 3 smokes. They're going to try and get a bomb down here without the commitment from the armor. You can see that it's not necessarily the objective to win the round. Just get that bomb down and give them a more promising position going forward into the next round.
So 6 are waiting. The AK in hand will drop inside of the site with lots of smokes deployed already on B. It's going to call for a rotation from Apex to help Sixer's position. He'll play on Heaven now, looking away to try and dodge out potential flashbangs, one of which does down. He's able to do so accordingly and get reset with his aim. 3 for him as he sprays, finding the 4th, potentially 10 HP though. He's got to get backed away, and it's MBK looking in to close it. 2 rounds to go for Envy. And remember, what is a change in format at the major? 2 groups of 8 Swiss systems, so they'll move into the upper side of things if they can close this.
I've been loving the Swiss system, I have to say. At the qualifier, it makes things super exciting. The matchup's changing. You can't prepare for a teammate necessarily weeks in advance and stuff. I love that kind of aspect to it. I think it makes it a really exciting tournament. But here we go, the round number 22. Liquid now can't really take another eco here. They're going to have to go for the force buy, and it's AK sure, but Hiko just with the Galil. They are limited. No Molotovs. That's actually quite a massive deal on cash. It's a map that's very reliant on flashing CTs out and making them into situations where they don't necessarily want to face but have to when there's only been flushed out. So maybe a set piece coming in here. You see them line up for smokes. This is what he wanted to see. Cash, certainly a map where you can be dynamic as the AWPer. It's KennyS closing himself in there. Okay, so he's trying to suggest he's fallen back.
He wants to bait them with noise because he took 1 shot. Normally you would. He shuts that door up, but JDM's not bought it. Flashes in, and this is where... Oh, Kenny, all right! That's where you get caught and down to go, but not if it's Kenny. What a shot! As JDM meets his maker, he's going to sit back as well behind this smoke, able to get in position again. They're still trying to find entries. Hiko's got NBK. This will buy them some space to wrap around toward highway side. But unfortunately, the timing off because they've got a player at truck. It's going to be Sixer waiting to hold that position. Nitro does sit and wait, and Kenny gets a little bit impatient. That's going to give Hiko a chance to pull this back. 1 versus 1, but he's 38 HP versus 100 on Apex. Headshot potential, not going to find it. It goes to map point, and Kenny, my God, that was nuts.
It just seems like every time, even when you do the perfect thing, JDM couldn't have thrown a better flashbang at this point. You think, okay, there's no way Kenny can certainly find this kill. Of course, he does. Turns around, nails it, falls back as well. I love the idea of him closing the door. Like, it's very rare to see a player locking them in that sort of situation, but you can see what he's trying to do there. He's suggesting he's fallen back, and JDM, he's still scared. It's Kenny S, and of course, he still prevails, and we go into potentially the last round here. 15-7 has to be Tech9's and UMP to keep Liquid alive here, and 8 rounds in a row just to force overtime. ENVYUS off the back of a victory at WESG, and WESG, that was the name of it, yeah. And
yeah,
looking better.
Which was a massive prize pool in Shanghai.
Biggest of all time, I believe.
Yeah, shocking. But it was obviously you had to play with national teams only, so it became difficult.
That was the slight caveat in terms of winning that tournament, but
hey, good shape-up event for them to come in here.
Sure.
Especially if rumors exist with the French side. Is this going to be their last tournament? We don't know. ELEAGUE takes down Sixer. Good start for the entries. We haven't seen a lot of those entries, remember. Something we talk about as a strong suit for Team Liquid, but they've not had money. They've not had much to work with at all this half. Bomb down. Man advantage. Finally, time to convert. Happy's already spotted doing what he does best, trying to come in late and catch them off on rotations. And a flank play, but spotted off. He's slowed down. That's going to bring Kenny's AWP back into it as he gets toward heaven, but doesn't want to commit just yet. Tries to go for another fast one. He's picked up one in the round already, not quite able to land that second shot. Apex is waiting for a flash and information to go forth and get inside of the site and support off of Kenny, but him and ELEAGUE are finding the following kills.
Yeah,
and now they've got the information.
I don't think this is possible now for ENVYUS at this stage. Bomb ticking away in Apex. Actually can't find a frag at all, and he's going to be taken down. Happy waiting outside the B side. He finds Hiko, but a good job from Liquid there to keep himself alive. Maybe delaying the inevitable, but we'll see what happens here going forward. Happy does manage to survive. JDM picks up a very valuable AWP. That's going to be useful for him going forward, but still some signs of life for Liquid. It's going to take now 7 in a row. They do have some money to buy, but we'll see whether they can challenge ENVYUS at this point. We'll look at the ENVYUS cash twice. It's not going to be that strong. One player surviving, and they've been having some force buys themselves. This could actually got a little bit longer than intended. I think at this point, if you're ENVYUS, you don't have to force into these rounds. You're a match point. Let's just take the eco. We can see a bit of investment here, some body armor, some nades purchase. Of course, Happy was the player who survived in the previous round, so he'll be stocking up a little bit more. And now then, round number 24, 3 players towards the A side of the map, and it will be Liquid looking to push back a potential Kenny S again, but they will prevailable this time. So JDM may be able to actually get out of that without any problem whatsoever. So Happy boosted up. Does he go aggressive or bide his time like we saw from ELEAGUE?
Shot through. Pimp wins the duel on Happy, trying to get an early boost up. Apex does manage to fall back in time and not get caught, as he was the man that put him up. But now it's MBK. Lovely shot, looking for another as well, but ELEAGUE in too quick. And look at the flurry of frags, all favoring Team Liquid in the end. Is 3 versus 1. Kenny rotates back over, does have a kit, does have head armor, but hasn't been able to pick up any guns in this just yet. I don't think there's one down where his teammate's gone. That was the Deagle, remember, at Fork, so he's got to get inside the site without weapons, and they've already spotted his feet through the edge of the smoke, down to 20 HP, and should be closed out, but another lovely shot on JDM.
And this is where you get a little bit scared now. Let's actually get the crossfire set up. Don't give anything away. Yes, he has 20 HP, but it's Kenny S, and he is a menace with the pistols as well. He can now getting a bit more confidence. He knows the bomb's getting close to actually detonating this stage. He does find a final frag there, but still one step closer to Liquid. Now it's only going to be 6 rounds in a row. They keep the AWP alive as well, but now the problem is ENVYUS presumably will have enough cash. Actually, it's not looking too great. They might have taken another eco here, which is fine still. Still yet to achieve double figures. That's going to be Team Liquid. So I think, they are going to force it. I would say this is maybe a bad decision, all things considered. Kenny S does get the AWP, but you can see it's going to be a UMP for 6 and Happy on the 5-7. The French nation as a whole in CSGO definitely known to be a little bit more flamboyant with their purchases and economy control in CSGO overall. Known to be very strong in these sort of situations, so you can't really argue with it, some of the results they provide. But if you're talking about winning the game overall, this could be a bit of a risk.
That's awkward. Get caught up on the edge of the smoke. They'd already had the spray locked down, and MBK and Apex with the crossfire mid, able to take 2. Bomb down inside of mid as well. This becomes a massive problem on what is map point.
Yeah, that's the bomb down as well. So yeah, it's certainly a problem. That's one way of describing it. And now 5-on-3 Pimp. A lot of work to do here. MBK, control of the bomb. And this is actually a massive problem. Now they've got so much information, actually, you can focus most of the arsenal towards the mid area. It's going to be down to Pimp and to nail some fantastic shots. They can't do much about that. Kenny takes him down. And now a 5-on-2, and you feel like this is coming to a close. And it's going to be JDM and Hiko to win a 5-on-2 situation.
Do or die. Happy already pushing forward to try and find them, gets them both in his sights, manages only one. JDM looking in that correct direction, but it's a 1 versus 4 AWP. Push out, good shot. JDM looks for another. He's got this down to 1 versus 2. Overcommitment and perhaps a little bit zealous to try and early end this. Oh! Kenny gets taken down through the box. What is that from JDM? The ace clutch, and we stay alive. That is incredible, and a massive misplay from Envy.
Horrible from them. Blunder City. This is a major. You need to be having your head on at all points. There's never a round when there's someone alive, like especially like JDM, that's...
this was a 1 versus 5.
What are they doing? They've got the bomb down here. There's absolutely no reason to justify that push at all. They're just trying to end the round early. Like, it's not like he can save the weapon. It's potentially the last round, which you're going to win anyway. Stellar stuff from JDM. Do not get me wrong, but he should not be winning that at any point in this situation. That's crazy. And ENVYUS now going to be in full tilt mode, and this is a real chance of Liquid to get back into this game. That's a disaster.
If this goes to overtime,
yep,
that is like Envy.
There's no forgiving that. That is just being sloppy as a French side. There's nothing to justify that. He can't save the weapon. It's the last round. Just hold up and guarantee the win.
2 sick shots, to be fair. The one on Apex, the one on Kenny, both through the edge of the box. But man, oh man,
just shouldn't give him the opportunity.
No, not at all.
He's not even a bomb
I can justify happy pushing.
Yeah, like
one out of the 5 players to get information. That's fine.
But like the fact is, he has to get to a bomb site and plant. That's when you can rush him and push him, right? He can't win the round at that point. But when he's just in towards mid, it doesn't make any sense, and we can talk about it a little bit more just because they are on pistols now. But this is when they start arguing a little bit, and it could fall apart. And Liquid are going to be revitalized now after a big ace club. They are still in this game. They can still do it. And now it will be another round, presumably going in their favor. They have got the 5-on-4. And just pistols holding the A side here. Happy though, does some damage, but taking out by Nico. Kenny charms in with the C-dead, but you feel like this is going to be going in Liquid's favor. It's getting a bit sloppy, but still have the man advantage for now.
We've seen game ends in sloppy rounds like this all the time after momentum shifts. This Kenny's going to trade back on Nitro. It leaves him in a 1 versus 2. He's got an AK picked up, does not have armor. That's the main fact in this, and good positioning from Pimp, because Bomb was still in transition toward B. That brings us to 11, but Envy has money again this time to try and maybe with more discipline, close this out.
Yeah, if this game somehow goes to overtime, Matt, that round's going to haunt them for a very long time. Obviously, previous major champions, but it's been a bumpy road for them since then, and I think that's a polite way to describe it. As we go into round number 27 here, Kenny S back on the AWP, but he's glass cannon for anyone who's not familiar with the terminology by AWP no armor, and it was the AWP JDM going towards that mid-pip. We saw a similar decision from 6 and 4. You only go for it if you beat the smoke there. It's very unlikely you actually do make it in time, but sometimes you can get there and take that first CD crossing towards white box, but not meant to be this time for the terrorists, but a bit of aggression from the CTs here towards the storage, and you can see Kenny S boosted up with the AWP. That's the strange thing with the AWP. We'll see whether he can actually get anything going with this one. We'll fall back, get to whoever's live just about there. Glass cannon AWP especially as well. If he gets touched by one of those AK bullets, his scope goes straight up into the air. We call it aim punch, and he's almost certainly dead.
It's a big factor as well when you see clutch situations on an eco where someone picks up a gun and you think, oh, they've got such a chance, but the aim punch,
yes,
you have to consider it.
Well, at this point, we're just feeling the map out, but they know the money's not going to be in a great situation for ENVYUS. Glass cannon, we've already mentioned that. No real utility remaining. Some flashbangs, one smoke, that's it. A minute to work with, and we have got smokes, Molotovs, flashes for Liquid as well, and the JDM AWP.
The JDM AWP. I'll have one of those, please.
Wow.
After that round.
Yeah.
I'll take 2 if you've got them. Kenny, meanwhile, on his AWP, had a lovely shot earlier on towards Squeaky. He's going to post up behind box watch vent, which is blown out. They've Molotoved it back, and 6 are found. Means Kenny's on his own, misses the first shot. You know he's there. This is a utility position, so easily they'll Molotov him off, and ELEAGUE collects him as he tries to move out. Better kill on Apex as well as he shuffles a step forward and looks toward the generator. So 4 versus 2, inside sight, bomb to go down, rotate coming around from both mid and heaven, and I think they're going to post and look for exits because they're not going to have money in the next round.
Okay. This is the real test now for ENVYUS. Running around, building up for Liquid, and we can see 2 weapons trying to be saved for ENVYUS at this point. It's pretty much an unwinnable situation. They have got 1 kit, but just a couple of flashbangs and a perfect round from Liquid, I have to say. Just baiting out as much utility as they can from ENVYUS at the start of the round, actually getting decent map control as well, sticking as a unit, and using the Molotovs correctly towards checkers. You see Kenny S, glass cannon, misses that first shot. He has had some big rounds as well, but he's had some big misses, not necessarily for most players, but for what we expect from him. He hasn't been landing everything so far as we go into the last two stages around number 27 here. It's going to go the full distance, it seems, when it seemed like ENVYUS actually were running away with this game. And 1v5 clutch from JDM. Here's the Molotov coming in perfectly timed at that point. ENVYUS has to face it. He's just waiting for him now. Nice work overall from him. So then round number 28, it's 15-12. And now ENVYUS with a decision to make. I think they are just about maximum loss bonus. Yes, they are out of this round. So that means if you lose 5 rounds in a row, you get more and more money as the rounds go on to a maximum of 5 when you get $3,400. That's not actually enough to buy as a CT team. You need to have a couple of those in the bank to actually get a full buyout. They save a couple of M4s, but this is another difficult situation for them. I think they'll take the pause, which they are, and decide, do we buy into this round? I would say no. Even with this 2 who saved M4s, I think you'd be looking to win this game, close it out properly. You don't want to be forcing with FAMASs, UMPs, maybe even a scout. We haven't seen any of those yet, but I would say this. Let's use M4s now, do all we can, try and make it a close round. Regardless of the money, I think this is like almost a throwaway round for ENVYUS. There's definitely potential to do some damage to those M4s, but I'll be looking towards the future here and not force buying into it. Use that maximum loss bonus to your benefit going forward and just close this one out. Which should have already been closed out. This game should be over, but yeah, this is what majors are all about.
You know what? Yeah, major moments. There's one. That's not going to be forgotten anytime soon. If that was a playoff moment, that's your new graffiti.
Yeah.
Let's not forget the AWP player and Liquid gave us last time on this map.
Absolutely.
But then, that's Counter-Strike. That's what we love. Those unlikely situations. That is a memorable moment regardless of what happens.
Even if it's horrible CS, like I was, for reasons I described, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's why we love CS. So that kind of emotion and seeing how teams can recover from those kind of blunders being made.
Double smoke inside sight leaves a gap towards Squeaky, and Happy nearly spots that from slide boost. They back away instead to cover highway because they know there's a chance mid's taken over. They don't get a read on it early enough. It was a late rotation from ELEAGUE to get in that position. Rotation coming around, and it's actually going to be 50 at Apex. They've opened up the site well. MBK can't do anything on rotation. Kenny, the only one with a kill at this point, goes to the Deagle. And this is going to go 15-13. We're going to be 2 rounds difference, and overtime is creeping in as a real possibility. Now, there will be money again that next time for Envy.
It was 15-7 at one point, man.
Absolutely true.
So normally it's Liquid on the receiving end of this sort of punishment, having like getting themselves towards map point and then the massive comeback in and they can't close the game out. They're normally on the receiving end. This time they could be the tormentors here, and it looks like they're making a convincing case to do so. It's going to be a 4-on-2. It was an eco from ENVYUS. There was 2 weapons there in terms of M4s, but unable to really do anything with them. Just finding 1 kill towards Nitro. It's Kenny S and Sixer looking to recover any fallen weaponry here. I don't think they'll be able to find much. It's going to be Sixer looking at any players towards Squeaky Door here, but unable to find much. But Kenny, yes, that's a hell of a shot. Okay, then JDM gets taken down, and he's looking for more here. Hiko.
Nice.
Oh, that is very nice, actually. Good awareness. I don't think he'll be saving the AWP here. The bomb might just explode. Will he make it? Oh, did he make it?
We switched. He died. Okay, so he doesn't have it. I'm looking at the overlay like, does he have it? Does he have it? No, he doesn't. But he does have the money to buy another one. Now, keep in mind, Hiko is someone that's been relatively quiet. ELEAGUE, as always in majors, sits on 30 right now, top of the server. MBK on 28. Hiko's only had 15 and hasn't had to have those moments because they've started to come alive. But if he can start to have those good snappy aim moments,
yeah,
that's the player. That's like the X factor right now, I think, for Liquid.
Well, here we go then. Round number 29. ENVYUS, like I said, maximum loss bonus 2 times now, and it's going to be more aggressive play from Kenny S here towards the start.
The other thing as well is we talk about ELEAGUE usually playing second fiddle to Nitro. That's definitely swapped over the last 5 months or so because Nitro's only on 11, and he's normally your primary entry.
Yeah, after 28 rounds, that's suddenly a quiet game for Nitro overall. Kenny S did go aggressive towards A-main at the start of this round, trying to hunt out that first frag. We know he is very good at that indeed, but not going to be the case this time. No real awareness gathered as he pushed into that position. He has to fall back now, can't really sit in the A-main position too long. And we can see this is a pretty heavy default from Liquid overall. JDM waiting for any sort of CT aggression to come in. He'll be holding up and seeing if the CTs will be walking to his cross at this point. Nitro, like we said, quiet game from so far, but just 1 round where he can find a couple of frags to redeem all failures in the past.
Quick Molotov to box this time. No one overlooking it this late in the game. Nitro, we said it. He's got to find those entries. Does damage, but that's all he gets. And they've still got posted up positions. It is ELEAGUE who follows in the footsteps as always and finds the kills. Make it 2. Good play from him. Looking for the 3rd, and ELEAGUE is always stepping up. We might have 15-14. Not done yet. Kenny's still got an AWP. And Sixer's still in the play, but there's only 1 kit between them. And Kenny with flames in front is going to get pushed back. They're already saving. This is going to go down to the 30th round after being 15-7. Remarkable stuff, and it all comes on the back of JDM.
Yeah, that 1 round map, normally we kind of point those out and I make a big fuss about it, and then it just ends the next round regardless, but this looks like it could be so detrimental. This goes to overtime. How pumped are Liquid going to be? We're sat right next to them, right? We can see they've been like very quiet, and now ever since that round's happened, they seem to have come to life. They've been invigorated, it seems. They want to win this match, and they're showing they can perform at major levels without Simple. And so far, after going up 15-7 and looking to go into overtime as well, it's showing great mental fortitude. Kenny S and Sixer do save their weapons here. Maximum loss bonus, still potential, but we do go into round number 30 here. And what a game it's been. Very back and forth, and ELEAGUE, another sensational round from him as he pushes towards the B-bomb side, eviscerates every opponent in his way. It's Happy pushing through the smoke at this point, and what a round that was from ELEAGUE overall. Lovely stuff from him, and Happy, the in-game leader, he's got to be feeling the stress at this point, and that picture certainly gives you an idea of what's going on in the ENVYUS camp right now. One round to get us to overtime, and I kind of hope Liquid can do it, just so we can see the fireworks go off here.
And it's not like we have groups of death anymore where you could be thrown down into a very unfavorable situation. It is Swiss. Still a chance a team can fight through the Swiss system, as Envy did in the qualifier, no less. Let's not forget they came from 0-2, I think it was, in their situation.
Yeah, it's certainly not as detrimental a loss as the GSL format.
It still can be tough, though, because we saw what happened with NIP. You get put in a bad game in a bad time.
Yep.
One or two upsets the entire bracket.
It's true. That's what makes it so cool, though, right? That's what, like, you never know what's going to happen, and every game is so dangerous. That's what's cool about the Swiss format. But still, here we go then. Round number 30, Liquid. So far, 15-7. They've clawed their way back into it. All thanks to JDM and that magnificent clutch. And we can see now the ENVYUS buy. They have 2 kits and not many grenades. And Liquid are going to be aware of this as well. That it's biding their time, baiting out and flashing out the CTs. So we said those Molotovs very important. JDM just giving calls to his teammates. Certain positions are clear and he's getting intel.
Wall of smoke inside mid, crisscross, as you call them, to open up vents. Gives them a real possibility for a split onto B. Happy's trying to find information from Z Connector and spot this to get headshots, but can't land them. In fact, he comes out, tag worse, down to just 65. Not a big deal just yet, but good counter flashes. That'll hold off the main approach, and JDM's got to try and cross through smoke, get his AWP in a position where he can find an opening, and they're looking hesitant at this point in time.
30 seconds remaining as well. This next kill going to be absolutely everything, and Apex gets it, but there's an answer from JDM straight away.
He goes the one to go down. ELEAGUE is still up, still looking for entries. Smoke slowly dissolving. He's got to find the headshot on Happy. Does it, but Happy gets JDM. It's Nitro to follow. Trades go both directions. And ELEAGUE does manage to shuffle and scurry all the way to headshot. Ooh. Crosses with Bomb, and Kenny's not able to collect. This will now put Bomb down with 10 seconds left in the round. And Pimp, he's not crossed over. They don't have full information as to where he is, and they're going to work together. They want to work trades. Let Kenny go first with the op. If he finds an opening, excellent. If not, Sixer's got to get a trade in. Better still finds the headshot lineup potential, though, and ELEAGUE, he's put them in overtime, and he gets 35 kills in regulation to do it.
Unbelievable scenes. ELEAGUE, what a hero he has been. Yes, JDM had that sick clutch, but 35 frags in regulation time. Godlike performance from ELEAGUE, and it's a 2 versus 1 to take us to overtime. We thought it was over. Sixer getting the penultimate frag there, but it wasn't quite enough. They line up for him, and there it is. The hero that got them into this game in the first place. JDM celebrates as we go into overtime, and Kenny S can't believe it. And what a round. Let's discuss that before. It was a done game. This one was over. 15-7. They had a 1v5 situation. They threw it away. They actually gave themselves, they got themselves in a position where it was impossible to lose, and they ran at him, gave him the frags, and now we have overtime. ENVYUS got to take a long, hard look at themselves here, take as much time as possible to recalibrate.
So here's the graffiti. Just put 1 kill with an X over there. Put number 2 there. The third graffiti, just put a third one there.
Yeah.
Like, this is sick. Like, that shot on Apex, and this one on Kenny as well. Kenny's posted up. He flashes it in, and Kenny just sits there and doesn't even know it. I don't even mind the language. Yeah. You know what? I approve.
Yeah,
I would have been saying the exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's not a family show right now.
Not right now. Well, certainly not for ENVYUS. I can't imagine what kind of language is being used over in that camp. I'd imagine French, but maybe you know what I mean.
Insight.
You know what I mean. But yes, now this is where Liquid really comes to life. They're going to be super pumped here. After coming back 15-7, and ENVYUS, they're going to be in the dumps. They'll be thinking they threw this game away. If they lose this, they're going to be rocked as a team. We already know there's certain rumors and speculations going on as to what's happening to the team afterwards. And if they were to lose this game, it could be a tournament over. They could just be so far.